Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
What up, what up, what up? And happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. Good morning, Mama Bear.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, that's better. A little bit. Yeah, okay. Everything good over there?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you all for joining us. And guys, please don't forget to hop over and hit the like button on Mama Bear's side. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Thank you. How's your morning going so far?
Oh, so far so good.
Other than the dreary, crappy guck outside.
That is definitely making it hard to get motivated to do anything.
Yeah, it's like fall, and it's not time for fall. It's time for sunshine and warm weather. It's not so much that it's cold out. It's just not warm, if that makes any sense at all.
Right.
It's just crappy. Crappy. I'm sick of it already. That's one thing I hate about, one of the main things I hate about living in the northeastern state areas where we live at, that it's just shitty all the time. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And when we get sun, it's like a holiday. It's stupid. It's crazy. We don't know how to act up here, like you Southerners down there that get it 24/7. When we get it, like I said, it's like, hey, it's Christmas time, guys. Let's have a party, you know? Yeah. So it is what it is. Good morning, guys. 46 peeps in the house. 19 likes. What is going on? Come on. Y'all can do better than that. At least pretend like you like me for a little while. Please and thank you. Please. Who we got in here so far? Looks like Miss Tandy's in here. Good morning, Miss Jody Walters. Chick Bait, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Mr. James Moan, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Mama D, great to see you today. La 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 la. Let me see who else do we have here. Lord, where did everybody? I know there's more people. There's more people. Sergeant Matt's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Miss Paula Fitzhenry, always an honor, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Much appreciated. And it's dropping down here. Hold on now. I know I seen Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Good morning, all you beautiful peeps. Let me see. 46 people. Where is everybody? I can't see them in the chat. I know there's not that many people just watching and not in the chat. That's wild. I know I saw Tomboy in here somewhere. Good morning, Tomboy. If Matt's in here, Alicia probably should be in here somewhere. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Thank you to my blue crew.
And everything ready for Matt's thing.
I'm sorry?
But I think Alicia's getting everything ready for Matt's thing.
Oh, yay. Okay. Gotcha. Miss Taylor's in the house. Miss Trish Crow, there you are. Now you guys are starting to fall in. I can see you now. And of course, the Mama Bear joining me up here. Exactly. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Jesse Schul was in here. I thought I seen him somewhere.
Hey, chick. I need to wash Dago's mouth out with soap, James. The swearing.
What? Why?
I must have missed it. Were you swearing?
I don't think so. Did I?
I don't know.
Did I say something? Kim Gonzalez, welcome back to you. Brown eyes, lurkers out there. They're lurking. I see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. 49 peeps now, 24 likes. It's getting there. Y'all are appreciated. And again, don't forget, folks, to pop over real quick. There's a link pinned in chat. Hit that like button for Mom Bear, please. If you have not subscribed, please do it. And hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss nothing because we may do stuff together, but she does stuff as well, and we don't want to miss none of that either. King Christopher, welcome to you, my friend. Joey Agrella, hello. There's Jesse. It's halftime. Good to have you here, Jesse. I'm sorry you missed us last night. Just watching Liverpool versus Chelsea. Oh, Mr. Sports. Hey. You guys have a question about sports? Jesse's the man. He knows what he's doing with that stuff. That's for sure. Let me see. Thank you, sir. I'm going to get into some conversations today about...
Good morning, Jesse. Thank you.
Guys, please make sure to share this out and hit that like button coming through the door, if you will, please. El Bariqua, welcome. I don't know that I'll be in here more than once today, so I'm going to make this one good. I don't know what. We'll get into some talks. Look at some stuffs. Mom Bear may not be here the whole time. She's got stuff she's got to do on a regular.
Yeah, I can't do a whole day thing, dude.
Yes, I know that. Well, I ain't gonna be here all day. That's the point. I got to do some stuff in my house today too. The boss is home today, so that you know how that goes.
Yep.
Thank you, James. I'm not 100% sure what you meant. You shared me. That's good. Thank you. I don't know what my RO is. I'm sorry. I appreciate you, brother. It's 5:20 in Portugal. Portugal tuning in today. I don't know. Have you ever thought about that? How cool it is that we have people tuning in from all over the world, not just the States, but like Thailand, where Jesse's at. James is in Portugal. People in South Africa. It's wild. Felicity J's in the house. Good to see you. What's wrong with my phone? It's Sunday. I don't get as much on Sunday, if that's what you're talking about. They don't call me on Sundays. Bismarck. Awesome, James. I'd love to do yard work, but it's crappy, rainy, and caca outside, Gina. You got lucky. You got a good day. I'd love to have a gorgeous day. It's Mother's Day in Portugal. That's awesome. I don't get text messages. Oh, you guys are funny, huh? Yes. Yes, Ohio weather is just garbage. Just imagine how effective MSN gaslighting would be if we didn't have the internet. Oh my God. We believe everything because we wouldn't have any other options. That's crazy. That's a good point, Jesse. I'm in Iowa. I always wondered what Iowa was like. And thanks to Slipknot, I know all about Iowa, but that's about all I know. Are you planning on staying in Thailand forever, Jesse? Is that going to be like home, like forever? Or are you going to go back to Canada? I mean, from what I've seen about Thailand, I would not leave, but Welcome, Kelly Coker. Great to see you today. Thank you again, James. Appreciate that. Yes, guys, make sure to hit Mom Bear's like button too, please, and thank you. I pinned her link in chat. It's 5 hour ahead here, Portugal time zone. Gotcha. Thailand forever, no doubt about it. I don't blame you, sir. It's beautiful. It is. And you get that amazing food just right at your beck and call, right there. Iowa decides things sometimes, like, oh yeah. Thank you, Tandy. I wonder where Eddie's at this morning. I'm surprised he's not here. Oh, so now you guys jinxed me, and now my phone is calling me, and that is definitely a telemarketer. Even on Sundays, they don't care. They don't quit. Seems to me you'd be a great pirate for Halloween. Arg, okay, I could try. If I ever leave Thailand, it would be for another Asian country. I don't blame you. Cost of living is, oh yeah, I've heard that before. Thank you, Miss Tandy. All right. 62 peeps in the house. Thank you guys for joining us. 32 likes. We're getting there. One second. Sorry, guys. My granddaughter was running through asking me a question. My apologies. So, Halloween. I can't wait for Halloween. I want to hurry up and get summer over with so I can go into fall. It's my favorite time of year. I'm not a big fan of summer because it gets a little too hot here. I'm out of breath. I ran to Mom Bear. Now I'm back. That's funny. That's funny. You guys are welcome to hang out over there too. You don't have to come back over here. She has plenty of room over there, and probably smells better over there too. A city of 100K to 300K on the outskirts is perfect. Yeah, I'm good. I don't like big areas. Are you still here, Mom Bear? I have no idea if there's any lakes or rivers in Iowa.
Yes, I'm still here.
There you are. Okay. Goodbye, Miss Tandy. Hopefully I get one blue person over here. Just one. That's all I need. Tomboy left. Or she's just watching from the background. Okay. There we go. We got some peeps over at Mom Bear's hanging out. 72 peeps over there. Jeffrey, good to see you, sir. Happy Sunday to you. It definitely probably smells better over there. I have to brag a little. I hit 300. That's awesome. Congratulations, Tater. Good for you. You deserve it. Let's see. Jesus. Everybody be nice to each other. There's our Bonnie Bailey. Good morning, love. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for joining us today. Just sorting fabrics. Tomboy's going to be sewing today. I never smell better anywhere. Oh, I'm sure you smell just fine, Jeff. I'm sure. I don't think that shouldn't have to be a topic of the day, but all right. So thank you guys again for joining us last night. We had an interesting show. We reviewed another call. Went through some of the 4chan stuff. So much of it to look at. So much of it. It's insane. A lot of changes, guys. A lot of weird things. People are sending me videos from other channels, other creators to watch about what's going on, and just looking at different things. And it's, I kind of stepped back and went, is this really happening? And I mean, with the Idaho case, is it really happening? I mean, I'm 50. Mama Bear's behind me a little bit, but we've been through. We grew up in where we live, raised, lived our lives, so on and so forth. Raised kids. You never think ever that you're gonna like. We see these things on TV and in movies and you know police crime shows, whatever you call it, and so on and so forth. You're like, yeah, okay, it is what it is. It's fiction, And then this case is happening in real time. The Delphi case is happening in real time. The Flora case happened in real time. I mean, these things are happening in real life, and it's just like, how does this happen? It's like you almost you don't want to believe it, but you see it going on, you know, and it's so crazy to me. Um, I know that's Jesse's got a great point. I've been doing that too. That's what brought me back to the 4chan stuff. This morning I watched an old episode with Sergeant Friday myself. Kim, it was interesting how little we know. And that's what I mean. Like we didn't know anything then, and we don't know anything now, but we know more of what we didn't know, if that makes any sense to you guys. We had our thoughts and feelings about what was going on in that case then. And we were told we were stupid. We were told, shut up, sit down, you're causing a ruckus, blah, 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 whatever it is. But it turned out to be that most of what we were thinking was right. Okay. And it's so crazy. We're damned for talking about certain things that we want to ask questions about. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't say that. You can't say that. We didn't. We just shut up and let it go. And let all the other people that are saying, Brian, forget innocent till proven guilty. That doesn't matter anymore. He did it because they said he did. Welcome, Amor. And official, good to see you. And that's all we're supposed to just stand there and go, okay, you say so. You're the boss. But I can't do that. Welcome, Michelle. Good to see you this morning because it's wrong. You know what I mean? Just as much as if you stand and you watch somebody, you're in a convenience store and you watch somebody grab a candy bar and shove it in their pocket and walk out the door. Are you just going to watch it go by? Or are you going to say, hey, that dude didn't pay for that? Well, a lot of people would just say, ain't my business. I don't care. But at the same time, 10 people do that. Eventually the prices in that store are going to go up. And if you're a regular shopper in that store, you're paying out of your pocket a little bit more money every time because people are stealing from that store. In turn, they got to raise their prices to make up for the difference. It happens. Okay. So if you were to say something, people stop stealing from the store, the prices stay fine, and you are okay with that. It's easier on your pocket. So in a sense, my point here, folks, is if we sit back and we just let these things go by us without saying something, if we don't ask questions about it, it's just going to keep happening, and eventually it will affect us too. Okay, that's what my point is. Did that make sense, Mom Bear? Or might sound like I'm just rambling? Okay, maybe I'm rambling. I don't know, but anyway, that's the point, you guys. You got to ask questions. This is our country. This is where we live. We the people, all that good stuff. And if we keep letting things go by the wayside and not even question it, I'm not saying we're going to change it. I'm not saying that we need to make a big deal about it, but at least question it, what you're seeing. That's what I'm saying. Because if not, somewhere down the line, eventually, it is going to affect us. Okay. And that's not cool. We got to look out for each other. We got to have each other's backs. And like I said, there's sides to these things. There's guilters. There's pro burgers, as they call it. This channel is about justice, folks. And that's what we're looking for is justice and truth. Okay. Now,
yes, you're making sense.
Oh, now you heard. There you come.
All right, I walked away.
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You just scared me. So okay, and that's the whole point behind it. That's why we do what we do. You know what I mean? We want to see the truth come out. We want to see victims of the crimes that we cover get real justice, not just, well, okay, they got somebody that's good. Let's walk away now. Well, what if it's not the right person? with this case scenario with Delphi, okay, but this scenario here, this man is on death, facing the death penalty, and if this all goes the way it goes and it's not right, and they put him in front of a firing squad, he's gone. That's murder, folks. That's my opinion, of course, but that's murder. If he didn't do this and they take his life, that is murder. I don't care what anybody says, it is. And it's not any better than what happened to the horrible situation happening to these kids. So again, that's why we do what we do. That's why we ask the questions we do. That's why we sit and take the time out with each other to try to figure these things out. We're not going to solve a case. We're not police officers. We're not attorneys, judges, law enforcement, FBI. We're not that. No, we're just people that see things and question those things. And if we don't, Sarge has always been, you guys know Sarge. We have a voice. I've always said this, we're the voice for the voiceless. And they don't have voices anymore. And they deserve that justice. They want that justice. And I feel like I would be doing them wrong by not questioning the things we see going on. Speaking of the devil, good morning, Sarge. That's funny. But yeah, Sarge has always said since I first met him, this internet thing here, this computer stuff that we do, we all have our own voices. We're the ones that can stand up and say, hey, that's wrong. And if enough of us do, then something may change. Who knows? But if you don't do it at all, what good is it? Nothing. It's a great tool, guys, and it really does help in a lot of ways. Like I said, we probably won't solve a crime, but we might. You never know. Maybe not this one, but just saying. So anyway, I'm sorry for my rant today. It's just something that bugs me. I see so many people. I've gotten emails that I've read through and stuff about stuff like this, and I've had people ask me, "Why do you care so much about this?" In an email. That one stuck with me. Why do I care? I don't know, Mama Bear. Why do you? Let me ask you on the other side of things. Why do you care about the cases we cover? I had never watched Trial by Fire. Watched it yesterday on there. Oh, good stuff, Brown Eyes. Welcome, Hemisphere. Good to see you. There's our Molly. Good golly. Good morning, dear. I seriously think, in my opinion, the Moscow PD had something to do with the Idaho murders. The cover-up is to keep officers who did it quiet. That's a good. Yeah, I understand your feelings, and that's a good theory. Truly, Aquarian, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for popping in and hitting that like button. I appreciate it, guys. Please, for those of you that popped in, make sure. Good morning, Brandy B. I hope you're all getting settled into your home and everything. I appreciate you being here. Again, Kent Kearney. Well, and we have done some of that stuff. That's true, Kent. You're right. We've done that. Governors and stuff like that. But a lot of times they don't want to hear you, but you can do it. You have to do it. You have to do it if you care. That's all I'm saying. Gina says, all it requires for evil to flourish is good men who do nothing or something like that. That's a good point. And that's the thing, guys. You have to say something when you see something. If you don't like what you're seeing, you got to say something about it. Period. Okay? We have that right. It's America, folks. We built this country on that fact. So we got to be able to do that. And you can't be afraid of it. And I think Sarge has always said this too. Get a lot of wisdom from this guy. He's irritating as hell, but he's still smart, You might want to move over since he's in chat because his head might start swelling here pretty soon. So anyway, I've learned a lot of things from him and in the couple years that I've known him. And he's a good person. He's got a good heart and he means well with the things he says. And he wants people to know the truth. That's why he gets all worked up sometimes.
Don't worry. I got a safety pin right next to me. I'll pop it.
Okay, that'll work. But he gets worked up over things sometimes because he wants people to know the truth instead of the bullshit and the stupidity and all that stuff. So that's why, in a lot of ways, that is why. But yeah, that was, now that you're back here, let me re-ask you that question. Somebody sent me an email and asked me why. Oh, it's okay. Don't apologize. Why do you care so much about this case, Dago? And I said, well, that's a great question. So what, like, not just this one, but any of the cases we cover, Bear, why do you care about the cases we cover so much? Welcome, Jeff.
Because a lot of people don't pay attention to them. It's just, oh, it's just crime. Somebody got murdered. But they don't realize the facts behind it, and whether it be law enforcement that committed the crime. There's other facts that I think everybody should know about what happened to them.
Yeah.
What the tiny bit that the media puts out.
Right. And they put out, we all know this at this point. We all know that the media puts out what they're told to put out. They get a paycheck for doing what they do. That's it. And they go to work every morning. They sit down. They get a script put in front of them in a little box that scrolls past, and they read it. Whether they believe in it or not, they read it because that's their job. And as we've seen with this case, that the IDAHO4 case, I have not watched one mainstream media show or whatever you want to call it. Welcome, Tara. Hold on a minute. Jeff Williams, we got another Jeff in the house. Welcome to you, all you guys, for jumping in. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. So anyway, they read it whether they believe it or not. Okay, that's their job. They sit there at their little desk with their paperwork or their prompter or whatever it is, and they read what they're told because they get a paycheck every week for reading that. Okay, they don't believe it. I'm sorry, even if they don't believe it. Sorry. The difference with us is that we do this, this isn't kind of a job, but not really. Okay. And we see things that we don't like going on. We see things that we question and that we're weirded out about, or a situation we don't like, and we ask questions about it. And then there's other group of people that come at us because we ask those questions about it. Why don't you just let it go? Why don't you just leave it alone? Why do you care what happens to these people? It's not you. It's not your life. Why do you care? Well,
because if it was my family member, I would hope somebody would care.
Exactly. And in a lot of the cases we cover, sadly, there's people that are deceased at this point now. They can't say anything about what happened to them. They can't tell everyone, hey, this is what went down. Can you fix it? Who's going to do that? Law enforcement goes around and they do their job most of the time, and they try to find an answer to what happened. And a lot of times, they're human beings. They're not perfect. Mistakes are made. Sometimes money gets the best of people. They see dollar signs and they go towards that instead of the truth. Things happen. It is what it is. There's corruption everywhere, guys. And corruption can be identified in different ways, whether it's hands-on, whether it's somebody in the background doing something else, whether it's mistakes that are made that are they try to fix that by covering it up. Things like that can all be considered corruption. Also, the hands-on situations can be too, and it's all just not good stuff. There's, transparency is a real thing, folks. And if you're showing transparency, that makes people more comfortable. They get comfortable with okay, I trust you now because you're showing me what you're doing. I believe you're telling me the truth. That helps. Moonlit baby, welcome. Good to see you. But just because, and I've seen this happen so much, and it just doesn't make sense to me. The whole point of what I'm saying here is just because the police, the guys in the blue that wear the badge, that carry the guns, that drive the cars with the noise and the cherries, all that stuff, just because they go and put handcuffs on somebody and lock them up somewhere. Welcome, Captain Jenks. There's so many people out here that say that's it. That's the answer. They did it. I trust them. I believe them. I'm walking away. That's scary to me. It really is. It's scary to me. Because how many times, if you guys go look up the statistics for people that are sitting in prison right now, or that have been, that are wrongfully accused, that have not been proven truly to be the ones that committed the crimes, even people on death row, there's a lot. It's almost, the stats are almost equivalent to the people that actually are guilty, which is a really scary thing. You'd think a few people here and there, sure, that makes sense. No, guys, it's a lot of people, and they just sit there. They just sit there until somebody that cares enough or says enough or does enough to maybe help get them out of there after they've spent 20, 30, 40 years in prison sometimes, and their life is gone. You can't ever get that back. So that's why I care. Like Mama Bear said, if it was one of my friends or my family members, I would want somebody else to care about it. Okay? And that's what I'm saying, you know? If we don't care, who's going to care? I don't understand it, but it happens, guys. It happens. Lots of innocent people are um oh Lord, I just lost my whole train of thought. Lots of innocent people are accused, and quite a few of them are convicted. It's a scary thing. So, and of course, we've all stated forever that the judicial system's broken. We know that, and it is what it is. Um, it's just it's a big thing, guys. So that's why I look at things the way I do. That's why I try to talk about things to understand them better, to look into things to make more sense of what we're seeing that doesn't make sense, like this case. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So anyway, sorry guys for my rant. It's just something that bugged me after I got that email, and I'm like, why? And I think Tandy said it in the chat. Why don't you care enough? That's a great question. Why you're asking us why we care so much. Why don't you care enough to want to say something, to want to see something better for the country, to want to see the truth come out, or you know what I mean? Something like that. That you should want that instead of just sitting there and going, okay, well, it's another day. Somebody else did it, blah, blah. Guys, there was another mass shooting. There was one yesterday. There was one the day before that, I think, somewhere, and or the day before. This is every day now, you guys. Every day. I remember when it was, what was it, like once a year, maybe, or every couple years, or maybe once every 6 months. It's every day now, somewhere, or every other day. That's insane to me. And so many people just look at it now. We're so numb to it now and used to it. They just look at it now and go, well, that's sad. There's another one. What's on that channel now? It just goes away. And I remember when it first started happening, we were so like, oh my God, as we should be. That's crazy. That's sad. That's horrible. What can we do to change that? It's just a regular thing now. That's true right there too. FBI can lie, probable cause with no evidence, all big concern, 100%. And they do because they can. So, and that's true, Ken. I understand. It's still a problem though. Anybody being taken out like that is just horrible. We don't have the right to take other people's lives. So, I remember watching Narcos. They said Spring Break was their money making. It is because it's all based on kids and stuff like that. Probable cause exists where the police have reasonably trustworthy information sufficient to warrant a reasonable person to believe a particular person has committed or is committing offense. Good points. All right. Welcome, Cat Lubba. Rhode Island housewife, Meg P, Captain Jenks, good to see you again. All right. So, there's Molly. Being from Idaho, this case deeply impacts my sense of community. The loss of those young lives evokes a basic human need for justice, and it feels like a personal wound as an Idahoan. That's awesome, Molly. Thank you for your statement. It's true, folks. That's a great way to put that too. And this is where people that live here, okay, now there's a stigma attached to this state because of this happening. Not saying that many people pay attention, but as somebody that lives there, you know, that's a great point to make, Molly, and I respect and appreciate you stating that. And it's equally noble to want an innocent person to not on, you guys. I don't know what's going on here. Can you hear me, Bear?
Yes, I can.
Something just happened. It was weird. Okay. Anyway, we're good now, I think. Yeah, that's 100%, Molly, and that's amazing that you said that. Thank you. Did Brian have probable cause? No, not at all, in my opinion. Now back to what Jeff said. I didn't get to speak on that. And it's equally noble to want an innocent person to not be found guilty, as well as a guilty person to not. Well, of course, Jeff. That's the whole point. You want the right person to be found guilty, not somebody that didn't have anything to do with it. So that's the point. So yeah, of course we want the right person to be found guilty. That's why we do this. Period. I mean, there's just no two ways to look at that. Remember, it's supposed to be better to have 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man found guilty, right? Tomboy said, and as a UI alum, this is way more troubling than I can describe. It is. It is. 100% it is. It's crazy. And then you look back on it like what if that happened when you were there at the college going to school and this and that and then you see and hear people say stuff like, well, we're not supposed to talk about it. They don't want us to say this. We can't talk about it. And that has happened. I've seen it happen live and in person with another creator that went there trying to talk to people. They don't want to talk about it. And some people I get, they just want it to go away. That's fine. But with no justice, you can't just have things go away with no justice. I'm sorry. That's not the right way to do it. Sweep it under the rug, move on, and business as usual doesn't answer the question. It doesn't fix the problem. SG Steve Gonsalves knows 100% the crime had several parts, but I think he is so hard on BK because he thinks BK knows who they are. That makes some sense, Sarge, but I don't think he does. I don't think he does. He may think Brian does, but I don't think Brian has any idea. I just truly don't. Can you guys hear me? They're saying no sound.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, it must be going in and out or something. There's weird things happening here again. Sorry, guys. I believe the people that did this crime are in jail on other charges. Could be. That could be. And we still have the question as to why. What was the motive in this? There really, truly is.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Why does this keep doing this? God bless America. Sorry. And that's okay, Jeff. We can disagree whether that's the right person or not. But again, like I was saying, look at a motive, guys. For instance, for this, a motive, which is the most important part of a crime, in my opinion. Why did this happen? There isn't one for this kid from Pennsylvania to have done this. There's no connection between any of them. None. That's been proven. There is zero connection. There was no stalking. He didn't know them. He'd only been there for a period of a few months. Okay. So again, no motive whatsoever. So anybody that thinks Brian's guilty, I want to know what your motive is. And I don't want to hear what Steve said. No disrespect intended, but because he was jealous of their relationship between Maddie and Kate. What? How can you be jealous of something you don't know anything about? Okay. It is, Cap. I think it's a joke. That's Steve made a statement that when he was asked, what do you think Brian's motive was if he did this? Welcome, Denise. And his statement back was, I think it's because he's jealous of the relationship that they had between each other, how close they were. I don't know why this is doing this. Bear with me for a second, you guys. Um, I don't know why and what is going on, but every time I go to turn my camera on, it drops me off the panel, and this is stupid.
That's weird.
1 second here. StreamYard is bugging. SRB's not here to stop me from saying it. It keeps jumping back to some other camera, and it's not it. Try this again. Ha! There I am. Okay. So, I don't know, Cap. It's crazy. Okay, here I am. Hopefully you can see me.
All I see is a black box. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay, it's working. Good. Now, what was I just saying, Mama Bear? I'm sorry. I just lost my full train of thought because of that. Do you remember what I was saying? Sorry about my technical issues today, folks. Anyway, what the heck did I just say, you guys?
Wasn't it something about somebody's relationship, jealousy,
Yeah.
something?
Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Welcome, Fancy Nancy. So that was Steve's answer to it. Was he was jealous of them? But how can? Okay, if you don't know me, Mama Bear, and you don't, and I don't know you from Adam, how could you be jealous of anything that I do? Does that make sense?
I don't know if I would use the word jealousy. Maybe it could be more of like an envy. Like I would see something on the outside that you have or something. I don't know.
But you'd have to know me to see that, though, right?
Not if we went to the same school. If we passed each other, even though we didn't know each other, but we passed each other somewhere or something.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying, and that you're right there. That's true, but there was zero connection. He didn't know them. He never encountered them. They never had an interaction. He wasn't on social media with them. He wasn't. That's all been proven to be wrong. Like it never happened. They went to two different schools. He worked at Washington. They went to Idaho. I mean, there was no connection. The only connection that there ever could have been is that he drove on a road that went past their area at one point in time. There's no reason for it. That's what I'm saying. That's why it never made any sense to me what he said. There's no connection, none. And both prosecution and defense have both claimed and stated that. That's the weird thing. So now there's no motive. There's no reason for this kid to have done this. Okay. I don't, and then there's other people popping up saying, well, he just wanted to see if he could get away with it. Come on. Like, you're going to put all this. Come on. No. This Brian Koberger overcame a drug addiction. He overcame weight issues. He overcame being bullied. He overcame the fact that he was on the spectrum for autism. He's overcome dyspraxia in his life, all those things. And he still pushed forward and received a PhD from DeSales University and was going forward with that to receive a doctorate in within I think it's called cloud-based forensics is what he was going for in law enforcement, mind you. Okay. All of that. And he's going to throw all that away because he wants to see if he can get away with a murder of 4 people. Does anybody else think that sounds a little bit too much to believe?
Yes.
Welcome, Kim Young. Good to see you. That's my point. Okay. That's my point. And that's why I've never been comfortable, even when I was sitting on the fence and saying he did this. I'm okay with it. Even when they first arrested him, I didn't know anything about him then. So I couldn't really say anything until we learned who he was, which has all been negative. And even though the propaganda train, as I call it, has ran from the very beginning, the moment they put cuffs on him and kicked in his doors and windows at his parents' house and all that stuff, I still look at facts that are put out to us and I say, no, it doesn't make sense. So there's that. And you got all these other people that are getting involved. You see the things that, as a, the victim's father, Steve, has come out and kind of gone on a bit of a tour with all these interviews he's doing, saying things that are not true, putting out what I believe to be, what seems to be purposely putting out misinformation. I can't understand why. If you want truth and justice for the loss of your daughter, which I would look at all aspects of it, but that's not happening. There's statements being made that are wrong, that are completely backwards from what they're supposed to be, things like that. And again, I nothing but respect for him in the sense of the loss that he's had to endure. So that's the part that bugs me with it, because if I was in those, again, everybody says we don't know how we'd act if we were in his shoes. That's right, to an extent, unless you've experienced this. That's true, folks. Okay. But I know one thing I wouldn't do. I wouldn't close off everything around me other than and just wear the blinders and have tunnel vision until I knew the facts and the truth about something. I would want to know it all. And I think he does to an extent. Okay. But I also feel like at some point he's riding that propaganda train. Maybe not the conductor, but he's on that train trying to keep that narrative going forward that it is Bryan Kohberger doing it, because it seems like he's almost, and he did claim to be worried at some point in time that they were going to lose that. But I get that. You don't want that to go and fall into a cold case or anything like that. But at the same time, you don't want the things he said, the negative things he said about Bryan Kohberger. We don't know that he did this yet. Okay. And you have that in your mind already locked down tight and the keys thrown away at this point. And that you can't go that way, in my opinion. You just can't. As hard as it is, you've got to look at everything. I believe Steve wants the answers more than any of us, and he's gotten many that we don't have. And I believe his gut feeling, instincts, and knowledge. Well, see, there's a problem though, Jeff. He stated he's gotten a lot of his answers from right here, the internet, that YouTube and things like that. And I don't trust that, because nobody out here on YouTube truly knows what happened. Nobody does. The only things we know are what are handed to us in these documents. And that has even been proven to be bullshit and lies at some point. The main document in this case, we were all told, read the PCA and trust the process. So, okay, we did it for 2 years plus. And over the past month and a half, we've come to find out that PCA is garbage. It's garbage. That document doesn't exist for anything other than bullshit at this point. It doesn't have any relevance to the case anymore. The prosecution stated that themselves. So at this point now, what was the point behind that? It's almost like it was written and put out here for us to look at to keep everybody satisfied for a couple of years. I know that sounds ridiculous, folks, but that's what it's done. I mean, can you agree with that, Mama Bear, at this point?
Yep.
I mean, honestly, we're told this is what it said. This is what happened. Shut up and take it for what it is. Okay, we did that. And then they drop other stuff and says, now this is what happened. Okay, now what? But if we say anything about it, we're bad. We're wrong. We're ignorant, So at this point, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know to believe. And again, this is with all due respect. Again, because of his loss, I feel for him in the deepest way you can imagine. I can't imagine going through anything such as losing a child. It's horrible. Okay. But at the same time, you're not helping this situation. You're not leading this in the direction of real justice and truth, Steve. The things you're saying, no, that's not true. Many a times we've listened to this. Good morning or afternoon, Miss Wisdom. Thank you for being here. Listen to his interviews. All of us were sitting here listening to this going, what? No, stop. That's not right. What? No. You're wrong about that. No, stop. Rewind, back up. Did he just really say that? That's wrong too. No, you can't say that. No, That's not something that we should be doing as we're watching an interview with somebody like that. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying. So, and we went through the same thing in the Delphi case. We watched the judge in the Delphi case completely do everything the wrong way that you would not ever imagine a judge would do. And again, there's a man that in Delphi, they put out a video of a man walking down a bridge behind these two girls that looks nothing like the person that they have in prison right now for this. Nothing. And doesn't sound like him either. And there's people that'll say, I think it is him. It looks like him, Dago. It sounds like him, Dago. But I think that you believe that because you want it to be him, because that's who's in jail. You don't look on the outside of this picture here or outside the box and say, wait a minute, that actually looks and sounds like this person instead. But he's dead now, so there's nothing they can do about it. But so we have to stick to this because that's where the justice is. That's not the answer, guys. So again, and I'm not all about criminals, and somebody said this to me before in an email too, that the cases I've talked about and looked at that I think everybody's innocent. That's not true by any means whatsoever. That's not true. Welcome, Candy Girl. Good to see you. So I just don't believe that Richard Allen had anything to do with that crime. And I can't believe that at this point because of everything we've seen. They had zero, almost worse than Idaho, zero evidence on that man. And what little thing they did have, a bullet, makes no sense to me. So again, another situation that's absolutely horrible, you guys. Now, the Long Island serial killer situation, I absolutely believe Rex Herman is guilty in that situation. Okay. Quite a few of the other cases I've covered, I absolutely do believe in who they have said is responsible. There's just a couple handfuls of these cases that doesn't make no sense. It just don't. And why? Karen Reed. Again, I don't think Karen did this. But if you look at the investigation that's been done, it proves itself. That one alone, you watch, there's a video out, the Sallyport video, they call it. You can watch law enforcement officers doing things they're not supposed to be doing to prove a situation that didn't happen. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I look at things the way I do. So anyway, these are just some feelings I've had because of an email or two that I was reading, and I just wanted to express that. So, see, there's people that do believe that Richard Allen did what he did committed that crime. I can't. But I respect other people's feelings on that, and I do ask though, why do you believe that? Just as much as I can ask anybody in here right now that believes it. And Jeff, I know, respectfully, thinks that Brian Koberger is guilty in this crime. I don't understand why. I don't know what you have seen, Jeff, that I haven't seen that makes you think that Brian Christopher Koberger could be the one that did this. Because the things that you're telling me before, we've talked before, that you've seen, I've looked at and I don't see that. How do we see things differently like that, you guys? That's the curiosity that I have about this. Is it because your mind is already telling you, going back to they have him arrested, so I got to be able to see him as guilty. I tried that. I tried to look at him as a guilty person in this. I cannot allow myself to believe that, if that makes any sense. So it is in a sense, it's kind of like, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, so I don't want anybody to be rude or mean to Jeff, please. He has the right, and I'm sure there's a few other people in here that feel that Brian could be guilty too. We need to treat those people just as much with just as much respect as we would treat people that think that he's innocent, folks, please. Because we want to be treated as people that see that Brian is innocent. We want to be treated the same way by them. They may not do it, but that's what we want. So in turn, we need to turn that favor back to them and treat them with respect as well. That's all. So What would Jesus do?
No, what would Jeff do?
Oh, what would Jeff do? Got you. 12 jurors convicted him. That's why they saw the evidence. But see, that's the problem, Tara. They didn't. That's the problem. In the Delphi case, if that's what you're talking about, they didn't see all the evidence. They didn't hear all the facts. They weren't allowed because the judge would not allow for a third-party defense to be brought in, for one. And multiple other things were not allowed to be seen by the jury, to the point where some jurors from that case now have said, I wish I would have seen this. I wish I would have seen that. I wish we'd have been told this, because they probably wouldn't have made the decision they did. But they weren't, because that judge did not allow for that stuff to be included. It was all excluded. And there were threats made. You will not say this word in my courtroom. You will not talk about this situation in my courtroom. You will be held in contempt if you bring this up. Are you serious? So, innocent till proven guilty in a court of law, but by my standards, not by the laws of the world. Okay, that's ridiculous. And that's what she did. She threatened the defense team to the point, basically blackmailed them into recusing themselves at first, because they wanted to bring certain things forth that she didn't want to have heard. That's insane to me. How is that even legal? How did she get away with that?
Yeah, and even some of the jurors came out and did interviews saying that they didn't see all of the evidence.
That's exactly it right there. There were Ron Logan and Elvis Fields and all these other people were not put into the situation here. They didn't talk about certain things. They didn't bring the Odinism because they weren't allowed. She clearly threatened everybody about that one. And they did not allow a third-party defense to be brought into this. Why? Why would you do that? If you have the way and the ability to prove a case on all aspects, why do you have the right to stop that from happening? So that was definitely not a fair trial by any means whatsoever. And the evidence they did see was, 100%. It was absolutely manipulated. Tomboy is absolutely right. They manipulated it and molded it to fit that narrative, that situation, because at that point, as a juror, they had no choice but to say, well, yeah, he looks guilty. And yeah, I think he is. If they would have brought just a few other pieces of evidence in, those people would have went, what? Wait, what do you mean? But that didn't happen. That's the problem right there, you guys. JK, welcome. Good to see you. I've been trying to see the guilty side, like the knife. Right. Me too. But Jennings did not say exact knife sheath with exact logo with receipt. She said she needs a witness to say he bought and received it. I agree. There are a couple of things that made me look at this. The knife thing, okay? What the hell else was I? There was something else too that made it look. I can't remember. Oh yeah, in the Delphi case, the magic flying bullet. That's all they had for Richard Allen, guys, was that damn bullet. And here's why we know it's bullshit at this point. That bullet, they said it had the same markings on it as a bullet that was wrecked from his gun, right? That was what the expert said. That's how they arrested him. That's how they got him in custody. That's how they got the trial to roll. And then during the trial, the expert came out and said that she had to actually fire the bullet through the chamber of the gun to make it match. Kind of. What? Are you kidding me? So you basically completely twisted that whole scenario and lied. And that's it. The bullet was never fired from a gun, but that's the only way she could make it kind of match to get the same markings. That is insane. That's how litigation works, to get the relevant facts in a trial. If they don't, he will have reasons for appeal. I know all about that stuff, Tara. I know that. But you don't blatantly lie and twist things. And I mean, no, that's not how to do that. Sorry. Kim, I don't fit the narrative, so I'm rarely brought up on panels. It's not about that, Jeff. The issue that I'll tell you something, Jeff. The issue that people have with you is that you project your narrative, okay, as to what you believe, and that's great. But when somebody else puts their narrative out as to what they think or what their feelings are on it, you don't want to hear it. You absolutely will not see it, and you make degrading comments that kind of are digs at people because of what they think on that. I've seen that happen many, many times. But we're supposed to, and I want people to respect what your thoughts are on it and not make degrading comments to you. Do you see what I'm saying? That's where the problem comes up with you all the time, Jeff. It's not about fitting a narrative or anything like that. We know that you don't feel that he's innocent. But every time somebody talks about something, you bring up some kind of an excuse as to why what you're saying makes sense and what we're saying doesn't. And that's why people get upset with you. Truly. There's a lot of condescension and this and that and everything else. So, and bingo, pro truth, not pro burger. Bingo. I'd like to put that on a damn t-shirt. Because I absolutely do, Jeff. I respect your feelings and your thoughts. And I've even looked at it to try to see what you see and why you believe what you do. But you won't do that for me. See the difference? Or anybody that feels that way. If you've been locked down on this from the beginning, and I get it. I respect that. I do. And good for you for not flip-flopping all over the place. That's good. But at some point, you got to look at things and see it for what it really truly is, though. Okay? And admit that something doesn't look right there. You won't even do that. You got to look at it all the way around, buddy. And in multiple angles.
Hey, Outcast.
What's the matter? What'd you say?
I said hi, Outcast.
Oh, sorry. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Maybe it's just our own DNA, because I think Bridge Guy looks and sounds. He doesn't, though. That's the problem. Dude, see, this is what bothers me about this. Richard Allen is between 5'4" and 5'6". He's just a short little dude. The guy on that bridge is between 5'10" and 6 foot tall. So that, first off, doesn't match. Richard Allen's build is kind of a stocky, chubby build. The guy on that bridge is lanky and thinner, okay?
Bye, Sarge.
Sorry. Are you leaving, Sarge? Okay. See you later, bro. I'll talk to you a little bit later, Sarge. Wait, where'd that go? Hold on here. Anyway, The Voice. I did side-by-sides with The Voice. I've listened to it, this and that. It is absolutely not the same voice that I've heard from Richard Allen, but I'll tell you right now, it sounds just like somebody else. Just like him, including the fact that his own ex-girlfriend stated that's his voice. Clearly, that's his voice. Now, here's a statement that I got to put out here for a reason. Okay? Wisdom Speaks worked in the court systems, like she claims here, for 17 years. In the beginning of this case, up until just recently, and Mama Bear, you can attest to this, Wisdom did not question. She thought Brian was guilty. She may still think Brian's guilty, but she's about facts and documents and all of the things you're supposed to be about 100%. She doesn't play into the bullshit, the non-commonsensical, stupid shit, none of that stuff. She's very logical, period. And even now, like she just said, 17 years in the court system is what makes me question the prosecution and the investigation. In my opinion, there was no real investigation done here. None. Okay, not a normal investigation. And the prosecution are crumbling at some point now. That doesn't make any sense. If they have a solid case and they have their guy, this is a shot in a home run, okay? But it's not. This is not cut and dry, black and white by any means whatsoever. Thank you for your statement, Wisdom. It doesn't make no sense. None. So again, it's probably never going to happen, Jeff, to where we see eye to eye on something or agree about something. And that's okay. I still respect you as a person. There's other things that you do that I think you do well with. And I'm sure, as a person, you're a good person. You know what I'm saying? You have a good heart, and that's what I'm saying. Good people are good people, period. I mean, I'm sure you mean well, but it's like you're wearing blinders. You don't want to see anything other than what they want us to see. And that's not a good thing, in my opinion, of course. So, that's just my feelings on that part of that. I have emailed many times with the owner of Link. Okay. We don't have a knife, only the one as to why Hunter grabbed a knife, run upstairs, hours passed by to check on Dana because her DM 911 calls only non-converse. Yes, right. Of course, Michelle. Thank you, Rhode Island. So, let me ask you another question, Jeff, too. Jesse 316, welcome. To me, it's cut and dry. They found the traffic video of a guy driving into the forest and knew he would have no alibi, so they pinned it on him because they were stumped. That's a good opinion. I appreciate and respect that too. What the hell was I going to ask you now? I completely just lost it. Oh, okay. Let me ask you this then, Jeff. How are you going to feel, or what would you think or feel if it comes out to be that this is not Brian? They prove 100% that he didn't do it. What are your thoughts then? Let me ask you that. Or anybody that thinks that Brian's guilty right now. If the defense comes out and says, look at this, folks, boom, 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 and they prove 100% to one that this is not the guy that did this. How do you feel about that? And what are your thoughts at that point, Jeff? And anybody else, of course. I'm only pointing out Jeff because he's the only one I see in here that I know for a fact, okay, is thinks Brian's guilty. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just truly do want to know what your thoughts would be and your feelings, because I've been asked the same question, reverse, of course. Well, I guess I'm not going to get an answer. Okay. That's all right. No worries. Right. Me either. Never could. I actually cannot believe that one person did this in 8 minutes when two people fought back. Bingo. That's one of the most important things. And that seems to be overlooked all the time. Wisdom. Nobody wants to hear that. Miss Sherry's in the house. Via the 911 call, but the curtains, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. There's things that are said or brought up that they don't make no sense. But it's almost like it's an excuse as to why. So I don't know. Anyway, I also wanted to review, since we're here doing this today. 1 second here, if I can pull this up. Give me a minute here. Or actually, no. First thing I was going to do is going to give. Where'd it go? So we were going to discuss this today. And hold on here. Bing, bang, boom. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and put the link here if anybody wants to join Mama Bear and I up here to discuss these things that we're looking at. You're welcome to. Jesse, you're welcome to join me. Eddie must be busy today. He didn't pop in here. Exactly, Denise. Those are the things I was going to bring up too, to talk about that, and then review this other thing that was put out about Dr. Ramslin that Mom Bear sent me. That is what you sent me, isn't it, Mom Bear? I think.
Yes.
I thought so. Thank you. I don't mean to keep doing that to you.
No, you're fine.
Okay. All right, hold on here. And yes, Tomboy, you did. Yeah, you both actually did. That statement right there is a big one too. The court document suggests Dan and Ethan were unalived at the same time, simultaneously. Brian Koberger or anybody, unless you're like Bruce Lee, are not. You can't do that. Sorry, you can't. You just can't. So there's another person there somewhere, and dual weapons, in my opinion. At least one other weapon. So yeah. And once again, everybody, just because they found a knife sheath, it doesn't mean that the weapon that was used was the weapon that would go with that knife sheath. Don't forget that, okay? We automatically assume that there was a K-bar used because they found a K-bar knife sheath. I've never thought that that is the weapon, in my opinion. I thought it could be, but I've never been solidly stuck on the fact that that's the weapon. No. Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, shit. We got 125 peeps in the house today, guys. Make sure to hit that like button, guys, if you will, please. And there's a link pinned in the top of the chat. Please hop over and hit Mama Bear's like button, please. And thank you. I appreciate that from all of you. It just takes a minute. Not even. Welcome, Allison.
I appreciate it as well.
Walking Yin Tonka, Meg P, Thrive Off Grip. Good to see you. Miss you, girl. Sherry, anybody I did not catch yet, welcome. It's great to have you guys here today on this Sunday. Sunday, Jesse 316. Denise, if I've missed you, I will catch up with you. I promise you. So, Kent Kearney, Alessandra Cosner, welcome to you as well. Moonlit Baby, good to see you. Happy Sunday to you. Sarge has the channel. He's had one, yeah. So, and Steve W, good to see you, my friend. JK, good to see you as well. Who the heck cleaned up? And was it staged? What are we looking at nowadays, guys? Everything we've seen kind of points in that direction. So, yeah. You know, I didn't get to see the crime scene itself, pictures or anything, so I can't tell you exactly if it was clean for sure. I don't know, but. All right, so there was a video out. Here it comes. There he is. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
It is morning here, actually. It is after midnight.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Feeling pretty good. I was in pretty good spirits on Friday night. I came in your chat, and I think I told you about it, but somebody was doing a victory lap about the Guilters, and they put your logo up on the screen, and they kept it there for over an hour. Well, they did a really fun victory lap, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, every minute of it.
That's awesome. Hi, Jesse.
Hi, Mama Bear.
I think I know what you're talking about. It was Friday, right?
Yeah, it was Lana. She did that clickbait title about Hitler being removed, so she got there would have been a ton of people watching that show,
right?
And she just took clips of the old WSU Kim interviews, some on your channel, some on other channels, but then she had Guilters saying nasty things about Kim right after. So Kim would make a statement, and then Guilters would say that lying bitch, she doesn't have a clue and stuff like that, right?
Right.
And then everybody would have time to laugh, and because the majority of what Kim said came true, which is why I defended her at the time, not because I particularly liked her, but just in my opinion, that story made more sense than the PCA. I mean, her story it was fitting in and making sense. And
agreed.
So I mean, I loved every bit of this victory lap, and I don't like to poke fun at other creators. I don't like to start wars or be engaged. In fact, I stepped away for well over a year because of that kind of nonsense, and I don't want to participate in it. But to see a victory lap against certain people who you may remember I used to refer to as the mean girls.
Yes,
The,
I do.
the mean girls are the butt of the joke here, and I think they deserve every minute of it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. And there's Eddie. There he is. Good to see you, brother. So, yep, Lana threw that up there. That is definitely me and Kim when we did our Q&A, one of them. Lana loves me. I love her. We're paisans because we're both Ohio. We're both Italian, so it is what it is. I respect Lana a lot. She puts a lot of hard work in. But thank you for letting me know that. I didn't get to see it. So yeah, I get what you're saying at that point. That's awesome. And real quick, I'm sorry, I just missed this here. Kim Young just dropped 5 new memberships in the cafe. And it looks like Just Amber, Capelli, So Much Corruption, Susan Russo, and Gypsy received new memberships. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you so much, Kim. That's so generous of you. God bless. We appreciate you so much. That's awesome. Welcome to the sauce, you guys. So, all right. Again, well, thanks for joining me, Jesse. I'm sorry you missed us last night. I know the times are hard to lock up on, but it happens. You know what I mean?
It's good to see Jeff H back in the chat.
Yeah, well, I'm a nice guy, and I give everybody chances, and I made a request. Let's try to respect everybody's feelings and thoughts and behave. Basically, I think this is time number 4. But
the last time I was up, I mentioned him, and I can't really say that I was complimentary, but I wasn't terribly disrespectful either. I mean, we clearly have a difference of opinion, but as I said, I don't like to engage in ad hominem attacks or name calling or anything.
Right.
And as soon as I mentioned his name, he started sending me DMs through my own channel, and I had a bit of a conversation with him, but which was amicable, I believe.
Good. I try to promote positivity, Jesse. You know that, and I try to give everybody the ability to be the best they can be and work together in a sense. And I always give people chances. Sometimes too many. It is what it is. I kind of I guess you could say, wear my heart on my sleeve for people to the most extent, but I'm human and I can only take so much of certain things. And to avoid situations, a lot of times you just have to remove something or a situation per se and give some time, and maybe it'll work itself out. Hopefully.
I love a good debate, and I don't mind a difference of opinion, but I really don't have a lot of time for gaslighting.
No.
And when people start making excuses for things and, doing mental gymnastics to explain things that can't be explained, I find that a little bit distasteful. And that's the way I feel about this case. Is, to me, Brian's guilt is secondary to why there's clearly a cover-up going on. There's clearly, the fact that the PCA comes out and it might as well have been toilet paper. The fact that we were finding out things now that are letting us know that the entire narrative has been manipulated this entire time. And until that gets answered, I could give a rat's ass who did it.
Right.
And I want that explained. That's what I want the explanation to. What's being covered up?
100%. And like I said, I've said it before. I don't care if Brian did it or didn't do it. That's what my biggest worry is. Now, related to that, the fact that if he didn't do it, I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and be okay with somebody taking his life for that if he didn't do it. So those two things go hand in hand for me, but I'm right there with you on that.
Well, in my opinion, if the cover-up goes unexplained, that's enough. That's reasonable doubt. And I don't care if you've got video of him coming in and out of the place. I need that aspect explained to me. If I'm a juror, it's same as the Karen Reed case. Why did Higgins throw his phone in a dumpster in a military base? If you can't explain that to me, if you're just expecting me to forget that happened and move on with that, I can't do it. I need that whole nasty aspect of that whole group of people covering whatever they were covering up, they were covering something up. And
Right.
Unless you can explain that, then whoever you're trying to throw in jail for a crime that's involved and that's involved in the case, to me, that just equals reasonable doubt. And I truly believe that I don't care if you think somebody did it, you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means eliminating all these other factors that go along with it. And this roommate 911 call cover up thing it has to be explained.
It's insane. I agree with you. It absolutely, and it's not just that. There's many things that need to be explained within this for me to be able to sit back and go, okay, now I can see it. But they're not doing it. They're not explaining them. They're just putting them there and saying that's what it is. Accept it. I can't. Sorry.
And Steve G expecting us to believe that they didn't call 911 because there was a 6-pack in the fridge. I mean, You got people close to this case saying things like that. That just reeks of gaslighting or
100%.
Mental gymnastics to explain away bad facts.
Yep. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And like I said last night, you weren't here for that, but we were looking through some of the old 4chan posts, and one in particular that really caught my attention that was written by Jack Showalter on January 6th of 23, which was just a couple months past the murders, where he popped up and said, welcome, Jeff. Tomboy, thank you for joining us as well.
Hey, guys.
Where he popped up and said on there that these were his friends, and just a few key words that he threw into that really caught my attention were that they picked the wrong driver on purpose. I can't get that processed yet. Okay, I can't get it processed yet, but they said that. He says they picked the wrong driver on purpose. He also says that they had the help of a woman. He says there's multiple perpetrators. And he says that it wasn't a K-bar knife. Okay, now, again, this is John Jack Showalter, the guy that walked them to the grub truck, and then they left from there. He was at the bar with them that night, a very good friend. He's holding a lot of guilt because he said if they'd have just waited for me, I would have taken them home and they'd still be alive today. He's really got issues with that, and I can understand that totally. So, and this is somebody that was there, and these are his feelings and his thoughts. And he stated,
did I miss something? This has been confirmed that that's him in that 4chan?
It is him. Yeah, that was him. And he, he's talking about, I think the way he explained it goes, you guys are smart. You can figure this out, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's it. And that was the last one I could find on him. He said, I didn't go to Africa. I didn't go to Boise. I went home that night and went to bed. He's the hoodie guy. Jack Showalter's the hoodie guy. And I thought,
no, I know who Showalter is. I just, I think I had heard that we suspected that might be him, but I didn't realize it was confirmed.
Yes.
What was the date of that, Dago? Do you know?
January 6th of 2020, or wait. I think, January 6th, Jeff, of 2023, I think, yeah. It was interesting. He was talking back and forth to a couple other people in the chat, and he was kind of upset, because he said, I don't know if I should say anything because you guys have already given me a name, meaning, he was accused of being involved for sure in the beginning. I know he was. Hell, I think I even may have looked at him funny at the beginning because he was with them, and it makes you wonder, as we all did. So,
I just want a time machine, and I want to have them adopt a Rottweiler and not the dog that Murphy was. I mean, Murphy's great and all. I'm not trying to put down Murphy, but man, if a Rottweiler had been in there, maybe a couple of them,
Yeah, he even refers to Murphy, and he goes, Murphy was my dude, or my something like that. And he says, Jack and Kaylee brought him out to his parents' farm a couple times. He's got Australian Shepherds. He was talking about in there. He says he was a pup. All he does is bark. Things like that were stated in that, which is true. He's not going to do much of anything else because he is a puppy. He didn't know. And so all of that stuff in there relates to that. And I was really interested in that. Confirming it, I don't know how to confirm that it's him, other than it was put there when it was. And a lot of people stated that was him. Some of the things he said make it make sense. It could be somebody else, but he didn't say anything ignorant. He didn't say anything out of text or anything, as to where a lot of those other 4chans, you guys, were really disgusting. And I mean disgusting. There's so much racism within those 4chan texts. And the way they referred to the victims was absolutely insanely disgusting to me. It made me like literally want to throw up at some point. Some of the stuff that was being said. It's disgusting that people think that way and talk that way to me. I've never seen that, but it is what it is. And these are that generation of young people that are doing this. So
sounds like that area might have a problem with racism.
I'm guessing that
rural Idaho area.
Yes, that's what it's come to be. And I've talked to some people that are from that area. Tomboy is from that area originally. She's up here with us right now and says that, yeah, that's a fact. So, speaking of which, are you here, Tomboy? Can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me.
Can you hear me now?
There we are. Yes, I can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Verizon lady.
Can you hear me now?
And that's a fact, though, isn't it? That there's always kind of been that kind of mood. I'll just leave it in that area there.
Which mood?
The racial aspect to an extent.
Yeah. Yes.
She verified that the other day. We were talking about it because I noticed as I was going through those posts. Good God! I mean, out of every 10, 9 of them were a racial comment, literally. And I'm going, good Jesus, is this serious? So yeah, and they're blaming it on that all over the place. These are just people throwing things in there, And I know it's the 4chan is not a reliable source, folks. But I just wanted to go back and look and see if any of that stuff would relate to anything and be relevant to anything we know now. And that post itself was interesting to me. Because it's not accusatory per se. It's not specifically accusatory. He even said...
But a 4chan isn't just the Idaho area, though. That's people from all over the world, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, and the thing is, I grew up in Virginia across from Washington, D.C., not very far. And so when I was growing up, I mean, we had, I experienced people of all different races. And I just think sometimes when you live in an area where you don't experience other races, you can probably tend to, who knows, maybe racism is more possible in a situation like that, where it's something that you're not experienced with. If your experience with another race is just people that you see on TV and that's it, maybe you can grow up a little bit not really having a complete grasp of how, I don't know, not trying to make any excuses for anyone in any of it, but and truly there are some ignorant things that are said about people of other races. And I don't know if you ever noticed this, but the whole keyboard warrior aspect of everything, you can feel you can say anything on a keyboard that you wouldn't say to somebody's face, even to the person, to a friend of the person, to somebody who doesn't even know the person. You wouldn't say it, but behind a keyboard, you'll say it.
Agreed. We've seen that firsthand, of course. And listen, guys, I'm going to ask everybody.
I've seen many keyboards go at me, actually.
Well, I'm going to ask in here, out of respect for me, the channel, Mama Bear, please be respectful, regardless of what you think or feel. As a guest on the panel here, there's going to be disagreements about things, but we can respect it
We're adults.
As it is. That's right. We're all adults. So thank you ahead of time, folks. Anyway.
No ad hominem attacks.
That's right.
It's kind of like Dago. It's like, it's like two bands that have been rivals, but they get on the stage and they perform a song, and, half the audience hates that band but loves the other and vice versa.
Sure.
So that's all we're doing. This is people talking, and sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. And I love, Dago, that you keep bringing me back. I understand the reasons why I get blocked. I know you got to keep the peace around here and everything, but I do appreciate that. I think hopefully I don't do anything to just try and be an ass or be a jerk or try and like derail things. I mean, I enjoy talking about things that echo chambers bore me. If everybody sits around and say, hey, we're all in agreement still? Yeah, okay, well, what do we talk about now? I like to hear the other side because I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy to hear the other side.
Let me ask you a question, Jeff.
And you hear the other beliefs. Uh-huh.
let me ask you a question. Would I be welcome to join the panel on any of the Gilter channels and express my point of view?
Sure.
I,
Well,
I think
the ones that I like. See, I'm equal opportunity. I'm against anybody that blocks. I don't.
Well,
Not
we've
saying
all, we've
not
all been blocked, Jeff. We've all
yeah,
gone in.
right,
I think
but I
I've been
mean,
blocked.
when I say block, I mean block like. You make mods and they turn into hall monitors. Where's your hall pass? I got you. I got another one. Mark me down. I just blocked another one. That's a different kind of blocking. We all agree there are times where blocking is appropriate.
One of the
but
things
when
I'm
it's like
focused
what
on
Jesse
the
is
roommates.
asking is, would he allowed? You'd be allowed over at 12 gauge. Everybody would treat you fairly there
I
because
can
that's
agree with
what 12
that.
and I believe. We don't want to just hear an echo chamber. We wish more people would come over and share their opinions. And we're kind and respectful to the person. They
Well,
have a
I mean,
different opinion. And wait, I'm sorry, this is real quick. The thing is like it's okay if you have a different opinion, and you don't need to get mad about it because as time goes on and you talk about it, you might take a little bit more of the truth that person has. That person might take a little of the truth that you have. And it happens because you gave it some time. You gave it days. You gave it weeks. You didn't like say, I'm done with that one. I'm done with that one. That guy, it's almost as if it's like it's its own religious belief in itself. Jesus told me that guy's finished. He's out. I'm sorry. I am a
That may be
believer in
true,
Jesus.
Jeff, for yourself and for 12 gauge, but the majority of Gilcher channels, their opinion is that if I question the roommate's story, that's beyond the pale to them. That's
victim
like
shaming. Yeah.
It goes both ways. It goes
I've broken
exactly
a
both
rule
ways.
that's so heinous in their mind, which in my mind, I mean, I think we're all well aware as an investigator, you're supposed to follow up every avenue. You're not supposed to just put blinders on and say, oh, well, because we're going to refer to these young ladies as victims, we can no longer ask them any questions or question why their story doesn't add up. And the last time you were on this panel, you and I discussed thoroughly that 911 call. And then shortly after that, more information came out. Now we know that the first thing that Hunter did is go and get a knife from inside the house. Now we know that they saw Xana at 6 o'clock in the morning on the floor. They saw her again before the 911 call on the floor. And I know you proposed a theory, which I criticized you for because I think it defies Occam's razor. Because you mentioned they might have gone around the house, climbed up a ladder, peered through some curtains that might have just obscured the visibility to the perfect
Well,
amount.
that was when I thought the door was closed. Yes.
Yeah, but anyways, that theory got blown up by the recent docs, and I got to say, I mean, can you find it in yourself to question the 911 call, to question Steve G's comment about beer in the fridge preventing them from calling 911? I mean, can you get a little bit on board with me?
Yeah, because
suspicious?
no, because the thing is like you're assuming that they know they've been killed, and then you're putting in the beer in the fridge comment. No, Steve G, I think, is trying to say that they did not know. They thought, probably thinking, is this another Saturday where Xana's passed out because she drinks a whole lot and she's on the floor? And do I call 911 and when we know we got stuff in the house that we shouldn't? I mean, so that's actually two issues I just put out there. They don't understand that it's 911 worthy. If someone playing with the dog, sounds of someone playing with a dog, I'm not calling 911.
Can I interject,
Sure,
Jeff?
Of course.
He also said that she suffered several blows to the face, which would have ended her life regardless of the knife wounds. I'm not sure how she
Which
could
which kind of knife do you think? Which kind of knife do you think? You said knife wounds. Which kind of knife?
For me, it's irrelevant. But
Okay.
my point was going to be several blows to the face, which would end her life, would make an awful lot of noise. And Dylan apparently added a contact.
Not really. I mean, the first
10
blow would probably knock her unconscious, though.
Well,
And have you held a K-bar knife?
I don't.
You should.
I may have.
You should. I bought
I'm
one.
not
I bought one
100% sure.
because there's a Marine that's often on a lot of these in the chats named Tom Van, and the day he said, the K-bar knife on the butt end of it, the end of the handle, it's very much like a hammer. Marines are trained to use it as a hammer and as a weapon. You can knock somebody unconscious with it. I was like, I got to find out for myself. I too went on Amazon and bought a 7-inch
Was Brian
serrated.
Koberger a Marine?
Don't need to be a Marine. I'm not a Marine either, and I own a Marine K-bar knife with a Marine knife sheath, and I could hit somebody in the head with the butt end of it, and I can tell you they would be unconscious. I've hit myself in the palm of the hand with it. Yeah, you don't. If you, who has the surprise element here? Are the victims saying the killer should be here any minute? It should be right about now. No, but the killer knows that my attack is going to happen any minute now, right about now. So there's a difference. When you have the element of surprise, you're in a party house, and who knows? I mean, the first thing that they see some guy coming towards them, and they're like, "Wait, I don't recognize. Are you a friend of Ethan?" Bam! You're. Have you ever seen "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou"? You know, in with what's his name? John Goodman is the Bible salesman, and when he hits George Clooney in the head, and George Clooney doesn't even see it coming, has no clue that he's about to be scammed by this Bible salesman and knocked unconscious, or he tried to knock him unconscious and steal his money. Actually, no, I think he was knocked unconscious. But you know, that's anyway. That's the way that I see it. I think there's an explanation. I think I think we could both be guilty of our biases push us towards conclusions that might not be true, but they just feel more comfortable because of our biases towards certain things.
Well, here's the thing, Jeff. I don't have to change my story because my philosophy on the 911 call remains the same from day one. I always
Well, you don't.
believe,
It's not a change of story. It's like a puzzle. If we've got a 100-piece puzzle, and they've shown you 25, so I think it looks like a giraffe. Now you got 50 of them. You got half of them. Oh no! You know what? I was wrong about this one piece. That's not changing this. It is technically changing the story, but it's changing because with more information, you know more, you learn more, and thus you believe differently. Right?
Well, I agree that it's like a puzzle, but for me, it was like a puzzle where there was one round hole and a whole bunch of square pegs. The square pegs being the theories from the guilters and the mainstream media, and there was one round one, which was what was offered up by WSU Kim, which happened to be the most accurate, which now fits into the puzzle. The rest of them didn't fit into the puzzle. And when I hear your explanation, it metaphorically, to me, feels like you're trying to shave the corners off your square peg to fit in that round hole.
I'm all about keeping the puzzle pieces intact just as they are, and if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. And I'm not going to sit here and make it fit that like these victims the surviving roommates that I don't know, that sound scared as hell. I don't see them acting. If they were acting, I think even after the fact, anybody that was in that vicinity with them and said, you know what, now that I think about it, that she seemed acting about on that one part, or that one part seemed acting. We still don't even know the full picture of the 911 call. I imagine when we see the body cam where they walk into that room and you see the position of Xana, if she's got a blanket on top of her, I bet then all our stories will be changing. Like now we understand more. We at one point didn't know where Kaylee's final resting position was. We didn't know that. We didn't have any picture of it. And then we got it. So did our stories change? No, just our understanding because we got more information.
Well, I think you got to keep in mind that both Dylan and Bethany were frantically phoning Ethan and Kaylee and Maddie and saying, Kaylee, please answer, and all these other things. And then a 911 call.
And wasn't one of the questions, are you asleep? And did anybody that they contacted that they say, you better call 911 right away?
Sure.
No,
Yeah,
because
sure,
they were probably was Xana laying on her stomach? Did she seem laying on her stomach? Yeah, she was laying on her stomach. She just passed out again. She'll be okay. She's not going to go like Jimi Hendrix did and choke on vomit because he's laying on his stomach drunk. She's laying on her stomach, or I'm sorry, on his back. Jimi Hendrix was on his back, choked on vomit, right? Because he drank too much. How do we know that isn't the advice they got? And will we find out what the advice they got?
Corners off those.
No, you're trying to make it fit yours. I'm trying to explain it that makes sense to me.
I'm not really presenting a theory. I'm just telling you what happened. And what happened is...
now I'm interrupting panelists. Sorry, Mittens.
What happened is they didn't call 911. So I'm not the one has.
They did eventually when they understood.
To explain anything. The fact of the matter is, when you're in a house and there's a bunch of deceased people, and you don't call 911 immediately, you got
when you don't know that they're dead. Yes, of course you wouldn't call 911 when you don't know they're dead yet.
So you better have a pretty convincing story that lets the authorities
they're passed out.
The authorities know that you didn't know. They don't have a really convincing story, in my opinion, and in many other people's opinion. And I think when you have the opinion that their story is believable, I think you, like I said, shaving the corners off of those square pegs to make them fit. Because
Jesse does that to me, Jesse. Sorry.
I'm being 100% honest with you, Jeff.
No, because Jesse likes to tell me what I'm doing. That's the thing. I won't take it personally.
Does not make sense. And for example, Hunter and Emily. What are Hunter and Emily doing?
Please.
They could have went upstairs, banged on Kaylee's room, and said,
you got 3 levels. Passed out. Mm-hmm. Now you got passed out, but not waking up to anybody yelling at them from down the hall. Then 3rd level, you got, okay, there's blood there. This isn't what we thought it was. Call 911. I don't understand why it's like, is that look, it looks like a flame in that house. Oh, it's probably just their fireplace. Oh, it's bigger now. I think we should call 911. See, you're understanding, they're trying to make sense of it, just like all of us are. At that night, they're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And they did as a progression.
Who said they went up on the 3rd floor? Nobody said they went to the 3rd floor.
I never said 3rd floor. Who's the 3rd floor?
I suggested that would make more sense than calling Hunter and Emily. They've got.
Well, why would they go to the 3rd floor?
Well, if they need help,
the situation is on the 2nd floor. I don't see anybody suspecting the 3rd floor no more than anybody suspected the 2nd World Trade Center being hit by another plane. Who's going and checking on the 2nd World Trade Center after the first plane hit?
You're in a house, Jeff. You have friends in the house. So if you need assistance, you're going to call out for help, or you're going to call your friends that are in the house.
Well, if you think that this Xana's just not unconscious, but just passed out, but she's not responding, what should we do? Can you guys come over here? Because we're scared. Because there are 2 girls that were scared and freaked out, and they need some help and would like to maybe have somebody like Hunter come there and assist with trying to figure out what's going on. It's really, I think, you said Occam's razor, I think, earlier. I think Occam's razor definitely does apply here if you allow it.
Okay, yeah, well, Occam's razor to me would suggest that Ethan is just as strapping as Hunter, if not more. And they didn't mention his name, so they should be assuming that all they would have had to do is speak loud enough for Ethan to wake up, and he could deal with Xana. But they didn't mention Ethan.
Let me ask
they didn't mention Ethan.
Well, they didn't on the 911 call. You can hear him yelling, Ethan, Xana. So obviously yelling from a distance, probably at the top step. Wondering what's going on.
Let me ask you a question on that statement, Jeff, real quick. Not to interrupt, but based on what we read in the text messages and what Judge Hippler's document that he put out. Hold on a minute. Sorry, my dogs are freaking out. We hear that at some point, based on the text messages, that Dylan runs to Bethany's room, right? Mm-hmm. And based on the request for Bethany, or runs to Bethany, whatever it is. Anyway, the point is that she leaves the room and runs past the hallway that leads to Xana's bedroom, heads down the stairs, and states in that text messages, or states in that document, that she glances to the left and sees Xana laying on the floor, passed out. That's what the answer was.
Right. Wait, Dago,
did you
drop out?
Sorry about that. My granddaughter just ran up to me. Anyway, so that's the statement that's made. And then down the stairs, anyway. Now, here's my point. As I did this the other night, do you believe that that's how that happened, Jeff? You don't think that she stopped and maybe yelled out to Xana, went over to Xana, or she just did what she said in that statement?
Wait, say it one more time. I'm sorry. I saw a text from my wife
That's
pop
okay.
up, and I just read it.
No, you're fine. Do you believe that that's exactly what happened, was that Dylan ran from her room straight to Bethany's room, glanced to the left for a quick second, and saw that was Xana laying on the floor, passed out, and never stopped, called out to her, didn't go up to her, didn't anything? You think she just ran right by?
Well, again, this is why the part of my theory where is if the killer put a blanket over top of Xana to make it look like she was sleeping on the floor, is it possible that Dylan running past there saw her laying on the floor with her blanket and thought, okay, well, Ethan must have, done that. She's passed out again. Probably safer to not choke on your vomit if you're laying on a hard floor than on a bed where you can roll over and choke on your vomit. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I think there are explanations for it without going to, I think Dylan was the knife-wielding one,
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
I know, that's
Jeff.
the extreme. I know you did, and I'm not saying you did, but I'm just saying that she's getting a lot of grief, and you know it, but I'm saying that's the extreme. Come on.
Well,
you can't talk a little bit with
Give me just a second, Jeff. Give me just a second.
We don't want to understand you, Jeff. We don't want to understand you. We'll find a way not to understand you. Come on.
I would like you to explain what exactly they thought happened to, or they have this situation, they need help. So where do they think Kaylee, Maddie, and Ethan are? Because
I
the
don't know.
911 call doesn't
They're
mention
not
them.
answering their phones. Now, I will give you this: if they feel guilty for their way, or feel
Thank you for
guilt
giving it to
for
me, Jeff.
not, if they feel guilt for not handling the situation better, not thinking like, oh, well, I did run past Zan, I saw her passed out. Maybe I should have checked on her, but I probably thought at the time, I'm drunk, I'm messed up, and I'm a little scared and freaked out. I got to find answers about this weird guy that walked past me with the bushy eyebrows. I think Ethan's probably got Xana, so I don't need to worry as much about that. But it looks like she's drunk and passed out on the floor. The thing is, I don't believe for a second that Dylan ran past there and there's blood pouring out of Xana, and that's what she saw, and she's like, I'm not going to acknowledge that. I'm not going to acknowledge that. No, that's ridiculous. I don't.
Well, I believe that's literally what Steve G is saying, is that
Right.
she saw that, and she's not acknowledging it because she doesn't want it to be true. I believe that is the official story from the father of Kaylee.
Yes.
Well, I think in listening to the 911 call again, I've almost got a new version of it because Dago, you were right. I did mess it up with too much noise reduction.
Well, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it disrespectfully. I
know you didn't. You did sound a little snarky about it, but at first I took it as like, oh wow, thanks a lot. And I agree. Outcast has done some nice stuff, but it's better that I learned from it and then I did check it out, and it's like, yeah, noise reduction does eat away at a little of the stuff that we want to keep. And to this day now, thanks to you, I understand the audio compression tool in Adobe Premiere more than I ever have. I should have known this long ago, and so it's a great thing.
But, well, I'm glad that helped. I didn't mean it again negatively. I was just kind of like,
I know.
At the
I don't
point
hold
in
a
time
grudge
when I was
over
talking
nothing
about
like
it.
that. That's just, the passions run high in this case. I don't hold no grudge. I mean, I would, and I know you don't hold any grudge either. Look, I'm back here, right? I thought this time I was really gone till like the trial, or maybe even more. So,
I don't hold a grudge, Jeff, but I do think that you have preconceived opinions and you're not willing to budge from them, and you want to continue to explain your point of view without adjusting it based on new information coming out. And I also think there's a ton of value in going back and watching yourself on panel, looking at your old
back
takes,
when you knew less, you said
back when you knew
different
less,
things. Yes,
and
see, exactly. That's what
see
I just
what your
said.
opinions were then compared to where they are now.
I thought early on that he had maybe I was thinking too much of Silence of the Lambs. I was like, maybe did he go in the house with like night vision goggles so he could see them, but they couldn't see him?
Well, this is going to sound real arrogant, Jeff, but I've watched myself on this panel many a times, gone back a year, 2 years, and I can't find too many flaws in my logic because I haven't gone out on a limb and said anything that I didn't have a good reason for saying. And looking back at a lot of the shows we've done and a lot of the speculation we've done, it was mostly based on Occam's razor and the 911 call. We pretty much nailed it from the beginning on this channel. We were speculating that all this stuff was going on before the information came out, and it's out now. It was the text messages were happening, the roommates were alerting their friends. They weren't.
Well, in most situations, there's a lot that happens before the 911 call is actually dialed.
Mm-hmm. Usually, it doesn't take 8 hours, though. And usually,
I'm not saying 8 hours, but the hunter arriving, I thought it was like 6 minutes. I think it was 6 minutes that they called. They called the friends over, and then they called 911.
11:56. Yes.
6 minutes. That's not
real quick here.
Why'd you say 8 hours?
We need to keep up with the chat too, guys. So, coroner stated bodies were all in bed. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. DM stated that Xana was on the floor. Which narrative is being followed by the state? That's a good question. It's changed again, and I heard.
Isn't that the weird? I'm sorry to interrupt, but isn't that the type of thing that they do so that they don't get false confessions and people to reveal that Xana was on the floor takes away their ability if a killer calls and says, "Yeah, it was me who did it. I put them all four in bed."
To some extent, that's correct, and I agree with you. But here's the thing, though, Jeff, and just like Jesse said, I heard you guys because I ran to get something to drink, but things have changed almost to a 360-degree percentage at this point. Okay, from the very beginning, we're told they're awake. or I'm sorry, that they're in bed. They were all killed in bed during sleep, blah, 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 so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. That's the very beginning what we hear. And now, 2.5 years later or more, it's completely different. And that's where the problem lies. There's a difference between, like you said, the puzzle piece thing. I agree with that. Oh, what's up, Willie? Or the difference between that and the story being completely different than what we're told from day one. That's not a puzzle. That's a complete total change of
Gaslighting, to my opinion.
story. Yeah.
But don't you think Steve G, you can clearly see Steve G knows things that he can't say, right?
Do you really
Is
think
that
he
pretty
does,
clear?
though?
I think
Let
he
me
does, and I think with the coroner, the only reason I bring it up is you mentioned the coroner. I think the coroner, you can see in her face, it's like, I think she's probably sitting there thinking, I've said way too much, and there's things I shouldn't be saying, and who knows? There's probably things where she was like, oh gosh, I almost said the thing that would have given away Xana on the floor. I'm got to keep
But
it
the
so
things
that
he's
they were
saying are
asleep
not
in their
true,
beds.
though, Jeff, and they've been proven to be untrue. So if he's saying things that are not true, what does he actually know? Does he know anything of any substance, or does he know more untruths? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, just the fact that he's seen the light bulb camera video that none of us have. It actually until Gray just showed a clip of it from like 11 p.m. But you know, just having little stuff like that. He knew the position of Kaylee's body before. I mean, there's stuff that he knows before, and then he feels he can talk about it once it's out in the public.
He's way too emotionally invested, though, and you can see it's messing with his mind.
That means he's not going to give up, and he's going to be tenacious to the end.
One thing, Jeff, that I would like to ask you about with Steve G is the original 911 story that hit the airwaves. It went on Drunk Turkey Show, and we all discussed it. The whole Hunter was called to help them open the door because Ethan was leaned up against the door blocking their entrance. And that was their excuse, because they needed an excuse to be calling out because they weren't going upstairs to call Kaylee and Maddie. And so they had this whole scenario with the 911 call, and it completely changed. And then Ashley Bamfield confronted Steve G on this complete scenario change with the 911 call. And his answer was, oh, well, I thought they were talking about the other door. I didn't realize they were talking about the front door. So how do you reconcile?
Yeah, you know, even now, because I mean, we're still trying to figure this out in real time right now today, and I question, like, there's part of me is like, does it specifically say that he went into the kitchen of the murder house to get the knife, Hunter, or did he go back to the house he was at to get the knife to try and get in the front door?
That would be even worse.
That's not. No, it says clearly they went up the stairs and he ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife in the house.
Let's also realize that if they're outside the house trying to get in the front door, that blows all the stories we've been told to smithereens.
Well, I was incorrect.
They're never supposed to left the house, right?
Like I said, it's real time, and my mind is open to just trying to figure things out and put them in their proper place.
They said that he goes up the stairs, and they said it twice. It was a script. Basically a script. The whole thing was scripted. It says they go up the stairs. The girls got a glimpse once again of Xana. Hunter runs to the kitchen, grabs a knife, and proceeds to where Xana's at. And then the whole get out thing happens. Okay, fine. Why are you grabbing a knife if somebody's passed out in the middle of the day?
Well, because there's a part of the story about the guy in the house that they don't know. You know, could he be in there? Perhaps. Again, the thing is, I'm not too worried about it because, you know, like I've said many times, they're not standing silent. We'll hear from them.
I think you need to worry about it when a jury hears that you know you're calling 911 and saying that somebody's passed out drunk, yet you're running around arming yourself with knives and telling stories about a guy at 4 a.m, and you've got 3 other deceased.
Well, do you think he's getting a knife to
not acknowledge?
Is he getting a knife to protect himself from? Let me finish the question. You're going to the wrong meaning. Well, many things, in my opinion. But did he go to get the knife to protect himself from Xana? To protect himself from Ethan? No.
I mean, that's the exact question that I'm asking. Why is he getting the knife?
Right, because they don't know what's going on. They're trying to figure it out.
Well, based on what he was told, from what we understand, he was told Xana's passed out on the floor and we can't wake her up, which we know was not true because they didn't try it according to them, but they obviously did.
Well, and what does that mean, try to wake her up? Is that yelling from across the hall?
Let me put it this way, Jeff. I don't know if you were much of a partier back in the college days or high school days.
I was at parties, but I never did anything because my uncle took his life when I was in high school, kept me drug-free and alcohol-free.
I understand. So I
Tip of
used
the
to party at OSU's campus all the time, every weekend until I got married and everything. So anyway, many a times I've come into a dorm or an apartment where people are passed out from the night before or from that morning, whatever. Okay, and you walk in, and and I was told there's people in there passed out. Be quiet, let them sleep, blah blah blah, stuff like that. You go in the house, excuse me, and I never once in my life thought of going into an area to grab a knife to defend myself against somebody that's passed out from drinking the night before, ever. Okay, it's just not a thought process that processes in my mind, or not. I didn't say that right, but you know what I meant. It's not a thought that processes through my mind in that type of a situation. So, if it was you, okay, even hearing at 4 a.m., I think there was somebody in the house, which you can hear Emily laugh when that's stated, as if she don't believe it per se on the line. Okay, maybe that was the case until everything was found out. I don't know for a fact because I wasn't there, but that's how it sounds. So anyway, there's no reason in that situation, based on what he was told, what they knew, to grab a knife at all, unless.
Well, how many minutes has Hunter had
on.
to process what knowledge he has? 6
Hold
minutes
on.
or less?
Let me finish this.
He's trying
Unless
to figure it
he
out.
was told something more than that, which I do believe that's what it was, because otherwise you're not going to grab a knife. You don't need to protect yourself from anything other than somebody that's passed out from drinking too much the night before. So therefore, in turn, I believe that there was more stated, and that's why that happened. But that didn't come out that way. One more time, the truth has been turned and twisted. And it was a long time, Jeff, to answer your question, a long time to process what was stated. She was on, they were texting Emily earlier on, hours before this, stating, hey, something may have gone on here, whatever, blah, blah, blah. All that time. That's all I'm saying. So that made no sense unless you knew something wasn't right. This is why I'm saying this, because I truly believe if any of the statement is that I asked you about earlier about Dylan going from her room to Bethany's room was true, that she stopped. She called out to Xana, in my opinion. Xana didn't respond. She walks down the 10, 12-foot distance to the room. You can't see that in the dark from where she was standing, that's Xana. You can't. I'm sorry, but you can't, okay? It's dark. There are some lights, but you can't see that far down to tell that is Xana Kernoodle laying on the floor there. It could have been anybody. She had to have walked up on her, Jeff, in my opinion.
No, I don't agree with that. I think there's enough light to determine that. The size of Ethan versus the long hair of Xana versus the short hair of Ethan.
It's dark.
The shoes sticking out from under their blanket, possibly.
There's no blanket talked about, though. There's no blanket talked about.
Well, Steve G mentioned that the reason he talked about why it was hard to see things, possibly because of blankets and covers. He said that in an interview.
On the bed with that was in reference.
He didn't say on the bed. He didn't say
that was in
reference.
You
assume on the bed, maybe, but I didn't hear him say on the bed.
If you think about what he was talking about, that was in reference to, because everybody's doubting the fact that nobody could see the sheets, blankets, and things on the beds. That was what that was in reference to, in my opinion.
I'll check that quote just to make sure that you might be right. He could have been only talking about the third floor blanket, but I thought he was talking about Hunter and why it was hard for Hunter to see.
There's more than one issue here, Jeff.
Yeah,
there's no need for a knife if you're making a 911 call for one passed out person. And
he's had less than 6 minutes to figure out that what they've told him.
It doesn't matter.
And that something's going on, and he's protecting himself.
It is wildly.
But okay, so they're guilty. So it doesn't really change anything.
Hold on.
If you think they're guilty, what does it really change? It just keeps us from talking about the actual killer.
Okay, I'll continue because, like I said, there's more than one issue. So the issue is there's no need for a knife if you're reporting a drunk person. There's no acknowledgement of the other three people that are in the house on the call, and there seems to be a pretty clear knowledge that those people aren't available to assist them. In addition to that, the reason that I'm so confident about one of the reasons I'm so confident about my point of view, and that I have been for well over a year, and we've discussed it in great detail on this channel and been vindicated, is because we had two witnesses. One was a third party, WSU Kim, and one was a first party, Dave, claiming he was getting the messages on the text chains and Snapchat. Very descriptive, telling us that basically a large group of students in town had the knowledge of the deceased well before the 911 call was placed. And as it turns out, we don't have that confirmed by the authorities as of yet, but the rest of what Kim and Dave were saying has all been confirmed. It all fits. Very round holes going in round pegs going in round holes, fits perfect to a T, and to expect the rest of their story to not fit seems to defy Occam's razor to me.
I'm just being quiet because one maiden nut says I'm just
Eddie. That's Eddie.
using a strategy of talking over you. And that's my strategy. No, that's just the way that I am.
So I guess answer that, Jeff. Do you believe the rest of their story is just all?
Well, I mean, it clearly
bullshit?
you put more trust in WSU Kim and Dave, and I put more trust in law enforcement, and that they've been in the house, they've investigated, they've got the tools, they've got a huge team to figure this out. And like I've always said, well, we thought it was one of the jacks. Law enforcement said,
okay, let me counter that. Let me counter that. Law enforcement produced the PCA. And
right,
WSU Kim and Dave produced a story that lines up perfectly with what we know. We have nothing from WSU Kim and Dave's story that hasn't.
What aspect?
Proven,
I don't know. I don't know fully all the details.
And the PCA has proven to be absolute nonsense. From law enforcement.
It was for the purpose of getting the arrest. It was what they knew then. Again, it's like the beginning when you're given 25 pieces of the puzzle. You haven't been given 50 pieces of the puzzle yet. You probably haven't even been given 25 pieces of a 100-piece puzzle. So they're putting it all together.
The PCA omits a lot of pertinent information, and there's a lot of untrue statements in the PCA to the point
like
where Bill Thompson won't even acknowledge the PCA anymore. He says it's irrelevant, and he wouldn't be saying that if it was accurate.
Because it's not. They know more now with the information they have. Why do they have to go back to the thing that gets the arrest?
Well, because
I don't know. Why don't you ask him why he said that?
Because that has all the case facts in it.
Well, I don't need to ask him. I know why he says it's irrelevant.
Oh, you know. Well, then you know. Then what's
because it's an embarrassment. It's an absolute embarrassment to have a document floating around.
Your conclusions you've come to. There's no room for anything else. That's okay.
Hey, Dago.
You're probably a lot like me. Is what?
You're in trouble now, Jeff. Willie's going to come in and we're going to team up.
All right, anybody that listen, we have to be respectful. No yelling, screaming, acting stupid or anything, or freaking out because I'll shut it down. Period. We can do this like adults. So what I was trying to get to, the whole point in this right here, Jeff. I want you to tell me, okay, why you believe Brian Koberger's guilty at this point, as we've all explained to you many times, and many other people, why we believe he's not. So I want to hear truly with what you believe are the reasons why this man did this. And everybody needs to be respectful. Welcome, Willie. Good to see you, bud. And
how you doing?
Let everybody stay with their pieces without interrupting each other, talking over each other, shutting people down. We're going to listen to it with respect, whether we agree or not. And that's all I'm asking. So anyway, that's my big question.
I guess I would list it as like the list of in quotes, air quotes, coincidences. Like the car coming into the neighborhood, to me, has, like the recently released photos from the courts of the car coming into the little tiny dead-end neighborhood. You can see the shark fin antenna. Thanks, Twiz, for pointing that out. I would have missed it. This distinct shape of the side window and the shape of the side molding. I'm convinced that's an Elantra coming in. The Elantra at 405 that sits there for 10 seconds, letting you see a good view of the side window with the distinct side window shape. That's another thing. Is it a coincidence that his DNA is on a knife sheath? Is it a coincidence that he's purchased a knife of the same sort? Is it a coincidence that
you don't know that?
Where's
the receipt? Where's the receipt? Where's the receipt to show that it's the exact same knife that you just made?
Right,
you just said no.
Did he buy a K-bar?
Exact same knife.
Did he buy a K-bar? Okay, semantics. I'm sorry. Okay, strike
semantics.
Those words.
This is a court trial, bro.
Or strike those words that I misspoke, Willie. Okay, tune it down. Gosh.
I'm just speaking here.
I'm just saying, did he buy a K-bar? I really thought that that documentary with Keith Morrison had it wrong when they said early on, long ago, that he bought a K-bar off Amazon. I thought they can't know that, and they don't know that, and that's wrong.
A K-bar.
Boom.
Boom what? Where's the receipt?
Boom. What's the chances? What's the chances? Oh, he's so innocent. He's
what? He bought something in Pennsylvania?
I know you want him to just be You just
Listen,
want
I
him
don't
to be
give a
innocent
shit.
no
I
matter
don't
what.
care.
It's okay.
I've already said I don't
There
care.
is no receipt, though.
If the evidence is there, he's guilty. Dago asked you flat out, what evidence do they have that they can provide? And you're sitting here saying, oh, they have the K-bar.
You know that I'm a member of the public. I don't have all the evidence. I can
No,
just
you're
all I can
not,
tell
dude.
you is speculate just like you.
No. I'm
All I
asking
can do
you
is speculate just like you.
why you think, based on the evidence they provided, like I said, why you think, because everything, now mind you, you have to go along with what we've said too. Things that have been brought out that have been thrown out now, certain things that don't matter anymore, all of that at this point. So,
Well, I mean, you don't have to go with everything that
I
everybody
understand
says.
that.
I mean, did Joe Vito have a Coke can camera? I mean, I'm not going with that.
That's just ridiculousness, okay?
Right. Okay. So there is
saying,
there
though,
is some stuff that is ridiculous, and we don't have to believe. So.
But you said that you're going with law enforcement, which I completely respect. But now we know the PCA is complete horseshit, and we see the judge now.
How do we know that?
Coming out with
How
it.
do we know the PCA is?
Did you read
just
the
a
judge's
general statement? It's a very general statement.
But have you read it, Jeff? The things
But
that are
what
in
portion
it,
of it? Is there any
anymore.
details you could give? Is what you're really saying versus a general statement that like everybody that is in
I mean, the
echo chamber
timeline
with you
is
believes?
Dude.
Okay, let's start with one thing. A
You
timeline's
just asked me a
different.
question. You just asked me to do something. Give me a second.
Okay.
You just
Sorry,
asked
Jesse
me
asked
to.
a question too.
You just asked me where the
You
proof
walked
is.
over me. I walked over you. Now we're even. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm walking over nobody. I'm just having a conversation. Relax, bro. So
You jumped
you
all
just
over me when Dago asked me a question. I
I
tried to
didn't jump
answer it.
at all.
And boom.
I can speak to you when you're
The
speaking.
K-bar got you. The K-bar got you triggered.
Hold on.
Okay.
I had to turn the volume down. He was really loud. That's why.
Yeah, I can't control my volume. On my end, I'm a quarter up.
I get it.
Anyway,
We're good.
so
We're
in the
good.
PCA, it states frozen shock, right?
Which I still
Okay.
don't know what the definition truly of that is.
Oh, now we don't know. Okay, so
What do you know? Do you know? Look it up. Nobody uses that phrase.
Sure. I'm sure we can look it up to where somebody's frozen in a shock of fear, not
Well,
bolting
that's how
out
you
of their
understand it.
bedroom.
That's how you're deciphering what you think it means.
It's pretty clear what it means, Jeff. Everybody
That's
knows
clear what it means. Okay.
So before you were defending that she was could be frozen in shock for 8 hours. Now frozen in shock can mean
No, I didn't
sprinting
defend- I
across the
didn't say-
hallway, remembering what you see, all this stuff, right?
Well, I've always said that I don't think we know the true level of fear that they had. Like I said not too long ago, did they fear they were being pranked? I think Hunter made a comment to Steve G that, wondering if when they called him, were they pranking them? I was like, can't you see a possibility that Hunter comes in there and it's like, what's going on? You guys, you saw a guy in black.
Not
and
when
Xana's on the
Dylan just
floor
heard her crying, bro.
No way.
Dylan just heard her crying in the bathroom. Then what? However long later, she's seeing her laying on the ground. If that's not suspect to you, then me and you can't have a conversation because that's just common sense.
If you have a couple that's dating across the hall from you and you hear some crying because couples argue and things happen, and then you hear a voice that said, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Doesn't that sound like the issue's resolved? You got maybe somebody crying and you've got some. You assume you have with hindsight you think she knows that it was a death.
You just said a couple arguing, and then you have her friend on the ground.
A couple arguing because she hears some crying from the bathroom, right? That's one of the newest documents, right?
That's her recollection.
Right. And then she also hears, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." That voice sounds like it's reassuring
We're not
the person
discussing
crying.
that right now. We're discussing her
because
hearing
you don't want to discuss it because they go together.
Because me and you were having a conversation about one event. You want to jump around now?
No, you were the one who just said crying from the bathroom, right?
Yes,
didn't you?
Yes. So let's
and
stick
you think
with
it
the
means
bathroom
something that it doesn't.
So let's stick with the bathroom and Xana.
You think that Dylan interpreted that as like, I think she's dying. I'm not going to do anything. That's what
I
you
didn't say
interpreted
shit.
as.
I'm going by what it's saying on paper, dude. She hears her own words. She hears Xana crying from the bathroom. Then she exits her room after seeing a masked man that you're going to tell me that she saw Brian, saw his eyebrows. She's, yada, yada, all this shit that describes Brian. After seeing this man that frightened her into a frozen shock, then sees her friend laying on the ground and doesn't put two and two together to say, hey, something might be wrong.
Well, if she is, I'm convinced that she didn't know that Xana was dead. You are convinced that she knew Xana was dead, did nothing.
Maybe
Is that
hurt.
what you're saying?
I don't know what you was convinced. Maybe hurt. Maybe hurt.
Hold on 1 second. Both of you, 1 second, please. Let's we can take turns here. Now, that's what I was bringing it up to you for earlier.
Oh, you asked me.
Right, exactly. That's why I was bringing it up earlier, Jeff, because as I stated, she goes and runs past, glances, and sees it's Xana on the floor. And I cannot, and I won't believe, I'm sorry, because they all live in the house together. so on and so forth, whatever. That she didn't yell, "Hey, Xana, is that you? Are you all right? What's going on?" The girl didn't respond, or whoever it is, because you can't see clearly, in my opinion. That's my opinion alone. Didn't walk up to her and say, "Hey, are you there? Xana, what's up?" And still, maybe touch her, said, "Hey, what's going on?" And if at that point, there's no way in hell you didn't notice the horror of the situation right there, and then maybe bolted downstairs. Okay, but at that point, we see what goes on with the rest of the text messages, and they're on social media. She's on social media. You still didn't do anything about the situation. Okay. Now, this is not a proven fact, what I just said, but I absolutely believe that this may be what happened, because there's no way in hell that you're just going to accept somebody laying on the floor, whether there's a blanket or not, and know that it's her, especially if we're going to go with your blanket theory, and know that it's her, okay, and not walk over there and say something. There's no way. Come on now. Now, that's my point, okay? You knew. You had to have known. Again, that relates to what I said about Hunter coming up the stairs when he finally gets there and grabs the knife first. Because there was a knowledge of that situation, of the blood, the massive amount of blood. And when she went in there, she had to have noticed that Ethan was probably on the bed, in my opinion, because he's not talked about in any of this for whatever reason.
He's out of view. Yeah.
Right. So at that point, you find it that hard to believe just because it's written down that she did what I just said.
Well, I mean,
let's not lose track of the fact that the PCA said they were sleeping. They heard nothing. They saw nothing.
That's my point.
And let's not lose track of the fact that why did the
what
PCA
is the term
have
when
to
they
say
do that? What is the term when police do
the
that?
term is gaslighting, Jeff.
You don't let me finish the question, because then you answer a different question that I had no intent to ask.
Well, I wasn't finished making my point. My point was that the reason the PCA said they were sleeping is because it doesn't make sense to a reasonable person when we find out the reality of the situation. They knew when they were writing the PCA that if we knew what we know now, we wouldn't believe a damn word of it, and we don't. Willie doesn't. I don't. Nobody in the chat, very few people in the chat does. So that's why in the beginning the PCA said what it said, and it was very dishonest for it to say that.
But there's a name for when police don't give, because if they gave the information that Xana was on the floor, she's the only one on the floor, everybody else is in the bed, then someone calling in to false confess, there's actually a term for this, I just heard it recently. When they call in to false confess and they say, yeah, Xana was in the bed, all of them were in the bed, they know this person it's a false confession because they don't know the true details. If they're not sharing that Xana was on the floor, they're obviously making up a story, and they can discount that as like, this guy is full of crap that's calling in. He's just faking it, trying to stir up stuff in the.
Wait,
why did Dylan
they can purposely lie in a PCA? Is what you just said in layman's terms?
No, not at all. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay.
But
well, explain what you mean. It's like general statements again.
Well, that's what I said, Jeff. Is they lied. You know. They said they were sleeping, and they were not, and they knew they were not. So that was a lie. So you can omit the position of bodies. Fine.
At one point, they were sleeping, were they not? At some point,
I don't believe so at all.
Even if they're sleeping for minutes, I mean, if she, it's not possible. She said she woke around 4. Yeah, 9 minutes. That's the same amount of time that my iPhone gives me to snooze.
No. Wait a minute.
Default Apple.
And I know you probably didn't drink a lot.
Nice, Willie. Very high class. Just laugh.
Just hang on a minute. Hang on. Listen, please. Yeah, I know you said you didn't drink a lot, stuff like that. I respect that, but I did.
I did pass out drunk once and sleep on a floor, though. At a party.
You only sleep for seconds or minutes, because anybody that passes out from drinking, if they've been hammered all night, you're not sleeping for 9 minutes. You're out, okay? And you're staying out. I don't care what. You're not going to hear anything. You're not going to feel anything. You're not waking up until your body is done recovering from that situation, period. So, I don't believe any of them slept that night at all. At least those two. They were up all night based on the social media, the text messages, everything going on. Not for 9 minutes at all. I'm sorry. 3:51, she put something in her phone, a new contact. She didn't go to sleep. Now, here's the option, Jeff. The other option to this is that Dylan was absolutely 100% sober, had nothing in her system, and that's all bullshit. Okay? Sorry, but that's the best way to put it, in my opinion. None of that happened like that. And there, in turn, if that's true, why? Why are we lying about it then?
I just don't get Jeff, well, why does everything have to be one way? Nothing can just be
I was
like.
just going to ask you the same thing.
Because dude, I said he was guilty in the beginning. What do you mean? I said he was guilty. I came out and said, hey, man, maybe he snapped. This, that. I mean, you can go back and listen to it. You know where to find it. You know exactly where to find it because you were there.
So two paths to choose from. You were on the one. Now you're on the other.
Yeah. But you know why?
Why?
Because evidence came out, dude.
And you interpreted it the way you interpreted it.
Dude, I interpreted it. So it's my fault that they've come out with all this stuff that most of the public is looking at and saying, this don't make sense. It's my fault.
No, didn't say that. It's not your fault.
But that's what I mean. Everybody's not a pro-burger, man. Everybody's not against you. It's just what they've put out. You could interpret it one way. I get what you're saying. But when you look at it at a logical standpoint, dude, you just said literally 10 minutes ago, who cares if Dylan and Bethany are involved? That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal. They're trying to kill one person for this.
Did I say? I gotta watch what I say because I think I say things. That's not how I meant it. When I said that, in what context was I saying that? I don't feel
exactly
that way.
how it just. That's how you said it. You said that so what if they're guilty? You're missing No,
I guess I was. The point I was trying to make is like it really doesn't matter that much. You still have a killer that I believe drove away in a white Elantra and was described by a witness and just happens to own the same kind of knife. Just so I'd be specific, Willie, not get y'all triggered. That was used in the crime.
What if I were to
he
tell
also
you
knows how to do
so
this.
far?
He knows how to do this. A drunk frat guy would not have come in there and known how to do this.
How does Brian know how to do this?
Read his paper. His paper. He knows. Dude, he has the knowledge that I don't have. I don't have this knowledge.
I could study how to, let's see, I don't know, let me think of a sport. I could study how to play tennis, right, for 10 years. When I get into a match against, I don't know, one of the top dogs and they serve at me, it's completely different than studying.
Yeah,
so the fact that Brian could study
a skill. That's a skill of precision. This is a skill of destruction. That's a little bit different. You're just trying to
go in there and execute it, no?
Right, and an unconscious victim is easy to stay out of the blood spray. And
absolutely.
There's a way to go in there and get out of there without getting all kinds of mess.
But now we're learning that
you've heard me say that
people were awake is all I'm saying.
Hey guys, how about Ashley Bamfield's interview with Steve G? I'd like Jeff's opinion on that because there's one point where Ashley Bamfield starts saying the quiet parts out loud. She looks Steve G in the eye and says, he's a PhD student. He brings his phone with him. He takes his own car. He drives around the house. He leaves a life sheet with his own DNA. So she lists all the things that you would not expect somebody who wrote a paper, as Jeff's pointing out, who had the knowledge, as Jeff's pointing out, yet made all these mistakes. And Ashley Bamfield asked Steve G to explain that. So any thoughts on that, Jeff?
Well, I mean, just because how many pilots have crashed recently that are very skilled, very knowledgeable about what they're doing with an airplane? I mean, you don't know everything, and when you, in the heat of the moment,
the pilot
consider the. No, I'm just saying that people with an education in something can get it wrong and do things wrong. Is that not?
That's understood.
Funny.
But
that's
why
funny,
why
isn't
is
it,
it
Jesse?
But
the thing is, it's like, it's the heat of the moment. This is not something you go in calmly and do, I don't imagine, which explains why on the 5th pass by the Linda Lane camera, that car is driving much faster than the previous 4. Speeds into the crime, speeds away from the crime. The adrenaline and with adrenaline, the potential for mistakes is rises. I mean, the thing is, guys, it's like, come on, we just have a different opinion. I think they got the right guy. You think they have the wrong guy.
Here, dude. You're acting like it's a freaking misdemeanor.
Right. And he's gonna have a trial. Remember the thing called a trial in August? It's like you guys you just throw away the law enforcement, the justice system, just because they're not coming to the conclusions that you are with, and you don't have all the puzzle pieces.
But you're angry
they should
at
agree
us.
with Willie. Hitler,
yeah,
you should agree
you're
with
saying
Willie.
There's a trial. It's supposed to be innocent until. Why do you keep talking, bro? It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, right?
It is presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Nothing in your mind. You can't just go with somebody says something to you. You fight it when it's red and red. You have to fight
I
that
only
it's blue.
fight the things that I don't agree with. And you're
But it's
presenting
everything,
things
though.
I don't
That's
agree with. And you
everything,
know
right?
you're presenting things I don't agree with. All
But
the
Jeff, you
questions
go
are
to great
towards
you
things
go
that
to
I don't
great
agree with.
lengths to adjust things. You would expect that when somebody makes a good point, you would acknowledge, oh, well, you've made a good point there, sir. That is,
Well,
and
yeah, and I
will,
do that, but when they don't make a good
You
point, I'm not
used
going to
to.
lie and say you
please
make a
allow
good
me to
point.
finish. Please allow me to
Okay,
finish.
sorry.
So many times, Willie has already said, he said BK might be guilty because the prosecution's made a good point. You get some evidence here. When we found out about his alibi was driving around, it's like, oh, they make a good point. Maybe he did do it. We're willing to adjust based on the information, and we're not just going to react and fight it every time. But it does feel very much that all this revelations about the 911 call and the roommates. You're fighting it so hard and not just admitting that it's a little bit suspect. And
No,
for you
because
to not,
you're talking about that you have it all figured out, an audio call, and you're like you're there and you can see it. And so I'm sorry, I don't come to the same conclusions.
well,
When you
I don't
say
think I
that
said that.
they went down the stairs and said get out, that was rehearsal, and then they went out. Now they get
I mean,
out,
I think
go
I
down the
have it
stairs
figured
for
out
the
that they
call. I don't
knew
see it that way.
more than what they reported on the 911 call. I would bet an awful lot of money on that they knew more than what they
That's
reported
the
on the
point. You
911
don't
call.
want to seem to believe that they could possibly know more than they've allowed, Jeff, that they've let on to.
Well,
And
I think on the 911 call they figure out the severity of it during the call.
But that already happened.
They go from passed out friend to
Oh.
I don't think this friend is breathing to chapter 3. There's blood. Get out. Get
what
get
about
the
the
F
fact
out.
that they had previously done that already, and then they basically went and reenacted it on the call?
No, that's not the way I see it. I don't see it that way.
Did you
What?
read the document?
Yeah, but did they go up the same stairs? If they go up the same
Yeah.
stairs twice, that's a rehearsal? No, I'm just
No.
saying they're going to go up those stairs many times. It's not like they're going up the stairs.
Listen for a second.
Why-
Here,
why
let
would
me-
they go
let me
back
say
in?
this. Let me say this real quick, you guys. This is what I'm saying, Jeff, okay? They go in the house. They go up the stairs, all of them. This is where Hunter goes in the kitchen, grabs a knife. The girls catch a glimpse based on, this is the judge's document, mind you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They catch a glimpse of Xana. They run back down the stairs and out the house. Hunter shortly follows thereafter. 6 minutes later, that was at 11:50. 6 minutes later, there's a 911 call that is made. Through the 911 call, the exact same thing happens.
No, I thought they called 911 6 minutes after they called Hunter and
No,
when they come
Jeff,
over.
listen, let me finish first, and I'll explain that. No, 6 minutes after that statement and that action happened, they dial 911, and they do the exact same thing they did at 11:50. At 11:56, except this time they're on the call with 911. They go up the stairs. The girls get a glimpse. He already has his knife, obviously, because he didn't do that again. They talk through the whole call. In the background, you hear all this stuff going on when the call's finally cleaned up. He yells, or some other male yells, "Shut the fuck up." Ask somebody to remove a watch or something from him, blah, 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 so on and so forth. All these other things are done during this call, but it's the same steps taken as the six minutes earlier at 11:50. Does that make any sense to you in the real world?
Yep.
How?
Chapter one, I think she's passed out. Chapter 2, she doesn't seem to be breathing. Chapter 3, blood.
And regarding the eyewitnesses, Jeff, that have stated that the whole neighborhood knew
that's
via
WSU.
Snapchat.
That's WSU mom.
Who said
so
blood?
It's two. There's two of them. They're two separate people.
All
They
right,
both
all
have
right.
pretty much
You're
the
right.
same
Willie's
story.
right. He didn't say blood, but why would Hunter be so like, get the fuck out, get out, get out? Oh my gosh, I said the F word. See,
I mean, he didn't-
Willie, your influence is.
But
Hey,
in
man,
order to
I didn't
believe
say
it,
it out.
Using the F
Jeff,
word.
you'd have to believe
I never use
that
the F
both
word.
WSU, Kim and Dave were lying, and you have to believe that we now know that a lot of what they said was true. So then only the remaining part that we're unsure about is the lie. And so then you'd have to believe that they got lucky with the first bit, or they told the exact truth up into a point.
Well, it's a telephone game. This story told to that person, told to that person, told to that person. Before you know it, you've got a little bit of a different story, and it sure sounds like they knew a whole lot before, like, 8 a.m. or something like that. Isn't that the story of W.C.
I prefer
Mom
Occam's razor. The simplest answer is usually the correct one, and it's much simpler for me just to say they were telling the truth the whole time from start to finish.
So then, what does it mean to you then if your theories are all correct? What does it mean?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not claiming to be there. No, I know when Steve G says they were not calling 911 because there was a 6-pack in the fridge. If you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you. I think there might have been some substances in the house that they had to get rid of. I think. Do you think
do you think the students at any point would think calling 911 could affect the education and of the people that go to school here, could get them in trouble needlessly?
Oh, I think it was.
I mean, again, I think if they saw the blood initially, they would have called 911 and said, "I don't care if any of us get in trouble for beer and we're underage or whatever, or drugs or anything." I don't think.
No, I think they're covering for something much bigger.
Think differently.
Whether it be
they're covering for something much bigger. What are they covering for?
Well,
they know that
somebody who was involved who they're definitely afraid of.
Wow. Okay.
Why is that well, here's the thing, though.
You can't be a victim in this world, I guess. You got to be involved.
Why would you say wow to that, though? Because we heard, because you keep going back to him, Steve Gonsalves himself claimed there were 2, not 1, but 2 parallel investigations going on involving, this is a factual piece of information, the FBI and the DEA, okay? They're in town on 2 parallel investigations going on besides this, during this situation. So why would these kids be worried about calling 911? Why would they possibly be scared about calling? Why has nobody been allowed to nor want to talk about this since it's happened, Jeff? Why are people being told that we're told not to talk about it? Why are people saying I'm afraid to talk about it? Why are people leaving the area and not wanting to go back to the area?
I think Jeremy Regan answers the question of why nobody wants to talk about it. Look what they did to that poor guy. He's just a neighbor. Jeremy Regan, the guy that lived next door, he came out and everybody made him out to be like he was Stephen McDaniel, like he was the one who, right? He even sounded a little like Stephen McDaniel, so I can understand.
That's when nobody knew anything, though. That's when nobody knew anything at that point.
Right, but that's what and from my emails with Kane Francetic, or however you pronounce it.
I know.
I mean, he detailed like all the stuff he was dealing with all these gawkers coming over there and having to, deal with, all that.
Okay, yeah, in
crap,
some aspect, that's right.
So it was a nuisance to the people that lived there, especially close to there.
They clearly stated they were being threatened if they talked about it. Okay. Now I don't know what the threats are about. I don't know any of that, but that was clearly stated by people there.
Well, maybe the threat is that you run the risk of messing up the integrity of this case by talking about it. Maybe that's it. Is it a threat of violence against them, or a threat that you're going to screw up this case because,
quick point, whatever, Jeff. Christie said in an interview that they got a call early that morning saying that the kids had overdosed. The first call they received, the kids had died in an overdose. The second call they received, the kids had been shot. They got 2 calls. Those were the 2 stories they got. You got to ask yourself, why would anybody hypothesize that they overdosed unless there was some sort of substances around that house? And why would somebody hypothesize they'd been shot unless there was a situation that would lead people to believe that somebody wanted to shoot them?
Well, maybe it goes from chapter 1, you just think she's passed out. Chapter 2, she's not waking up. Is it possible the man in black is a fentanyl provider? Is it one of those types of situations? You don't want to believe it, but could it be that?
I just don't think that you think somebody's going to overdose on fentanyl unless they're known to use recreational drugs.
Yeah.
Well, who knows?
Do you agree, Jeff, that house was a very popular house, a party house?
It's a party house, but a part of me is seeing a house like that with seems to be mostly country music pumping out of there. I guess maybe I'm not.
Well, I'm
just stereotyping, but I just don't see the. I see it more as, I don't know. I guess I just associate country music with drinking, having a good time, maybe a little weed, maybe some Leonard Skinner. I just don't see it as like, this is we're pushing like cartel level drugs out of here, and we're putting them in a tunnel, and we're
Well, the tunnels
removing
don't
things.
exist.
And
Listen, don't say that either, because people will take that seriously. They don't exist.
okay, yeah,
But
I'm
listen,
sorry. But see,
listen.
that I am glad there are things we can rule out. We agree on
Country-
both sides as ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you right now, with this newer generation, I don't care if you're listening to Slipknot, Hank Williams Jr., or Flavor Flav. Music has no bearing on anything. Okay, truly, then that is a bit of a stereotype, but no.
And I'm old. I admit that.
I get
so
that.
I could be off on that.
But drugs are drugs, period, and they're very prominent all over the United States, all over college campuses. This house, in particular, is the hot spot in the area because it's one, not on campus directly, two, a larger house, plenty of room, and very popular kids lived there. Okay,
Emma Bailey did hang out there as well.
all the time. And I agreed, some people don't listen to nor believe the Dave interview. He's asked very clearly, were there drugs in that house? Absolutely was his answer. Were there drugs ever sold out of that house, Dave? Absolutely was his answer. Now, you can believe it. You don't have to believe it. I believe that because I know it's a college campus. I know what I experienced in 1993 and 1994 on a college campus, a large one. It hasn't changed that much, okay? Music, I don't care what you're doing. And how many times did we see body cams of them going to the house for noise control, this, that? You see people on the roofs of houses in the summertime, whatever, having their parties, doing this, doing that.
How about the time when there wasn't one of the roommates home and there's just like a whole bunch of people in there partying?
Don't even live there, right?
That's crazy, dude.
That's the house. And the day before these murders, I'm sorry, there was 100+ people in that house having a party again. Okay, again. So we've seen Hunter come out of the house. They're playing the drinking game with the whatever the hell those things are on his arms, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, all that shit. Okay, that's the house. That is the house. So it's not far out of the realm to believe these things with that house, whether it's wanted to be stated or not. Parents don't want to accept certain things sometimes, but they know.
Maybe all those details also make it a good target for somebody who's targeting a house.
Well, Ashley did a really good job. Yeah, but that's the thing, targeting that house. Ashley did a really good job, in my opinion, out of anybody who's ever questioned Steve into like probing into like what he said. He stumbled up a few times, especially when she asked him about
because
the
she
door,
brought out
the door being
doubt.
closed. Yeah,
right. She brought the
But-
doubt, and I don't think he expected that. He didn't really know how to answer those questions because usually the interviews that Steve does, no disrespect intended, are all to the people that are guilters per se that will go along with that. She stopped, like Jesse said, she brought out the quiet stuff because she does have a brain. She does have.
Well,
some
I'm going to ask you guys this and your take on this because a lot of people take what Steve says as the Bible because they believe he's getting information from the state, somebody, PI, whatever. He said that Brian planned this the day he bought the knife in Pennsylvania.
Right. Bingo. With no targets in mind, Willie. That's real interesting to me. I'm sorry.
But that's the thing. He would have to know the targets.
Agreed.
Not
That's
really.
why
I mean,
think that's a
the
bunch of
house is
bullshit.
targeted. How do we know that he wasn't driving around late at night on his own? Because that's what he liked to do, looking at many houses. How do we know that it wasn't like eeny, meeny, miny, mo? This one is the best choice because they
5
party in
cars
there.
there.
There's all kinds of DNA.
There's
in
lights
there going in and
on.
out.
There's
Lights
DoorDash
on, 5 cars.
leaving.
Yeah, and they're always lights on. And then this particular night,
There was just 100
there's
people in
very
there
few
the night
people. This is a
before.
Saturday. Yeah, 100 people the night before Saturday night. There's only
Saturday
6.
night when it's the most
This
activity.
is the night to do it. This is
I certainly hope
because
the
there's 6
prosecution
people the
doesn't-
night before 100,
doesn't lead
right?
with how do we know?
If you want
How
to
do
get
we know
away
this
with it,
didn't happen? How do
that's
we know that
that's
didn't
the
happen?
that's the time to do it.
Well,
If you're an
it sounds
idiot,
like the confidence to get away with it is very high.
You wouldn't
So
try to
much
do that
so
on
that
a
you-
Tuesday night when everybody
Okay,
has
man.
a class the next day and stuff like that. That would make more sense.
Well, he's
because
got to go to
everybody's in
work.
bed.
I mean, it sounds like he also took the day off of work Monday, right?
Yeah.
they said Sunday. They said the day
So
after, which is Sunday.
Middle of the week.
I think it was his
Well, not
first
only
day
that,
back.
when she asked
That
him
was
the
Monday, I
question, he
thought.
directly deflected. She
Right.
said, "You have information that he took the day off, and where did you get that information?" And he says, his answer is, "Well,
You
there's
can't
something
say
called
it.
the
You can't
Brian
answer that.
tally."
The
So
Brian
he
Talley.
starts talking about this Brian tally, which to me Is it just an absolute nonsense story?
It's probably just another one of those things. Once it's revealed, then he feels he can talk about it, and then we'll talk about it more, and then that'll be on our list of things that is a fact.
Well,
he
if
took a
he's not
picture in front of a
supposed to talk
shower,
about it,
right?
he
That's a
shouldn't be
fact now,
talking
right?
about it then.
Yeah, he also had a scheduled doctor's appointment, if you remember. Good reason to take the day off. Not to mention that if he was involved in a quadruple homicide the night before, that doctor's going to go, Jesus Christ, dude. Excuse my language. Sorry, Jeff. What happened to your hands? Why do you have scratches all over your neck? What's this? What's that? Which he had none of the next morning in the selfie that supposedly makes him guilty. Again, but that was the scheduled doctor's appointment, and then the haircut the day after that, I do believe. Which again,
wouldn't we have expected this to be in the PCA and in the court docs if he actually didn't show up for work the following day? You'd think that would be front and center in the PCA.
Yes, sir.
So I have a tough trouble believing.
Oh my
Steve
God,
T.
yeah. They put anything and everything they could in that PCA, dude.
So if he didn't show up for work the very next day, that's got to be in there.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, like nothing that has happened. Let me ask it this way, just to break down a lot of stuff to make it easier. None of the changes that have come about based on this document right here that the judge himself put out, based on the grand jury testimonies and so on and so forth. None of the stuff that has changed has made you even think twice, Jeff, about, well, maybe, or is it maybe this, or why does this look funny? Why did this change? Hey, why, let alone the 8-hour period of time that we've already been questioning. Now we see that they're in the middle of, what do you call that? I can't think right now, but when you take pictures and you crop them and doing this and you're taking pictures and cropping them and sending them, 2 pictures were sent off via the VCMO app at 3:30 in the morning, and they were altered or whatever and then sent somewhere else. Checking your for a job at sometime, things like all of
your
that.
Parents at 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday.
Right. And I mean, all that stuff didn't make you stop and even once go, well, something's not right. You just stick right where you're at and you're not letting go of it, is what I think everybody asks.
Well, I mean, that's not enough proof to like say, oh my gosh, they're so nefarious. They're using their phones, or they're cropping pictures. How many, can you imagine attractive girls that take pictures of themselves, 100 pictures, and then they I like this one out of 100, but I'm going to crop it. And now I like it. They're attractive.
I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I know
very...
lots of attractive girls that don't take pictures of themselves at 7 in the morning.
Not during,
but if they're kind of worried about what's going on and they're trying to calm themselves, and it sounds to me like Bethany didn't believe Dylan saw what she thought she saw, and is saying, well, Xana was wearing a black dress. Could it be that?
They wanted to go check.
You saw what you saw? It sounds like, well, because she's probably also seeing well, but you're pretty damn scared. I'm not going to go up there and.
You don't think
we can figure this out. We can figure this out. In the morning, it's probably nothing. She's probably just passed out like other Saturday nights, and we'll just call Hunter, in a little while or something. Who knows? We don't know that. But I'm not going to sit here and demonize this poor girl with this unclear information like you guys are. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry.
Asking questions and demonizing is night and day, bro. Come on.
No, but you're revealing what you think she did, what she's thinking.
The judge is saying what the documents are saying what she did. What do you mean?
Right.
Specifically, what do you think I'm saying? What do you think I mean?
I don't know. I just don't like how you always kind of make it seem like we're making this shit up. This is all in the documents.
I don't know. If I had more time as a video editor, I would just cut all the comments together to hear where Dylan is awful. She's probably involved. She probably did the cleanup. She probably pulled, had the blade in hand. And but BK,
that I don't believe.
BK's a saint. It's like.
And nobody said he was a saint either. But based on everything.
But that's the perception that us guilters.
Why do you?
I guess.
Okay, but here you never have answered this though from the very beginning. What I asked you is you never really have clearly stated what you actually think has been proven that proves that he did this.
Well, see, the part of the problem is that I also, in the long list of stuff that I think point to BK, included in that is the stuff that law enforcement knows that we don't yet know.
How much of that do you think is left at this point?
I don't know. How much do you think is left? I think there's a good deal.
I
was surprised when we heard the final resting position of Kaylee's body. I was surprised when we heard, yes, he bought a K-bar knife. There's all these things are starting to come out, and I don't know. Judge Hippler is, I guess,
how about multiple perps,
wanting it
Jeff?
to come out to the public.
Multiple perps, is that something you'll consider?
Well, that's from Anne, right? Anne is the one is pushing the idea of multiple perps. So
Well, no,
I would
some
expect
say
her
that-
to do something
Some
like
would say
that. Right?
that's
She's
from
lying?
That's her job.
Christie and,
Not
have
saying
to-
she's lying. That's her
you have
job.
to-
If he's
come
guilty,
on.
if
But she
he's
has to
guilty, her
prove it.
job is to make him innocent.
But
so
she
if
has
his
to
jo-
prove it, dude.
She can't lie about it. She can't. Okay.
Well, she can't.
That-
She can't lie about it, but she likes to paint pictures. She paints pictures. The knife
Well, wait.
sheath was placed on the bed, right? How do we know that? Do they have a
How do you
camera
know it
showing it
wasn't, though?
placed? When she says placed, you know she's trying
How
to
do you
put
not
it
know
on
that?
law
How do you
enforcement.
not? Yeah. How do you know that?
We
it
don't,
wasn't?
right? That's why I think it was dropped. That's why I think it was dropped there, not placed. I think it was knocked out of his hand, and then when he's looking for it, you think he's going to go turn the light on, and so that it lights up the back parking lot, showing, "Hey, I saw a guy in black in Maddie's room looking around for something on the floor."
No.
You know, does he want that?
course
No.
not.
He's
so is
very
the answer that
knowledgeable
you're not
about crime
willing to
scenes.
entertain multiple perps, Jeff? You're not willing to entertain that?
Why
Or
do
weapons.
you think it's multiple perps? Just because some blood found or something found on a
No,
handrail
because
from
she
the first
stated
floor to
that,
the second?
that she stated her words were Brian or Mr. Koberger is ample and ready to bring forth the possibility of multiple perpetrators, additional alternate multiple. Sorry, hold on one more time. Multiple alternate perpetrators, as well as making a statement that are much more. I'm trying to remember the exact way she put it, but closer in relation to the victims. Basically saying they have a much closer connection to the victims than Brian, who has zero connection to the victims at that point. So basically stating what Christy stated in the very, very, very beginning first interview, where she said she believes that it was somebody that Kaylee knew that did this.
And
Steve
multiple
did slip
weapons.
up and say they in
Yeah.
his last interview with Bamfield, he slipped up
Right.
and said they did this to Kaylee. And there is a rumor out there, which just a rumor, that the Gonzalez family does believe it's multiple perpetrators, and they're waiting until after the trial to come forward with what they believe.
Well, if it's multiple perpetrators, they can still go after the other perpetrator later, right? But it's
Why
sure
would
there
you? Why would
seems
you
to
do
be-
that after?
no,
one
not
seems to be a
really.
whole lot pointing towards the one they've arrested.
Not really, because if it's multiple perpetrators and you're trying to pin it on one guy, you're being
Holy
dishonest,
moly.
and you're leaving a lot of reasonable doubt. And I part of the reasonable doubt is a lot of people just don't believe one guy could do this in the fashion that it's been done. Several blows to the face that would have caused her to be deceased without the knife. His hands in the photo the next day are pretty pristine.
No.
Right, but if you're using a hammer on their face, it's not going to bruise your
Well,
hand.
there was no report of a
They're using
hammer.
a K-bar, it
No,
is.
you don't know what you see. I really at this point in this, when I say hammer, you don't know what I'm talking about, Jesse. After all this, I'm amazed. There are very few, especially on the other side, that will even stop for a moment and say, "Oh my gosh, yeah, the K-bar knife is a hammer and a knife." You don't want to entertain
why?
that.
'Cause it
Why
has
don't
a
you want to
butt?
entertain that?
Why? 'Cause it has a butt? There's a lot of
Because
knives
you
that have
hit
a
somebody
butt.
with the exactly. It's like a hammer. Marines are
Okay.
trained to use it to hammer nails,
Dude, anything
metal
can be a hammer.
nails. Kaylee's nose is not made of metal, so imagine a hammer coming down on her nose.
I've heard a lot
multiple
of
times.
Marines say they don't believe this crime could have been committed by one person
Okay,
in the amount of
deflect.
time.
You're not talking about the K-bar. You're
Dude,
deflecting
stop,
to Marines'
dude,
opinions.
stop with your little comments when people, answer you.
Yeah. I'm
Enough
not
with
a
that shit.
proposed
I'm just having a
K-bar
conversation,
expert.
Willie.
All right,
Jeez,
then,
get
well,
the
then
fuck out of here.
relax.
Get the fuck
Stop
out of
going
here.
down his throat when he answers you.
I'm done. I'm done with you guys.
Jesus Christ, man.
I'm gonna leave you guys to
Jumping
continue
all
the
over
conversation.
Jesse's shit when he's trying to answer you.
You will be
I'm
missed.
just
Jeff. You will be
talking. We're
missed.
just having we both do it to each other, and we
Okay,
don't
whatever,
get,
man.
We don't get
Keep
triggered by
gaslighting.
it.
Okay, yeah, triggered.
Trigger warning.
All right, I'm not a K-bar expert. I'm a logic and common sense expert. In my own opinion, Dago, you're muted.
Would a golf club do something like that?
Yeah, but just like would I go to a house for a guitar jam and not bring my own guitar? I just assume I'm going to use what's at the house. I don't think a killer is going to go into the house and say, "I'll just find something in the house. Hey, here's a golf club." Plus, two, I mean, a golf club is much longer. Even if you break it in half and you're going to swing that in a small bedroom, why not just use the K-bar that you
That
brought
way
in?
you don't have to get close to that person, and you can do what you got to do without being.
No, but if
attacked
you're,
by-
and again, if the methodology is like Ted Bundy did when he went into that sorority to kill 4 girls, knock them unconscious first with a piece of wood, and then strangle them. That's what's his method. And you
yeah,
don't
but-
think that anybody studying under Catherine Ramsland would be any bit familiar with Ted Bundy's methods and once they discovered that a K-bar knife is also a hammer that you can knock a victim unconscious with first, thereby causing a quiet crime, a quiet murder, and also you can stay out of the way of the blood spray as much as possible because they're unconscious.
Okay,
know,
all right,
Bundy,
let me
That's
go
my
with
theory.
Bundy ended up getting
Hold on.
arrested.
I shared it
after
with
that.
Vince Politan on a. I did have to pay like $2.99 super chat, but I shared it with him. He's like, I never thought of that. Never thought about
Let me
that.
give you this then. Okay, so we're gonna go with your theory. Let me show you something, Jeff. And this is only based on my own personal experiences, being at certain scenes and seeing certain things. This is not the same knife, okay, but the
Right.
butt.
I've got the one that is in
Okay.
question here. If you want to see
I
it.
figured. But
You
that's
figured. I bought it because Tom Van said it was a hammer on the end. I had to see it for myself.
well, it's basically like this, as most knives are. Okay, beyond the hilts are the same, pretty much, in the end of it, the butt is about the same, roughly. So we'll say you're holding this at close range. You have to be close enough to get to that person. And if he's stating what Steve said, we all know that she was unrecognizable. And I hate talking about this because I feel like I'm disrespecting her, but it's something that needs to be said, obviously. But okay, her nose was broken. She was hit more than once. Okay, he claims that she was punched by him. Those were his words, which I don't believe that.
Right, because I don't think he can yet reveal that it was probably the
Okay.
K-bar butt end knife. Right
Either
now.
that, either way. And I see that's one thing that I don't do is I won't let something he said stick and go with it for the rest of my life. I have to move around and like.
But we can make the going up and down the stairs 2 times in the account of Dylan and Hunter and all that. We can make that fit though.
The judge put it in a document. Steve G's talking out of his mouth, not on a document.
Right, but the implication is that what you're saying is that they did a rehearsal of it and then they did it on the 911 call.
It sure as hell sounds like it. Based
Did
on
it
that.
So you're
twice.
making that fit. You're making that fit. I'm making
That's what they
that
did.
fit.
Because that's what the judge is stating went down, based on the
Calm
anyway.
down, Willie. Calm down.
See, there you go. See those little comments there. You never do, right?
I know they bugger you
You're
because
such
you
a
do it to
fucking
other.
gaslighter, dude. You're such a fucking
the
gaslighter.
GTFO bugs me to no end.
Documents, if you actually read the documents, right, instead of talked out of your
I know
ass,
he's your
you would
friend,
see
and I
that
know
the
you don't
judge
want him-
himself, states that they go in the house and do every single thing they do on the 911 call, which means it happened twice, Jeff. Count for me. 1.
It happened
2.
twice, but it wasn't a rehearsal. They knew
Okay,
less
okay,
on the
it
first
wasn't a
time, and they
rehearsal.
knew
We'll use
more on
different
the
words.
second. That's all it is.
Then why'd they go back inside?
We'll just use different words. It wasn't rehearsal, but it happened twice. Whatever. Anyway,
The first
point
time, Hunter doesn't want him to see. They don't want him to see her possibly unconscious and maybe in a bad state. The second time, he doesn't want them to see that she's actually got blood flowing out from under her. It's 2 different times, 2 different moments in times. Same staircase. It's okay, but 2 different moments in time. Doesn't have
Within
to be.
6
Doesn't
minutes.
have to be a rehearsal.
okay, fine. We won't use the rehearsal word. That's fine.
No, you can. You can. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just pointing out that's the way I
At what
view
point
it.
does it
not
get
me. Triggered by that
exhausting
word.
just explaining all this away, though, Jeff? Like
It's
every
not
single
explaining.
point.
You guys are explaining away things just as much as I am. We're all trying to make it fit.
We're not
Don't
explaining
act
away
like we're
anything.
not all doing the same thing.
Let
We
me
just have our
finish what I was
opinions and end
saying
up
real quick
with
here.
different conclusions.
What I wanted to say here is if he did that, or she, or who, or they, whoever did that with the butt end of that knife, okay, it's going to take multiple times, in my opinion, to break the nose, to pummel the face.
But how many to
make-
go unconscious?
Hold on a minute. I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
To make the face unrecognizable, okay, and basically, like I said, the way it was explained, unrecognizable. There's going to be blood spray for one, especially at close range. There's going to be bruising per se on the perpetrator's hand from doing something like that.
I don't
Again,
think so.
now hold on. Well, you're wrong because I do have medical knowledge, so I'm just going to.
I can show you the knife and how it would be. In the
I can
hand.
show you the knife too, and I looked at
Jeff,
it.
come on, you got to let other people talk, bud.
Okay. I'm
So
just
anyway-
making little short things.
I'm going to finish now. So, not to mention the fact that after that, then there's 50 or 45 stab wounds that happen. Okay, all of that happened in that period of time. So again, there's spray. Okay, and even if you're doing this,
Oh no!
Your mic went out. There you go.
Yeah, he's not muted because you can't see the
Not
icon.
muted, but yeah, we can't hear you though.
Must have unplugged the microphone.
sorry, it's a stupid mic. I got to change it out. Anyway, if you bump it, it goes off. Point is, 54 stab wounds, multiple hits to the face, probably 2, 3, 4 to knock somebody unconscious. Great. Okay. And again, there's going to be multiple sprays coming from the body that you're doing that to, is what I'm trying to say. Absolutely. So stating that that's not going to happen is just wrong, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
But how about those guys that come up behind somebody, hit him in the head once on the streets of New York City, and that person falls unconscious? One blow. And
You've seen that done other than on TV?
I've seen it on the news clips of somebody doing it. Yes, I think it's possible. So I mean, does it take 3 or 4 blows to the head to go unconscious? I don't think so. Also, too, is all that stabbing and stuff on the bed from the floor below? Does that sound like maybe the dog's on the bed and they're playing with the dog on the bed?
The dog's on the 3rd floor, not the 2nd floor, so you're not going to hear the dog on the 3rd floor.
The stabbing of Kaylee happened on what floor?
The 3rd floor. I'm talking about that.
Right.
One, yeah.
And Dylan is on the 2nd floor underneath it, and the stabbing actions on the bed probably sound like somebody playing with the dog on the bed.
Well, yeah, but before that, as Kaylee was being hit, in my opinion, there's going to be screaming and yelling as she came upon the situation.
I think the whole point of knocking them unconscious first, like Ted Bundy, is to avoid screaming. And
but you got to get to him you have to get to him to start that, and there's going to be stuff that happens before that.
Right, so that's where it comes in with the surprise element. I mean, Maddie, do you think Maddie saw the killer coming and had time to react? No.
I think Maddie was sleeping. I think she's the only one that was sleeping, but I think
right,
Kaylee
I agree. We agree on something.
In the other room and heard something going on and came into that room, and what the hell's going on? And it's stated clearly that she fought back. Okay.
And Kaylee could have come in as it's happening or right after it's happened, but regardless, the killer still has the element of surprise on Kaylee. And I'm sure that smack to the face with the hammer really quickly.
That's what I think.
Well, I think it probably pissed him off, because if his idea was knock them unconscious first, then kill them, Kaylee walking in on him like that foils that plan and probably pissed him off to no end, and it's probably why she got such a large brunt of it all, because
I'm sure
she almost made it so that he didn't get away with it.
And nobody's screaming.
That's my point, Jeff.
Nobody's screaming, right?
Listen, if she comes
unconscious person can't scream, as far as I can tell.
Let me give you this. Well, first off, he's not Stretch Armstrong, okay? So take that into account. If she does come from her room, we don't know this is a fact yet, but if she does come from her room because Murphy's scratching at the door, whining, he hears something, she opens the door, their rooms are almost like right across. She goes across and sees this going on, and hey, what the hell are you doing? Screaming, yelling. Okay, that's one point that you're going to get that before she can even get to him. He can't reach her at that point to knock her out. She comes into the room. They start dancing around. At one point, we know she ends up backed up in the corner of the bed, meaning she's trying to get away from him. Okay.
Well, she's probably hit and thrown onto the bed, right? Right after she comes in the room. That's how I picture it.
Listen,
well, that's what I believe.
Steve himself said she was backed up in the corner.
That's where her final resting place was.
Position like this, sitting up. That to me sounds like she's backing her feet up, trying to push away from him to get away from the person.
Agreed.
Okay?
I see it that way too. Yep.
Okay, so she's not knocked out at that point, Jeff. She's still awake to be able to do that. So no, I don't believe that if she was knocked out, I don't think she was.
Wait a second. If he's doing all this punching and shit, right? How does he get nothing from the top step to the bottom step?
That's my point I'm trying to make. This is what I'm trying to explain to you based on what has been explained to us from Steve, from documents, all of these things. I don't think she was out until she was out, meaning until she was unfortunately deceased, because there were cuts to her liver. There were cuts to her, side of her body, the back of her body. There was a dance that was going on, Jeff, okay, like a fight. And Steve even said a fight. There was a fight that went on between these two or three or whoever it was, between Kaylee and these other people or persons. And I agree with that she's a consolvent. She's going to fight back. God bless her, okay?
But it can still be an unfair fight, an extremely unfair fight. It's not a balanced fight, I don't think.
I'm sure it was unfair, but the fact is that it went on. And all of that dancing around...
Sounds like playing with the dog from the floor below.
I don't think so. Not with screaming going on.
Well, when you're drunk and you've just kind of been awoken to it, I think
can I just ask,
wonder what
how did Brian know that none of them each had a friend over?
He didn't know anybody who was in that house or not in that house.
Nobody would know that. You go in there and roll the dice, move your mice. You don't know.
Well, again, you don't know.
I mean, I guess you got some idea of the number of cars you looking in there, but also if you're looking observing any time through the windows or getting a sense, or maybe you just go for it. Maybe you're either that confident you're going to get away with it, or you like the
And now
ones
we're
that get
stretching
caught,
the time.
the ones that get caught get pretty big. Pretty
Five
big
cards.
account as well.
You use
I've
Bundy
heard.
as an example several times. You do realize that Bundy actually woke everybody up in the house, had
Yeah.
to flee, and ended up getting caught.
Yes.
And
Right.
at that time,
Piece of
Bundy
wood
had-
isn't quite as damaging as a hammer, though.
No, it can
still,
be.
but
It can
Bundy
be.
was an experienced killer at the time.
And if you study, but what if you study
failed
Bundy and
miserably.
what if you study Bundy and you seek to do better than Bundy did?
So every
Right.
criminologist is a potential
Yeah,
killer.
that's what I think. That's obviously what I think, Willie.
there just seems
conclusion.
to be an
Good
awful
conclusion.
lot of what ifs, Jeff.
All right. Well, let me give you one more question, Jeff. That I want to hear your explanation for this one because I really
All right,
can't.
this one after this one I should go.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable. I'm trying.
No. I hear my my wife is up and we're gonna get some breakfast. and
Well,
stuff.
so
Make
in
breakfast.
the same document we've been referring to, it is portrayed, and it was portrayed by the defense, I believe, too. I might be wrong. I'll correct myself by him. I'm sorry, but we now know that it is perceived that Ethan and Xana were actually killed simultaneously at the same time. Okay.
Mhm.
How did Brian do that? I mean, is he Bruce Lee, or like how the hell would that work
I mean, I
out?
can share my theory if you want, if that's okay. I've shared it many times. It doesn't get around, I guess, but
So they were killed at the same time, mind you. That's what
right.
that
I personally think that they got the DoorDash food, right? This is the reason I think this way. This theory came to my mind is because whenever I order delivered food, my wife says, "You go wash your hands," because I'm a guy and don't always wash my hands. So Ethan goes to the bathroom. Xana is in her room on TikTok. I've verified, as far as I can tell, she posts the words "Never forget the foundation in the bathtub" on TikTok at 4:12 a.m.
Nope. That's
I
changed to
imagine
316.
Well, they changed that, but I still don't
Okay.
doubt the test
All
I
right.
did with Unfurl, because I did 3 tests of my own TikTok posts on random people's, and the Unfurl was only off by no more than 35 to 40 seconds the time I posted. So I
Okay.
trust that.
All
I
right.
think we'll find out later. They just didn't calculate the PST time.
No problem.
Maybe. But anyway, so Ethan's in the bathroom washing his hands, probably relieving himself. Xana's on TikTok and thinks that the footsteps coming up behind her into her room are just Ethan returning from the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Bam. She's hit in the head with the Ted Bundy method, falls to the floor. And then the killer, if you look at the floor plan of Xana's room, the killer only has to step 2 steps back, and he's kind of in the closet of that room, not visible to Ethan, who is now coming out of the bathroom. Now, maybe I watched too much Pulp Fiction with John Travolta
No.
coming out of the bathroom. That's
I
what I'm
can
picturing,
see
right? You
that
see it?
makes sense.
But it helps. I think it helps you see it, and that's probably why I see it.
All
Ethan
right.
comes out of the bathroom. This theory also was like Vince Politan was like, "Oh, I never thought of that too." Just a couple days ago.
Okay.
He comes into the room, sees Xana on the floor, wondering what's going on. Why is she laying on the floor? She must be really drunk. And he says, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Leans down to help her up. Doesn't realize the killer is right there behind him. Bam! Ted Bundy method to the head. And now
Okay.
they're both finished off pretty much at this roughly the same time, which I guess is what you're saying.
All right. Well, now, okay. Now with that, sure, that could make sense, except for one thing. Xana basically lost her fingers in defending herself and fighting back, and it was clearly been stated more than once in documents by word of mouth and so on and so forth that she definitely was the last one killed, and that she also had basically lost her fingers trying to defend herself. So if that's the case, there's no way in hell her hands would have done that if that's
Well,
what
but with
happened.
hindsight, we know now that fact, right? Somebody listening to this, and God forbid this would ever happen, hears that and says, "Oh, all you have to do is when you kill them, then just slice their fingers, and it'll look like." So what I'm saying is that because of the fact that he's written a paper, he has the knowledge of crime scenes and knows how to make things look like something they aren't. Why is it not so hard to think? Why is it not so hard to think he sliced her fingers after he killed her?
That's
It's
really,
impossible. I guess it's impossible. Okay.
that's a reach, Jeff. Come on, you know that's a reach yourself.
Oh my gosh, that's a reach compared to all the
bro.
other stuff.
That
All
come
right,
on.
well, like I said,
they
I
would've
gotta-
said that. They can. There's forensic pathologists. There's even Mabbott. Whatever. All these people can tell.
And maybe they
Certain
still will say that. Maybe say her hands were sliced, but it's kind of hard to tell. We don't know if that was truly defensive she was fighting and trying to grab the knife, or that he just sliced him on the way out.
Okay.
We don't know that.
Well, okay. And like
All right.
I said, I could go
you
along
know,
with what
Willie's
you said.
always saying make it make sense, and this is how I make it make sense. So if you don't, that's the best I can do for you. I got to
You
leave
got
it
to
right
work
there.
hard to make it make sense, buddy. 'Cause,
No, I'm not working very hard at all. I mean, I'm not pulling in
but
all these people, all these
well, the
innocent
last
people.
time you were on this
Emma
panel, we
Bailey's down the
discussed
street.
why
Uh-huh.
they would say Xana was passed out. What information did they have that possibly would lead them to that conclusion? I suggested that everything we know about the 911 call and the circumstances in that house, none of the facts that we have allow that to be the most logical conclusion. And your retort to me was maybe they climbed up a ladder outside.
That's
looked
with
in the
old
window.
information. Why are you? That's no different than talking about the tunnels.
But
That's what
you were
Dago
using-
said. Why are you talking
you were
about
using,
stuff?
You were
we
using the same
conclude-
information I was using.
because
Jeff.
I
You
thought
were-
it was a door closed.
Why are
That's
you
why.
yelling, man?
I'm
Man,
because
what I'm
I got
saying
close to the
is-
mic, Willie. Sorry for your ears, sensitive.
But
I think
my hypothesis still applies because I was using Occam's razor and I wasn't concocting these. I wasn't saying what if. I was saying
and
based on
let's
what we
let's
know.
hear what you say when we find out more things that might happen to point towards what I'm saying now are true.
It's going to be
that I
really
believe
easy
are
for
true.
me, Jeff, because when we find out more things, I'm not going to attempt to explain them away if that's not the logical thing to do. When we learn more things, I'm simply going to adjust based on the things that we learn if I
But
actually believe those are true.
But it's still not all the puzzle pieces. You're still dealing with a limited number of puzzle pieces, and you're still even if it is new puzzle pieces.
I said it earlier. I don't know if you heard, Jeff. Even if you show me a videotape of Brian going in and out of that house, and you prove to me that he was there involved, that doesn't take away from the fact that I still need to be explained what happened with the roommates, why they behaved the way they did, why the information we were given was so off.
And we'll hear that.
There is a conspiracy here, or at least there is the appearance of a conspiracy based on the inaccurate information and the very suspect behavior of the roommates and the gaslighting from the mainstream media and the authorities that seem to be bolstering a story that doesn't add up and doesn't make sense. And I don't believe they would do that for everybody. I don't think they would do it for me. I don't think they would do it for you or Willie or any male. You get found in a house with 4 deceased people and your story doesn't add up.
Oh, we're done.
I don't think they're making it. I don't think they're gaslighting on our behalf. They're doing it for these kids. I want to know why, and whether or not Brian was involved or had anything to do with it. That doesn't take away from the fact that none of this stuff makes sense with the roommates, and that's what I'm really curious about.
Karen, getting under the skin is a two-way street. Believe me.
Well, listen, before you go,
not you, but every.
Well, before you go, I just have one question, and you can answer it, you can not, whatever. Who's paying you?
Who's paying me?
Yeah.
YouTube pays me no more than any other YouTuber. In all my time being on YouTube, you know how long I've been on YouTube? All the way back to T-Rev days. I've made probably less than $300. Wait, no, maybe $400. Okay. Dago knows how the AdSense YouTube stuff works. I just got a check for a deposit for $162. Made $162 last month. The next thing is that it's sitting like it's $70. $70 hasn't. I don't know if it doesn't go past 100. It just sits there at $70 forever, right? Dago knows, he's nodding. So that's it. Okay. I don't get anything until it crosses over 100. I think I've gotten 4 payments. One was like 100, 140. Second one, this recent one of 160, and then right now it's sitting at $70. So do the math. I'm not out to make money on this. I'm a dude with a opinion. That's all, Willie.
Okay.
Just a dude with an opinion. That's all it is. I sit and I work at my computer as a video editor. I've been a video editor, a videographer, a photographer for 30 years. I sit at my computer and I work on projects, and notifications pop up in the upper right corner of my computer all day long. Dago's live. Cool. I'm going to check out Dago's. Outcast is live. And I know I don't like mentioning other. Well, I'm mentioning friendlies. I'm mentioning friendlies.
I'm good.
12 gauge is live. So and a lot of times, I'm like, damn, this person went live. Swamp Rose went live, and I miss it. I don't know why I would never get her notifications. It like pissed me off. It's like, man, I always like going to Swamp Rose.
At the end of this, then, since I know you got to run. I'm sorry. let's say that all this comes down to the line and everything comes out through trial, so on and so forth, and they prove Brian Koberg had nothing to do with this, nothing at all, and it's proven the right way, all is said and done. What are your thoughts at that point?
Right. I mean, if it's proven, then what can I say against the truth? I want the truth. Steve G will stand up in the courtroom and say, no, hold on, this is not the guy. After going through this whole trial, that's not the dude, people. Come on. I don't want just somebody.
I don't think he will, though.
We disagree on many things. That's just another one.
I know. I'm just saying I think that Steve will. It would
no. Steve G wants the right guy, and he has looked into it, and he knows stuff that we don't know, and he is, I think, is confident. I don't know as much as Steve does, and I think I lean towards guilty. Steve knows more than I do, and lean towards guilty. That's all it is.
Well, what is it that you think Steve will be okay if they come out and say
the victim's son.
I don't know. I don't see that.
First Amendment right to just be able to discuss what.
No, but he's allowed. I mean, out of anybody in the world, he's allowed. He's the one that's allowed to be guilty before innocent. I mean, Jesus Christ! If I had the name of somebody that possibly did that to my daughter, I don't give a shit. They're guilty as hell. Yeah. Him and you are two different people, dude. You're like you said earlier. You're just part of the public, and that's why I was just asking you, how come when somebody brings up something that's logical, you fight them to the death when it's like it's not that big of a deal?
Well, you might be assuming it's logical. That might be part of the problem. What's logical to you, maybe I don't agree with. That's all.
Okay.
Steve G. One thing Steve G. doesn't know is he doesn't know what the alternative perpetrator suspects are going to be and what the evidence is going to be presented. And if that stuff starts to make too much sense, or that could hit a nerve with him. I mean, you got to imagine he's sitting there in court. Ann Taylor comes up with, if Hitler lets it in, it's got to have wheels, because if it doesn't have wheels, Hitler's not letting it in. And if it has wheels, Steve G is going to have to sit there and listen to it. And if it makes more sense than BK, and it wouldn't have to make that much sense for it to make more sense than BK, that's going to be a real tough thing for Steve G to deal with.
I have to agree with that's what I'm saying.
And I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible that some element of evidence or new knowledge comes through. I'm going to be like Cyree. I reserve the right to be wrong about the stuff I'm saying. That can't turn the tide of things. It's not impossible. My mind is not closed to like, I want it to be this guy. I have no reason to want it to be this guy. It's just like, I can't sit here and pretend like everything's like the Elantra, the DNA, the knowledge of it.
Jeff, it's Willie. Come on, it's me. You don't got to, come on. You don't got to lie. It's me. It's okay. It's okay. I take it for what it is, dude.
Would it make you feel better if I came to speak to you on friendly territory for you one day?
You're always welcome, dude.
Let you and your guilter buddies gang up on me?
No ganging. We just disagree. See, I guess maybe it's how you disagree, really.
Well,
I'm not calling any of you stupid. I'm not calling any of you idiots. I'm not talking about your mothers. I'm not doing anything like that. You're not doing it to me either. We're just passionate. We're raising our voices a little bit. I apologize. Even when I get too close to my microphone, it sounds.
Well, I find it hard to get a word in when I'm talking to you. So it would make it hard if you got. But
it's hard when you choose your words to say what you think I'm thinking and what I'm doing and what I believe. That's you. When you phrase things like that, you cause the other person to feel like I better jump in and refute that before they go on to other stuff.
Jeff. Eddie said it earlier. I think it's based on your actions, because you promote certain actions that make us, I guess, pre-interpret what you're getting ready to say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know how to explain it another way. And I think that's what people expect from you at some point.
Well, the other thing is you truly don't win a debate unless you allow your opponent to speak, right? So in a debate, you make your points when it's your turn to speak, and your opponent is supposed to sit there and it's painful sometimes because you have something that wants to come out. But if you don't pay enough respect to your opponent, you are disrespecting yourself by talking over that person. And I think you guys can see, and I think the chat would agree, that I do my best not to interrupt other people. Sometimes when those opponents run on and won't stop talking, I am forced, and I don't want to do it. I'm trying so hard to let you guys have your piece, but if it goes too long and I feel like I'm not getting a chance to speak, I have to talk. I have to butt in a little bit, but I try hard not to, because it's not a true debate unless you let your opponent speak.
And I'll do better. You're probably right a little bit about that, but maybe I'm a little excited because most of the times I'm blocked on channels where I even get the ability to do this. So I thank you, Dago, for the opportunity. You know, I'm blocked by all my 10 accounts
You
on
do
Dinky.
realize
Can't get over on Dinky. Can't get anywhere
what
on
you
many
saying,
of
what
these
you
channels.
just said, Jeff. You do realize
What's that?
like Willie, myself, Jesse, quite a few of the rest of us can't go into other channels and have this same conversation with. I can't even say nothing in the chat.
Exactly.
And I'm a creator too, okay? And I can't just make a statement. And I'm not rude. I don't talk down to people. And I can't just make a generalized statement in most of these channels without being, get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language, but that's what it is. Shut your damn mouth. This and that. You're crazy.
You
You
impersonating
idiot, blah, blah,
Willie.
blah. It happens all the time. It happens
Oh
all
yeah,
the time. All of us.
Gray Hughes.
Well, are you saying that I
program,
need to start doing lives?
handicapped
Is that
or
what you're saying?
something?
Where I could welcome you all to my live? Is that what you're saying? Because everybody's like, why don't you go live, Jeff? You got a channel? It's like,
So
I don't
do
know.
your own.
But
Do
like
your
I
own.
look at
Maybe I
I look
should.
at blocking like I don't care who blocks me because it's kind of like a store, right? A store has the right to refuse service. So if it's somebody's channel and they don't want me there,
Right.
it is what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
give a shit.
But
So
it's the fact that you're pointing out, you said that there's channel, like I think, 12 gauge probably wouldn't do that. But that's one out of how many channels that we can't speak our side of things. It's not to be heard. It's not to be talked about unless you come in and say, Brian did it, waving the flag with the big
Right.
red B on
And
it. He's guilty.
and I
That's
don't
it.
agree with channels like that. I think you should. Just like there's a story of a truck that got stuck under a bridge and all these adults were trying to figure it out and this little kid came over and said he had the answer. Like, no, we don't want to hear from you. You're different than us. We're adults. You're a kid. And the kid said, why don't you just let the air out of the tires and you can pull the truck out from under it. It's like, which is, I don't know if it's a true story at all, but it's a story that shows all opinions from opposite sides are worthy and should be allowed. If I had a channel, you all would be there. I've never blocked a single person in my whole life on YouTube, even though back in the detective days, everybody thinks I blocked his cohort Kelly, but I didn't. But Kelly thought I did, but that wasn't me. So, but like I said, if I had a channel, I would not be blocking anybody. You all would be welcome. And, I'm sure it would get passionate and heated, but if that's what's needed, maybe I'll think about it. Part of me is thinking about quitting the whole thing and like doing other stuff.
you're not gonna. That's not happening, bro.
No.
What's that?
No.
You quit the
not
whole
happening?
thing. You quit the whole thing. That's not
You
happening.
enjoy the intensity, I think, too much.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I know
here.
like I said, you heard me tally up the total money that's coming from it. This is not a money-making venture.
I didn't mean that.
That's what I mean. You're not, yeah.
But I should be doing things that are a money-making venture instead of this. But I enjoy debate. I'm a Christian. I used to go and have conversations with people of different religions, atheists, and I enjoyed the conversations. It strengthens your own beliefs when you're hearing from people that are thinking completely different.
I'm sure the pleasure was all yours, Jeff.
It's everybody's. It's an enjoyable conversation. It can be a two.
Again,
If you don't enjoy it,
was a
Jesse,
joke.
I'm sorry, but I am enjoying.
That was a joke.
I wanted you to come up here because I wanted to get your side of this as to why you think Brian did this. We still really didn't get a clear-cut answer to that, but okay.
Well, I started to go down that road, and then Willie jumped in about the K-bar, and it kind of put the brakes on all that. But I was saying all the
quick, if you can.
It can't be quick. Actually, I just got a message. My wife wants to go to Costco, so I do got to.
All righty then. Well, thank you.
Let's do it. Can we do it again though? Can we do it again? I wasn't such an ass that we can't do it again.
Early.
Sure.
All right. Cool, man. All right. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one. Thank you for joining.
Have a great day. All right. Bye-bye.
Later.
How you doing, Willie?
I'm good. How are you?
That went well, didn't it?
Yeah, it was my fault.
Sure.
It was my fault.
No, you were actually way better than I thought you were going to be.
Hey, listen, I was quiet, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yes, sir. I expected a lot more. Yeah,
I just couldn't take the little stuff he was saying to Jesse like that.
Well,
I
this
think
is what
nobody
Jeff,
can hear.
if you can still hear me, Jeff, you do this, okay? When we say things, there's little digs that you put out there that it enrages us just as much as things that we say that will enrage you, and that's where this goes. And that's you can't do stuff like that when you're trying to talk.
I don't mind. I don't mind the dig myself because I throw out dig. I think I throw out. I mean, I just threw out a dig when he said he's been debating people.
Okay.
And I said, I'm sure the pleasure was all yours. That was meant to be a dig. I mean,
we were all just talking about camaraderie and messing around. Not when you guys are like in it, and he just mumbles under his breath like unless you're sensitive about that. And it's just like, there's no reason to talk like that after if you're just in a discussion.
Like I said, I think he just takes up too much air. He doesn't allow the responses equal time, and you have to keep your points short, make your point, and then allow a response. And if you're not doing that, it accomplishes nothing.
And
that's all right.
I truly wanted to know how and why you see what you see, and you refuse to look at anything that could maybe possibly be just a little bit different. You won't even. Jeff hasn't even veered to the left, even just a little bit. He won't do it. And I want to know what that's all about.
Well, what about the point that I made with the last time I debated him on this channel? And then he retorted with, but we that was old information. But that was irrelevant, right?
Right.
To me, that was completely irrelevant.
It's a complete contradiction. Yeah, agreed.
I was making a hypothesis and he was making a hypothesis. Mine was more reasonable, so it proved to be true. And his was less reasonable and old information.
I didn't mind. I mean, he took probably 15 little digs at me. I just kept my mouth shut. But when he did it to you, I don't mind people doing shit to me. It's when they're doing it to somebody that's, you were trying to be respectful as you can. I know it's hard, with them.
Right.
But hey, dude, you know that picture behind you is Greece?
I don't think it is. It's Maya Bay and Phi Phi Island.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Thailand.
The beach where Leonardo DiCaprio killed the shark? I believe that's exactly where that is.
Isn't it?
It does look like Greece. It does.
Actually, I could prove it by stepping out of the picture because you'll see a longtail boat, and I don't think
is there a rock behind you in the middle of the? Is there a rock? No, never mind. That's not. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
I know what you're talking about, though, Willie, because my friend Angie that had passed, she had that picture hanging on her wall that you're talking about.
Yeah, but like the island I'm talking about, it has a rock out in the middle. And you could swim out to the rock and jump off, and then Calypso's caves off to the left.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. But, okay. So that's a different island, but that's nice. Where's that at?
Thailand.
Thailand, dude.
Yeah, he lives in Thailand.
I need to get to Thailand.
That's gorgeous, ain't it?
Man, I heard American, because Greece unfortunately had to get bailed out by the euro. So, but I heard if you go to Thailand, dude, you bring a couple thousand, you can live it up there, man.
Exchange rate is way different, and the food is just right there. It's amazing.
Sorry, guys. I was just sitting here. It's 2 a.m, and I heard a crash at my door. I went outside, and
everything.
2 a.m.
I didn't see anything there. Yeah, well, I am in Thailand, so it is late here.
Oh, so you actually? Oh, you live out there?
Yeah, that's why I was saying.
No, been here for 25 years.
Wow.
Speak the language. My kids are both born in Thailand, half Thai.
Oh, wow. Dude, so if I ever come there, you can kind of keep me safe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cause I don't want to get myself in trouble there.
Feed you some barbecued steak. That's
yeah, man.
Treatment for people to come to visit me.
I guess I'm just always scared because, my dumb self would wind up in a Thailand prison for, the next 10 years or something stupid or whatever.
Thailand's pretty safe these days. It's pretty modern.
Is it?
Maybe Cambodia and Vietnam would be a little less safe. Vietnam's pretty safe now too.
Oh yeah. I just like the exchange rate aspect of it.
I guess safe is relative. Depends on how worldly you are. But yeah,
I mean, listen, dude, it's not like the United States is the safest place in the world, in my opinion. I mean, think about how many school shootings there's been in the past 365 days. Right, it's appalling how many there's been and how many aren't even talked about. It really is. Yeah, it just happens, and then move on to the next one. Move on to the next one. It's like, is anybody going to do something about this? And I don't know. But yeah, I want to come out there, man. It looks nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And if you ever want to go to Greece, let me know.
I would like to go to Greece, but what do they? You pay for things in euros there? It sounds expensive.
Yeah, but as far as the housing goes, my family has a villa out there, so as far as the housing part of it, you wouldn't have to worry about it. It's just the food and whatever else little stuff you want to do.
Galacticos.
It's so nice, man. Anyway, but so you guys saw the whole interview with Steve G?
Oh yeah, we covered it.
Well, there was several, right? He did 3 in 24 hours, didn't he?
3 of them. Yeah, there was 3 of them.
And you
24
saw
hours.
a couple times where like she pushed back and he had nowhere to go.
He stopped. That's what I'm saying. That's what Jesse brought up earlier. But like when she brings he said the quiet stuff, which is where her doubt comes into question. She's doubting these things as a
Oh,
normal
so you
person.
saw it too, Okay. Yeah. Because I was watching that. I'm like, huh. Like, because
Well, not only that, the interview with Daniel, Jules point out there was jump cuts all through it. Right after Daniel would ask the question, you'd go to the answer, and it would be a jump cut. So they were editing out a lot of stuff that he said before that video aired.
Wow. What's up, Kane?
Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Kane was itching to get a piece of Jeff H.
I was trying to hold him here, but he had to go. So,
well, I know for a fact he's still listening, whether he's on his way to Costco or is my volume okay?
Yeah, you sound all right.
Yep.
And I only wanted to come up because he literally made the statement, knowing full well that Xana was found in the hallway. Oh, that perhaps Ethan is taking a whiz. And what, did he step over her body to get stabbed by BK in the closet? I mean,
Oh, God.
it's like, can you just admit when you're right? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm the first one to admit. No matter what, there's no change in his mind. And it took a panel of 4 of you to try, and it's like you're literally consecutively banging your heads against the wall because and that's why I was like, so what got me triggered was Willie's question. Who's paying you, dude? Who's paying you? Okay, YouTube is giving you $400. How much is Paramount giving you, bro? Because there's no way that your brain is stuck in neutral or in first gear and you're going.
Well,
85,
I'm just thinking in my head, like, to make 10 accounts, to keep pushing stuff down people's throat, to keep derailing people's chats, somebody has to. In my head, I'm just thinking like somebody's paying them to go do this for damage control.
What makes no sense is that when you physically see within documents or a judge's document or things that are absolutely different than what you're saying, you know for a fact that this did not happen in this aspect. It didn't happen the way you're thinking. You still refuse to turn around. So yeah, that's what with what Willie just said. 100%. Why are you still stuck here? Or stuck in neutral, like Kane said? How are you stuck in neutral when you know that this is not what happened at this point?
Not to mention all the abuse that he takes, and he
does. Yeah.
Why would you put up with that? It's like, okay, stay in your lane. If that's what the narrative that you want to push is, that's fine. Don't come over to Swamp Rose and Dago and try to gaslight. Exactly what Willie was saying.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell him. Like, nobody has to accept you anywhere. Nobody has to accept me anywhere. Or, and I respect that. You know what I mean? But don't make 10 accounts trying to, keep going into people's.
And if you want to see abuse,
that's
just look
weird,
at what they do to us.
I
kind of went to a Gilder channel.
I kind of feel bad for him because I know everybody basically hates him, and I'm just, how I am, you guys. I feel bad because he's still.
I think I was respectful. I mean, I didn't really, I mean, unless he said something that and I didn't mean to come in. I guess my volume was up. I was literally.
That wasn't your fault. That was mine. I turned.
I was just talking like I am now, and people were like, "Whoa!" I was like, because I was just, but all the little digs and stuff, I just kept my mouth shut because I'm trying to respect your channel, bro. But I heard it all, and I think I think those things are what turn other people off, and I don't think he really understands that. Maybe I don't know.
Of course.
Let me tell you something about Jeff H. He is a master at manipulating arguments with fallacies. He will literally take the simplest fact and start attacking the person that gave the fact. And then he also uses guilt as a way to win an argument. Oh, even though everybody bashes me and I'm blocked and all these things, that has nothing to do with the argument itself. You're the one that's putting yourself in the situation to be bashed.
It's narcissistic behavior, Kane. Yeah.
The way Kane's describing it, it sounds like a metaphor for this entire case. The entire case against Brian is built on fallacies and guilt and don't victim shame. And, everything in my mind in this case is built on a fallacy.
Yeah.
I'll, dude, Jesse. I will say your mic drop moment.
You like
Had
that?
me falling out of my chair. I was just like, yeah,
You get-
because I knew you
Well,
guys
I mean-
could handle it. That's why I didn't come up. I'm like, Willie, Jesse, they go, they got this, you know. But I wanted to come up and recap with you guys because
well, Kane,
that
have you
was
ever
just
seen
great.
Jeff H. speechless before?
Well, he wasn't speechless, right? His wife had a distraction. It was another distraction.
Speechless. Good luck
I
with
don't
that.
know.
He has an answer for everything.
He sure
As
went
always,
quiet in a
though,
hurry.
You shut him the F up, dude.
Again, this is not going to make it any better sitting here bashing him at the point when he's not here to defend himself. So we got to be real on that end. Okay.
I'm only dissecting his arguments, and that's all I can say.
I was
is
over
that
Jeff.
he literally would. Ethan would literally have to walk into the room after stepping over his bloody girlfriend. And remember, the floor is tile, correct? Or it's wood or hardwood, whatever.
Well, hold on. Do we know she was in the hallway, or could she have been half in the room, half in the hallway?
Based on the document that Hitler put out, she was based on again on what Dylan claimed was that when she glanced, she noticed that Xana was laying on the floor in her room with her head facing the wall and her feet facing the door, meaning she's inside the room at that point. Okay, so either way, but still, either way, with his argument on that, if she was hit in the head, knocked down, there's no way, and it's a big reach, Jeff. If you can still hear me, buddy, you know what I mean. For somebody to go in and
My fault.
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason we didn't find out about this information in the first place, because all of it goes against the story, right?
Exactly.
There's a reason they held all this back, because once you hear it, everything stops making any sense if it ever made sense in the first place.
Yeah.
And I can't go with that one. I can't go with that at all.
It's indicative of these creative arguments that he presents. And I'm not trying to bash him when he's not here. I am sure that he would rebut readily with some more BS. It's always,
what ifs.
You know, and now everything somehow, notice that somehow everything relates to Bundy. And he's still convinced that
that's the first time I heard that.
Park is his BK's holy grail.
And that's one
his
thing
Mecca.
And I said to him before, again, Jeff, if you can hear me, I said this before, I'll say it again. You have a tendency to stick with something like Steve and the prank. You've been on that since he said that, and I don't believe there was no prank. Come on. And then,
yeah, what's up with that? That's the first time I'm hearing about this prank.
It was one. Steve made a statement that it
was a hell of a prank.
He thinks that it could have been believed that it was a prank, and then two people took it and ran and stuff. And it's like, come
our
on,
prank. No. Yeah, they called it our prank.
Right.
It's like you can readily accept this wide leap of what they could possibly be thinking, but you can't accept all these facts that show BK was actually on the cell phone data headed back to Lewiston or Pullman. He was never in Moscow. And they've not only taken the stalking thing, which they said you knew was a lie, now they're doubling down on it. Now, instead of 12 times stalking, it's 23 times surveilling. And they have unqualified people doing stuff with on the cast viz that is literally all unverified by drive the drive test and the timing data analysis.
But why are they allowed in an investigation to test what they want? Why isn't there a procedure like you have to test this and this? I mean, whatever pertaining to a crime, because it seems like here they picked and choose what they wanted to test and not test.
Well, you're supposed to be right.
You know, because now we heard, other than the blood DNAs, now we hear they didn't even test the mattress. The mattresses.
No, right. Nope. They were taken out.
So what if there's think about this. What if somebody was cut and bled into that mattress that before it was destroyed, whatever they did with the mattresses, combined with one of the other victims' blood, and there was and there was a mixed sample of blood on that bed that we'll never
Not
know
even
about.
that, dude. Not even that, dude. Listen,
What
like
the hell?
those mattresses are like the bullseye, the centerpiece of the crime scenes, and they took them out with the bed frames and destroyed them instead of testing anything on them.
And they're going to try to say, there was no blood on them, but we saw them.
Yeah, there was. The one mattress that we seen was sticking out of the back end of the truck was covered. The whole back corner was covered in blood. There was no plastic on them or nothing. They didn't do anything the way we were supposed to with those.
The mattresses are irrelevant.
They should have been wrapped up and sent off to the lab right away, but they didn't do that. Why?
That was funny as hell.
It's insane. You want to know how much DNA was probably on those mattresses?
A lot.
They could have been covered with the killer's blood or DNA. You know what I'm saying? And they're gone. So once again, hello, Noelle, and welcome, and thank you so much for that.
Oh, that's awesome.
God bless.
Noelle.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
She's been very generous lately, Noelle.
She is. She has been in here more than once. So thank you
that's
so
awesome.
much. Noelle.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Very sweet. Very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful to have you here too. Thank you so much. But yeah, guys, I mean, those are the things. Those things like that. The fact that they completely disregarded very pertinent piece of a crime scene, in my opinion, and sent it off to be burnt. You didn't swab it. You didn't even try to. What? How does that make any sense at all?
And then you run that with they disregarded like blood DNA samples that they stopped looking into. It's like, what's really happening here, dude?
Don't need to. We got our guy, Willie. We got the guy. This is the guy. We're done.
But that's what I mean.
This is their guy 100%.
Where is that okay in any facet of any world that they just we have one name, we're gonna run with it.
Your point right there is absolutely why we're sitting here having this conversation, and that's what I don't understand, how the guilters won't look at these things and say the same thing and go, why?
But according to them, we're supposed to just shut up and go with whatever they tell us.
Yes, 100%.
And the Bundy comparisons still blow my mind, because Bundy was a serial killer who had gotten away with many. He'd offed many people by that point. He was like an experienced killer,
Heather.
and he ended up getting caught. He woke everybody up in the house, had to flee the scene, and ended up getting caught. So to compare this crime to that, I mean, the reason this crime stands out is because there was two surviving roommates who claimed they heard nothing, saw nothing, smelled nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't match up with the Bundy thing, where everybody woke up, called 911, and Bundy got caught.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, and I've been saying this for a while, because Jeff and a few other people refer to Bundy as a referral point for this case. But listen, Ted Bundy was Ted Bundy. Jeffrey Dahmer was Jeffrey Dahmer. Gacy was Gacy. And whoever did this is whoever did this. These people are different in their own ways. Whether he studied him or not, so what? So what? Okay, John Wayne Gacy didn't study, Michael Myers and blah, blah, blah to become the person that they are. That in my opinion, that is the dumbest shit I've heard. That has no bearing on anything that has to do with anything. Stop relying on that to make your excuses or your answers to these situations. I don't like that. I think it's ridiculous.
I think they should throw Howard Bloom in jail for his latest article about Kathleen Ramslin. I hope she sues her pants off. That story just makes absolutely no sense. And the suggestion that, he's suggested that Brian was infatuated with her and pulled off this crime to impress her. But on top of, so that's a theory in its own, and that's not. But it gets more ridiculous from there, because apparently Ann Taylor has arranged an Airbnb for Brian's family, and Kathleen Ramslin is considering coming and staying in that Airbnb with Brian's family. Which, would she be doing that if Brian was infatuated with her and did this to impress her? It seems really hard to believe.
Agreed.
And it's quite an accusation to make, and very, disturbing thing to be saying about a professional.
Well, and keep Howard Blum is a fiction writer. We all know that. So keep that. But that's still really, really disrespectful and ignorant, in my opinion. Not to mention to Dr. Ramslin herself, that they were in some. I heard it, I didn't see it, but I heard it from others. They were in some form of a weird relationship per se, and this, that, and everything else. Like, come on, you guys! Like, why do these things have to be put out like this? It's ridiculous. It's insane. It's ridiculous. Captain Jenks had asked me to play.
That just shows how much they're grasping at anything, dude.
Agreed. That's the whole point that I was trying to make. There's so many things that are, the reach is so far now.
Did this to impress his, teacher to get with her. Then he planned this when he was in Pennsylvania when he bought the knife. How does that make any sense? Come on.
Without any targets in mind, you just
how would he know about people that don't exist, bro?
You can't. That's the point. Just like Jeff was stating that the house, once again, he referred back to the fact that he believes, from my understanding, the house was the target. What?
How did he even know the house house even existed?
No, right. Thank you.
If they were like, oh, he stalked one person on social media and they had all this shit where like he was infatuated with, I don't know, one of them that he saw on some site or whatever, you know what I mean? Then, all right, I can get on board. But like, if you're going to tell me there's no connection, there's nothing you have digitally to connect him to any of them, but yet he knew that to plan all this in Pennsylvania when he bought the nut. Come on, man. What kind of,
makes no sense.
False reality is that?
Right. Captain Jenks asked me to play this to see if there's anything based on what we know now that may be different from this now. So I'm going to go ahead and run this real fast.
Of course there is.
There's everything has changed in every way, and in everything we've looked at, in my opinion, to some extent. So that way I can go ahead and play this for Walt and anybody else, or not Walt, but I'm sorry, Captain Jenks and anybody else that was interested in this real quick, and we can still discuss these things as well.
With a C.
I do gotta pop down a little bit. There you go.
UTT.
And I'm gonna ask you.
No worries. We won't be here too much longer anyway, so no worries.
How long have you been doing this? C, with a C, Mabbutt. MABBUTT.
And I'm gonna ask you, how long have you been doing this for?
I've been doing it for 16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was.
Bingo.
Ding, 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 ding. We have a winner.
So there's the first and foremost. We had a lot of blood, and she says that more than once in here. And nobody saw it but her, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm a nurse, I'm a lawyer, I'm a judge, right, Vix? She's a little bit everything. Anyway, so that statement alone is probably one of the most dramatic statements that could be made based on what we know right now. There's no way it wasn't seen, because she reiterates how much more there was at some point too. So just to say, we have a lot of blood. Remember that, folks.
It's a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're running all 4 deaths on site?
Yes.
And can you give us a narrative? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
stabbing.
yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow. No, they're 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes, it's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if this were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner.
I always wondered what she meant by that. Why would they not be relevant to everything that's gone on with this? Truly, I mean, I get what she's saying. I believe, but
Even if she thinks that, she shouldn't say it. Probably.
right. Thank you. That's my point right there. 100%.
I think it's like Twiz keeps saying, the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Bingo. Great statement too. Bingo.
Manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them? Approximately.
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have like any, like, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Like, is there any sort of like time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you said the scene was really difficult, I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before in Moscow?
Hey, stop right there real quick, Dago, please. They're saying that forensically at this point, anyway, before the autopsy, that they can't even determine when it happened. How are they saying that Xana and Ethan were taken at the same time? How do they know that little fact? That's a minute detail when they can't even figure out the general time of the whole thing.
That's a good point. It is truly very good point.
Well, let me ask you this: why are people saying now that the TikTok activity is 316?
I don't
Court
know.
document said it.
Yeah, the court document changed it. I don't know why.
So they're an hour off.
Basically,
yeah, they were an hour off in the original presentation to the grand jury and in the PCA, and it's because they inflated that so that they could get this character, as Steve refers to him, to dehumanize him through.
I just don't understand how data is data. How is it now showing 316 when a judge signed off at 412? This is amazing, dude.
Well, it made me wonder too if that changed. Did the timeline change for the murders?
Well, didn't the DoorDash also change? We were told the DoorDash, Xana's DoorDash, now Xana's DoorDash.
359 is what I saw in the document at this point, Jesse. I don't know if it's different now, but the last time I saw it was 359.
But originally, didn't the PCA say that Xana ordered DoorDash, and then now we've been told that it's from Ethan's account and there's no association with Xana?
Yeah.
So I mean,
account.
Yeah, but then somebody had to have known that, right? That like Xana retrieved the DoorDash, no?
Or whoever, somebody, one of the two, whether it was Xana or Ethan. Yeah, imagine.
Yeah, but it says but they specifically say Xana for, and it's from Ethan's account.
Right, but I mean, think about that, dude. It could have
And
been
it's $24, so you figure that's a meal for two, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Ethan and Xana are awake.
Oh yeah, they absolutely were awake at that time. And then again, don't forget, let's add that to the fact that this is what the shit that bothers me, and this is why
Brian doesn't get even just a black eye, dude.
Right, and that's when I said to Jeff, I said all these things are changing now, and you don't see them, and they don't make you question something, Jeff. Not at all. Oh, see, that's my problem. And we're told now
he cut their fingers before he walked out of the house, dude.
Yeah, Bethany, Dylan, Kaylee, and Maddie are sitting in Kaylee's bedroom at 2 a.m. having a conversation of sorts, whatever. And the two of the girls all of them decide they're going to order food, which I think still is because Kaylee and Maddie were eating in front of those two, and maybe they got hungry. But either way, decide that they're going to call and order food per se. And at that time, at 2 a.m., once again, more shit's changed. Xana and Ethan are not home at 2 a.m. based on that document at this point. Where are they? Okay. But then we know somewhere between that period of time and the time, whatever it was, I don't remember, that Dylan supposedly ran to Bethany's room, that Xana was home by that time. Okay.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that time is when they got home. What happened?
You can pretty much assume that it's going to be closer to 3 than before 3, because they're supposed to be in the room having this conversation at 2. They text the driver at like 2:16 or something, and then they apparently decide not to go. So
you just said it. So at 2 something, they're all on the same page of who's all in the house, correct?
Except for they all knew at that point, right?
But that's all new though, Willie, because before we were told before that Xana and Ethan were home already.
Well, I just always thought in my head, like, everybody could be doing their own thing, yada, yada, yada. Now, we know for a fact that they all kind of got together and knew exactly who was in the house, which goes back to my thing that I mentioned earlier about, you have Dylan now who is seeing a person in a mask that did not belong in the house, obviously, because she just had a get together a few hours early with everybody and she knew exactly what was going on, right? Then there's no fear, right? Because then she doesn't, she sees Xana and on the ground and thinks in her head she could be passed out drunk. Masked man, friend on the ground, your conclusion is passed out drunk?
I'll take it a step further for you, Willie. We know that Kaylee was summoned by Dylan, who went to Kaylee's hometown to bring her back to Moscow for that +1 event. So for whatever reason, Dylan wanted to get Kaylee back to the house. Then you go from there to this 2 a.m. time when Ethan and Xana, who may or may not have been involved in a frat fight, are not home yet. And Dylan is in this bedroom. They're in the bedroom discussing whether they should go back out to the food truck to get more food. But it was Dylan that texted the driver. So you could conclude that maybe Dylan is trying to instigate them to leave the house. So you could surmise or hypothesize that Dylan is trying to remove Kaylee and Maddie to allow Ethan and Xana to be home alone for whatever is going. If Ethan and Xana were the target, and I know that previously to us finding out this information.
But then why go to the third though if Ethan or Xana was a target?
So I was just going to get to that. So this is not my theory, but other people have theorized that she summoned Kaylee back because Kaylee was the oldest, the most responsible, and she figured if Kaylee was there, it might be safe. She might be able to protect everybody. That was a theory. I don't know if can anybody vouch for me that they've heard that theory before?
I have, yeah.
So that theory was out there, and so I remembered that theory, and then I heard about this meeting in the bedroom, and then I remember that it was Dylan that texted the driver, and it does to me there might be something there with Dylan trying to extract a few people from the house and leaving Xana and Ethan at home alone.
Yeah. And then let me ask you this. What time is Dylan claiming she heard Xana crying in the bathroom?
Okay. The PCA states, which is garbage again, but around 4 a.m. she was awoke by what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog, and then all that other stuff proceeds from there. But none of that matters now because it's all bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's the problem.
For them to write it, but for them to write that in the PCA, I mean, there has to be recorded. I mean, they have to record everything every time they talk to her, right? So, like, that has to be recorded of her telling this in a story, or else, what, they're just writing whatever they want down, you're saying?
No. You mean for, like, the grand jury testimonies and stuff? Yeah.
For the PCA?
Yeah. Right.
When they're writing down what she heard and saw and all this, I mean, they could just lie and write down what they want without it being like, the proof being on a recording or on camera or something.
Well, they'll say, I was mistaken or something like that to get out of it per se, which is ridiculous, but it does happen. The whole thing's changed now. The whole thing. They'll say, well, we didn't have to put that out. We just put the basics in there. We did this, but the basics are even wrong at this
But
point.
as a defense attorney, it wouldn't change for me because now I throw into the mix, not only did she see a masked man, then her friend on the ground later. In between that, she heard that person that she just saw, 20 minutes later, not even 15 minutes later on the ground crying, which means she's not passed out drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Masked man, friend crying, friend on the ground, no 911 call.
And a whole lot of blood, like Mabbott just said. So,
wow,
adding a contact to your phone 10 minutes before the alleged incident occurred.
Oh, don't worry. She went to sleep for 9 minutes.
Nah, see that I can't.
How can anybody talk their way out of that one?
You can't. That's the point, Jesse. You can't.
And especially when all this is new information it's been thrown out there in the ether, and then it forces people like Jeff to have to dance around it and say, well, what if this, and it's like, can't you, I mean, heaven forbid if one day we're sitting there going, well, what if Brian didn't actually, no, if they show us a video of Brian doing something, we're just going to accept it, aren't we?
It is what it is, yeah.
And again, he keeps going, when I started asking Jeff about, and again, we're not slamming Jeff here, guys. I'm just explaining something about, why you think this. And he goes to the car. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think there is a car that was there that night. I don't believe there was a car. I think the car we saw turning around very easily could have been the DoorDash car. Anybody that has any sense that would have done this would not have brought a car. I don't think they did. It could have been parked on Walenta or somewhere else, and they ran over there, okay? That's my feelings on this. Now, that's my opinion. Nobody else in here has to have that same feeling on it, but that's truly what I think may have happened. And those are the things. His DNA's on the sheet. There was the car. All of that shit is garbage at this point. None of it means anything as far as I'm concerned. Truly. Okay? And I a lot of people are saying that the car was a red herring. I believe that now for wholehearted. I do, guys, because
but it means stuff to me because that means that they lied to a judge and a grand jury just to get.
You don't think it's happened before, bud?
I know, but it's like, what the hell?
I get it. The whole case is a lie, Willie.
I think it helps a little bit to look at this case in context of Richard Allen and Karen Reed and this case and the parallels that we see from the investigative teams.
Yep.
I mean, you got Higgins throwing away his phone. You got them hiding the timing data. You got them hiding the video from the Sally port. You got Murphy. You got Chloe. The parallels are. It's almost like we're living in a parallel universe, and there's just different levels to this.
100%.
Yeah,
it's all like the same story.
We got a bullet that didn't exist before him. One bullet.
Yeah.
It was buried in the ground, buddy.
And now I was told, basically a couple of days ago that Cellbrite only works if it's against putting
people in jail.
But if it's going the other way around, it could possibly be completely false. You could search something 4 hours later, but Cellbrite says you searched it, at this time. It's like, come on, man. Why are we bending stuff here?
Well, that's my point exactly. When you see that Celebrate data, and they can't even pinpoint within a few hours what time a Google search happened without arguing about it, then what value can you put on any of this data that they have? If they can manipulate it that badly in that case, and that's a case of a cop being murdered, what value are we going to put on any of this data? I mean, it throws it all into question in my mind.
So I mean, and if I'm somebody sitting in jail, because of Cellbrite data, then I'm asking my lawyer to, this, that, and the third. If Cellbrite now is not truthful, then what the hell?
Can I ask you guys a quick question? What do you think the contact that Dylan added to her phone at 3 a.m. or whatever.
I think everybody
Who do you
wants
think
to
it
know
was?
that, bud. I don't.
Well, I certainly think that would implicate. It's going to implicate somebody. I mean, I certainly think that's going to be the golden goose. I don't have an
At
idea
least
who
one
it
of 'em.
is,
Let me
but
let me
it's
throw something out there. How about an attorney's number?
Well, her stepmother was an attorney, so I don't think she would need that. But
Well,
it could be. Could be.
that
I mean,
that certainly would be a bit of a significant contact to be adding at that time.
right. Very important if that was the case.
Although, are you allowed to use that as evidence? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're even allowed to use that as evidence that seeking an attorney is. You're not allowed to hold that against a suspect, are you?
Well, during what would have to those 8 hours have to be included as the commission of the crime time.
Yeah.
So any evidence and any activity that happened during that time until LE is called, because there's no way that they can literally, factually, clearly state that all this happened at a certain time. There was nothing. Ann says there's evidence of a cleanup. There's no way that one person can do it. There's 2 people at least involved, and then there's multiple weapons, and then you have somebody who's just completely, like Mavitt said, seen the bloodiest crime scene ever, and just walked on by, man. And Diego, I know you want to get moving on, and you've done 4 hours already, so I wanted to ask one more thing, and Rolo Amato does have a great video. I hope you guys check it out. It will make you definitely think. His newest one. I'll probably play it tomorrow on my show. But what I was going to say is the upcoming hearing is sealed to the public. What do you think they're going to discuss there?
That's a crock of shit.
I think it was already brought about what it was supposed to be in regards to Tomboy. You mentioned yesterday. What was it that you said about that? There's a lot of people that think that it's because of Steve's world tour that they're going to bring up the fact that he needs to be shut down. I don't think that's it.
Mr. Oh, stop sealing all the documents. Now he wants to seal hearings.
Yeah.
Hypocrite.
Yeah, at this point, why do they need to seal a hearing? What are they still hiding?
Hey, he's Mr. Stop sealing, and now he wants to, have everybody imagine that, how that works.
Was it about the psychiatric evaluation for Brian?
Yeah, I think it had something to do with Brian's evaluation.
Okay, I see.
The mental testings.
I'm sharing 2 pictures right now. If you'd like to show them real quick, Dago, and I'll give you my thoughts on it. The first one is the asshole picture, right? According to Steve G. Now, it's very easy to manipulate metadata in a picture. Look how thin he is, and look how white. And it's just you could tell. Mostly look at the neck, and then present the second one. This is his booking photo.
Kane, don't forget, Kane, the blood in his hair there. Don't forget that, okay?
It sparkles like a unicorn rainbow.
Exactly. He's a vampire from Twilight, right?
Now,
if you look directly at the next picture I had sharing with you, there look at how much fuller his cheeks and face are. He's got much more color, and it just seems to me these 2 pictures were taken at different times. And this is from Brian's ramblings. He presented this to me, and I was like, man, good look.
He sent it to me in my email too, and here's the point, folks. This was made. They made this picture look. This is for everybody to look at the eyebrows, which were, if you look here and then look here, dude's got eyebrows, but they're not like that. Okay, they whitened him up so that you could see his eyebrows better. They absolutely manipulated his photograph, folks. Period. There's no 2 ways about it.
It's just like what they did to Joe Rogan on CNN.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Bingo. They lightened him up. They made him look like a fluff, basically like a damn vampire is what they tried to do here. Okay, and period. That's all there is to it. And then you see this. In every other picture we've seen of Brian, everything in the suits when he's coming into his hearing, so on and so forth, the dude don't look like this here. Okay, so no, this is insane to me that people don't believe that they photoshopped this and messed with this.
There's
period.
a filter on that picture for sure. You can see the pixelation,
Yeah,
and it's good lighting. If it was dark or something like that, where or whatever, I'd be able to explain the pixelation, but
it's
barring
super
that,
dramatic, yeah, very dramatic.
I really have a problem with that picture even being admitted into evidence. I mean,
I do too.
Look at this. Not even a black eye, dude.
Well, it's not evidence of anything. If
Not
the
a
state
scratch.
wants to, if there's no evidence that he's been in a fight, his
Yeah, I don't know
smile.
what does it show?
Nothing.
So what it's supposed to be evidence of is it's an interpretation of what's on his mind. Like that's what they're going to show that picture, and they're going to say this is what we believe he's thinking at the time.
Well,
And I mean that there, I don't know if anybody knows the legal term for that, but I know it's not legal. You're not allowed to
leading.
it's
leading.
conjecture.
Yeah.
Look at his neck. His neck, his nose. His nose obviously is, a little bigger than usual. So you figure, like, if somebody throws a punch, like, there's no way, dude.
There's
Ethan being 6'4",
nothing. There's no scratches. There's
on
no
his forehead, and now we know that his eyebrows were exposed because supposedly Dylan saw them. So there is area for somebody to gouge at him, right?
Yeah, his face could have still been, well, like for instance, the interaction with Kaylee, there should have been scratches. I'm sure she was doing this and Xana was doing this. There should have been scratches all over his face. The mask should have been ripped off, in my opinion. There's not one mark on him, dude. Not one mark. Even with the Photoshop, there's not a mark on his face. Okay? You would have seen gouges and scratches and bruises. Oh my. Okay?
Something, dude. Anything.
His hands don't have any marks on them. There were people that were so intent on this. Well, look at his thumb. There's some blood there, and there's a bruise there. That's a flipping burn. Okay, it's ridiculous.
That's his left hand anyway.
Right.
No righty here has ever taken a picture with their left hand.
He's holding his phone with his right hand. That's why we don't see it. So yeah,
absolutely. So and then you see how they chopped out, at least in this picture, they chopped out the shower curtain. That's what a lot of the guilters did when they put it out. They said, look, and then the real photo has a picture of the shower curtain. So if he actually used it, so like it's just they're just trying to paint it in a way that they want, and everything else is all noise. Yet everything else matters so much, dude.
Willie, you know this kid. You know this kid. I mean, you're not best friends with him, but you know this kid. Now let me ask you a question. Okay. From the moment, and I'm asking you this because you know him. From the moment that he was arrested, okay, and they made that whole big ordeal, kicking in the windows and doors of his house, and then flew him back like he was Hannibal Lecter and all that shit. Anyway, from that moment forward, when the news started covering him to today, right now, have you seen anything other than everything negative about him ever put out on the news anywhere one time ever?
Have I seen anything other than just negative stuff about him on the news?
You ever seen anything positive talked about with him at all ever on the news ever?
On the news, no.
Never, ever in all the 2.5, almost 3 years.
Even when they, because remember, I don't like the word interview, but I had a conversation with Rich because me and Rich were cool back in the day, and Rich was interviewed by Fox, and you see how Rich went into detail about stuff they did and how Brian was, and every time he tried to do that on Fox, they would cut him off.
Yep.
I mean, and he brought it up about how he felt during the interview. So, and they do it for a reason, man.
Right.
But then on the other hand,
they'll interview everybody that went to school with him.
But here's what I don't understand. But here's what I don't understand, because, and then this shows me that this is either a location thing or a sex thing. I don't know what it is. But yesterday, I swear to God, I watched live Court TV have people looking into the body language of John O'Keefe's mom to see if she was lying.
Yep.
They have no problem talking about anybody over there in that case. But here, they don't bring up any defense attorneys to talk about, Brian's defense, what his defense could possibly be, yada, yada, yada. Nothing. It's all negative. Court TV comes out. Oh, there's new detail. There's new evidence. Nothing.
Well, when Eliza brought up the fact that Brian sits very still, he doesn't move, this and that, and relates it to the autism spectrum disorder, everybody starts screaming, "That's bullshit. That's an excuse. Nobody does that. My kid has autism. He jumps all over the place." Really? Okay. So if Brian were to be moving around, can you imagine, you guys? And Kane, you said something about this once before, but if he were to be moving around and doing this and looking at people, he can't move. The kid can't look at somebody. He can't move. He can't twitch. He can't look at somebody because they're going to tear him apart for it. And you know that. So he sits perfectly still. He doesn't move. He looks at the judge and the attorneys when they speak. He doesn't say anything. God forbid he smile.
Yeah, he can't do anything.
This is what they do to him. That's it's been the propaganda train.
And then people want him to yell, I'm innocent, or whatever.
Yes.
Like, all they're going to do is use it. Look, you see how loud he gets?
Exactly. Just like they did in that stupid traffic stop with the female cop. Oh, he was looking her up and down. He was casing her. He was going to do something. He wanted to attack her. He was rude. He was that.
Yeah, there's no winning.
None of that happened. None of that happened.
But yeah, over in Massachusetts, there's people lining the streets with billboards and shirts, and people are saying whatever they want. Lawyers are saying whatever, But here, this is all hush hush.
And this picture right here means that he did it. That means I got away with it, according to Steve. And that's the one thing. Steve,
well, let's think about this. Where was this picture even? Like, because he didn't have any social media, right? So did he send this to somebody?
I don't know if he sent it to his mom before church, his girlfriend that he was seeing at the time. Who knows? Or maybe just kept it for himself. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
right. I don't know where it was at. I don't know if they found it, how they found it, or what. But yeah, I've never seen it.
It just doesn't look in his eyes, right? You could, like, somebody who's been up all night stressing the fact that they just took 4 lives, right? Like, you can't practice killing somebody, dude, and like how you're going to react after. You can study about shit all you want. When it comes down to it, no way. No way.
Nope.
And then he acts calm, cool, and collective when he gets pulled over by the cops twice, driving across the country in the so-called murder vehicle. Like, man, he's not that dude. He's not that dude.
It just doesn't fit. It doesn't match up to me at all. There's nothing about this guy that I can see. And I don't care. Oh, Bundy was this and Bundy was that. And blah, blah. Fuck Bundy. I don't care about Bundy.
Yeah, where do people start bringing that in? Bundy thing.
Because he studied Bundy. Well, that's what he was supposed to study, because that's what it was. His class was all about, that kind of stuff. He had to. Okay. I don't care about Bundy. Bundy is not Brian. Brian is not the killer. Let's talk about Bundy and the people, because I think there's more than one that actually did this. Did they relate to Bundy? Because that's who we should be looking at, not this guy. Because he didn't do this, guys. I don't believe he did this. He doesn't.
Well, again, if he did do it, he didn't do it alone. 1 and 2. Somebody cleaned up everything.
He sure was lucky to pick a house that had a whole bunch of other things going on that would a whole bunch of other motives that would lead away from him.
Yeah, and he didn't drive his car. Nobody got into his car after it was done, because whoever came out of that house was bloody. Unless they and correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't somewhere in the documents recently said that there's now evidence of cleanup?
Oh yeah, they've said that.
You. I was just gonna say that, Willie. You brought that up. That was
the cleanup.
That was
exactly.
Who the hell? So who the hell cleaned up?
Oh, Brian did it after he did the murder.
No, come on. Let's have a conversation here. Who cleaned up?
That's it. That's what's put out there.
Brian has no time to clean up.
I know that. You know that. We all know that.
So
we've been talking about the cleanup for a long time, though. It's come out in the court.
I never thought in my head that. Yeah, but I never thought in my head that, like, there was any kind of,
Well, I guess what we knew, we knew that there was that latent footprint.
Yeah, I knew that.
From the beginning, Jesse, that set me off on there.
And so the fact that they found the latent footprint would lead you to speculate that there must have been blood cleaned up for them to find it in the way they found it with amino black or whatever they used. So it's not like this is new, right? We've been talking about this.
I just never put 2 and 2. Like, I just figured that was like an old shoe print or something. I didn't know that they found sprayed amino black and saw that there was blood here, blood there that was cleaned
Right.
up. And then, I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah, Brian
that-
brought a vacuum with him and some 409, and he cleaned everything up when he was
Okay.
done.
So then where'd he put all the dirty rags and shit and towels and everything? In their bin?
Probably
He take it with him?
in the kill kit bag or the tote that he brought. However,
This is
it's been
getting so unbelievably stupid, dude.
It is very
So
much so.
when you look at this, the bigger picture, and Candace Owens is,
Yes.
I guess, a Fox reporter who kind of got whatever, and she's like, somebody asked her, I think it was Sky Blue, who's in the chat occasionally.
Yes.
He's in my chat, and he asked the question to Candace, "What do you think of the IDAHO4 kit?" And she said, I've looked at it for 6 hours. My initial impression is that it's some type of military operation. And hold on before you get all where did they burn the bodies? Is that this is I'll give you two very good examples of why this makes sense. If you remember the Iran Contra affair with Oliver North and all these people, they never remember. They they'll take the fifth. You have the same type of banter going on with Meowry and Payne. And then this level of cover up where it's just one pile of BS stacked upon the other is something that you would see in a military cover up. And so I can't once I saw that, I can't unsee it.
Agreed. I mean, it does. A lot of the 4chan stuff I was going through brought up the military aspect to this. They were talking about some other stuff about anti-aircraft wounds and damage and stuff like that too. But I spoke to a friend of mine that was Special Forces military and explained the whole case to him early on in the case. And I said, yeah, this was done in 7 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever minutes within that range by one guy with a K-bar knife. And he laughed at me and he said, you're joking right now. And I said, no, I'm serious. And he goes, no, it wasn't. I said, one guy did it. And this was before all the new information came out about him and ASD and dyspraxia and all this other shit that was put out there. I said, yeah, he did it in that period of time. He killed 4 people. One of them was a very athletic male too, by the way, so on and so forth in that period of time. There's no DNA in his car whatsoever, in his office, in his home, in his parents' home, nothing like that. He's looked at me like this. He goes, well, who made that story up? And I said, that's what we're all asking, because he goes, that's not possible. He goes, I couldn't do that, and I was Special Forces. There's no way. He goes, now, mind you, the one question he asked me before I could even say it, he goes, did any of them have defensive wounds? And I went, yep. And he goes, there you go, right? He goes, 7 minutes alone he could have spent with defending himself with somebody. That's alone, okay? He goes, no, man, there was like 2 to 3 people in that scenario and multiple weapons was his thought in that scenario, okay? So, period. He asked me first, he goes, was it a gun? Because, yeah, you could do it with a gun. I said, no, it was a knife, dude, a K-bar knife, and he laughed at me. So, there you go.
Not happening, dude.
The training basics, okay, let me put it this way. The basic, how can I say this? What I'm trying to say, the generalized basis of this crime itself screams military training to me, okay? And especially based on the timeline. If that's even remotely true, and the way it was done, absolutely screams military training to me. People don't want to hear it. Okay, fine. Don't.
Well, unless there was multiple people, then you could have just.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. That's
people attacking, whoever.
This guy sitting here on my screen right now has, he was in ROTC for what? 10
That's
minutes?
what I'm saying. He wasn't that dude. He was never that dude. I love how people are like, oh, he was a big boxer. No, the hell he wasn't. Brian Koberger was not anything, to gawk at, and then you can see there. I mean, everybody thought because he had a bulletproof vest on that he was this big husky dude. Look at his arms, dude. Look at his arms. And he has to go up against Ethan, right, who's 6'4". And you figure, I mean, if you just look around you right now, I'm looking around myself. I see about 4 things I could pick up right now that if somebody came at me with a knife, I could swing at them and hit them before they, and he doesn't get hit with nothing. Ethan doesn't land a punch. Like, he just walks right through Ethan.
And
It's
the
not happening.
original story was they're all sleeping, but now as we hear more
And that's
information,
why I believed, and that's what kind of made me think, all right, maybe he snapped on these people that he knew, yada yada yada. Everybody was sleeping, and then it came out that none of that was true.
and as the more information comes out, we hear about this sitting on the bed at 2 a.m, calling the Uber driver. I mean, those particular people couldn't have been sleeping until 2:30 at the very earliest, and Ethan and Xana weren't even home yet.
Right.
It's quite possible that nobody was ever sleeping, the victims or the survivors.
Well, who said? Well, okay, because it said somewhere about Xana and Ethan. What was it originally? Did it originally say that Ethan and Xana got home at what time? Didn't somebody say
1
that?
o'clock or midnight or something?
Midnight, 12:30. They told Jeff they were eating pizza, watching movies, and then it went to 1:45. They were home by, and now at 2 a.m. they weren't even home yet.
So does anybody know where they were?
No.
No, that's the biggest question right there. Is from Bethany saw them.
Because what if something happened where they were, that people where they were got pissed off at Ethan or one of them, and
that was the point I was trying to make, Eddie, Willie. Sorry, bud. Yeah, that
Sorry.
We don't know what happened in that period of time. What if they brought something home themselves, or somebody followed them home because of?
That's what I mean. So how's it not a big deal where they were? Now they're getting home later than we thought. Did somebody follow them home? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But that's not. Nobody knows that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big thing to me, I think, because I think that actually could play a huge part in this. Hold on. Eddie asked me to pull this up real fast before we get out of here. What part do you want me to go to, Eddie? I pulled it up. Hold on a minute. Let me move this down and bring this up real quick.
No, I'm just saying, dude.
No, you're right.
Because somebody this had to have stemmed from somewhere, right? Like somebody had to have had a motive to do this, obviously. So,
right.
And then to stab somebody 40 sometimes, dude, that is 100%. What's the name? Personal.
100%. I agree with that. A lot of people are now looking back at it as a crime of passion now, when we were all told to let go of that in the beginning. But thinking about it and coming back, yeah, it still could look that way. And it doesn't mean passion is in a boyfriend or a girlfriend had to do it. There's other ways to represent that. You know what I mean? Hey, SRB, good to see you, dear.
I'm just saying, dude, 40. I mean, if this is your first time doing it, you're stabbing somebody 40 sometimes,
that's some anger. That is some big anger in my
opinion. But then just think about how much, I don't want to get nasty with it, but just think about how much blood that produces, especially if you're hitting main organs, arteries and stuff that are just spewing all over you. And
I agree.
He tracks none of that into his vehicle, dude.
Right. Let me read this to you guys real quick. Via Darren Gilbertson. Darren Gilbertson is the state submitted only a rebuttal disclosure for Detective Gilbertson. So he's a detective. Says defendant disclosed expert opinions from Brent Turby that more than one assailant was necessary to accomplish the crime in the time frame alleged. Specifically, he asserts that 1, there is direct and indirect evidence that attempts were made by the suspects to clean up the crime scene after the homicides, which would have taken far longer than the time interval alleged by the state. And 2, there were multiple weapons used against Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time. Okay. Turby report page 20. Through his other expert, Rachel Orr, defendant has also submitted evidence that he suffers from developmental coordination disorder, which is the dyspraxia, which has resulted in deficits in fine motor dexterity and visual motor. Motor function. His attorneys have argued in other motions that these deficits render it not possible for Mr. Koberger to have acted with the speed and coordination required to commit the crimes in the time frame alleged by state. Now, that alone in itself tells the story all by itself to me. Okay. Indirect and direct evidence that attempts were made by the suspects to clean up the crime. Suspects, multiple people. More than one assailant was necessary to accomplish the crime in the time frame alleged. and that multiple weapons were used against Kaylee and Xana and Ethan. And Xana and Ethan appeared to have been killed at the same time. So this paragraph here on this page completely blows the state's case out of the water.
Well, let me ask you this. When they say they were killed at the same time, right? How would they know that? And not 2 minutes apart, 5 minutes apart? How would they even know that? Is it the way the crime is
blood
laid
transfer?
out?
Blood transfer.
I can't think of an example. Yeah,
What do you think?
I'm trying to think myself. How could that possibly be determined?
You know what I mean? Unless it's like completely different stab wounds on each one.
Wait, ask your question again, Willie. I only caught a piece of it because I had a noise in the
I guess my
background.
question is, right, you know, as far as like the same time or 5 minutes later, how can they determine that they were attacked at the same time?
The time of death doesn't get to the minute, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of that could be like blood transfer, possibly. That's my only answer to that.
So like back and forth and back and forth, like unless you have two people simultaneously attacking each one at the same time with different weapons, you know, and like they fall on each other in like a way, or they fall in a way that, you know, they're, you know, I can kind of see that, but then that goes against it being Brian. So,
I mean, it does absolutely, and just one single person in general per se. That statement alone, but all of these statements within this paragraph completely screw this up.
What does same time even mean? Does that just mean roughly the same, like simultaneous?
Well, I'm guessing simultaneous, yeah, but they didn't specify, so it's hard to say that for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, it does highlight once again the fact.
So then that means that that Kaylee and Maddie's blood should be, I don't want to say, it sounds nasty to say, but like should be on or in, you know, a couple of the stab wounds on either Xana or Ethan.
Yeah, in a sense, yes. And then the coagulation time and stuff like that will show, you know, the depth of the coagulation and how far along it's been as compared to this.
And they test for all that, right?
They're supposed to.
But they didn't test the goddamn mattress?
Nope. And you can see when they're taking it out, Molly sent me the pictures. They covered them. So you couldn't see the blood, but you can see the stains underneath it. There's tons of blood stains underneath that cover.
Is it possible that they're talking about Ethan and Xana being killed at the same time as Kaylee?
Mm-hmm. Because the way it could be, but the way it's read, it says, let me find it here again. And Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time.
At the same time.
I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around that.
Let me read that again. There were multiple weapons used against Kaylee Gonsalves, and Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time. Well, maybe it could be, Jesse. It could be that they were all attacked at the same time.
So you definitely have multiple perps.
That's that, and it turn itself by alone gives me 2 to 3 people or more.
I'm going to lean towards that. I think that makes more sense because that makes. I think it's easier it makes more sense that you could prove that they were all attacked at the same time.
Right.
Rather than trying to prove simultaneous attack, because how do you prove that?
Yeah, and if that's the case, you guys, I'm going to lean towards 3 to 4 people in that house. Yeah, at the
you could with like, you know, a spider analysis, and if there's, you know, 2 different weapons used on, you know, the individuals. Obviously, you have 2 people attacking. You know, one's attacking one, the other one's attacking the other. I mean, there is a way to determine that, but like you said, it does make sense in the wording that they were attacked at the time as Caleb.
Right, and you can also relate that if that's true, what we heard about Kaylee running up and down the stairs is maybe she came down because she heard something going on, saw something, and ran upstairs, and she was chased upstairs and attacked as well. All of this happened simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? And
Brian can't be 2 places at once, and I assume he's not dual wielding weapons. So,
like I said, unless he's
it's really hard not to be thoroughly insulted when anybody tries to explain to you that the roommates didn't hear this.
Yeah,
you know, like when you try to make an excuse to justify roommates not hearing this, I Jeff, if you're listening, I find that thoroughly insulting. thoroughly
Yeah.
insulted.
Yeah.
I agree with it.
But then those same people will tell you that that same person heard people talking. You heard people talking in the house, but you didn't hear people screaming and getting killed in the house. Okay, sure,
That's not believable at this point, you guys. And I
whatever.
don't think any of us do anymore because it's being proven to us at this point. Here's what I want to know at this point is now I want to know who actually did this, why,
Yep.
and what's the actual time span that this took place in. That's what I want to know now.
But I also want to know the motive on why.
Yeah,
you
why?
know, to not investigate all your suspects and stuff.
Well, and I also want to know why Brian. Why did this guy? And I still think I might be right on this because he was a really smart kid. He was working in law enforcement, forensics, this and that, learning things. I think maybe he may have known something he shouldn't have known, and was going to put it forward, or maybe he did put it out there, and it related to the person that he put it out there to. It related to their situation, possibly. They were maybe involved, and they said, "Wait a minute, this ain't this dude." Knows
And don't forget the one hearing where Ann said that Brian was basically chosen for this.
Yep, he was.
I don't know if you remember that.
Yes, I do.
Hearing it, okay.
Very clearly, I remember. So, if there was something going on within one of these two other parallel investigations involving the FBI and the DEA, maybe Brian came upon something he shouldn't have. Again, maybe Kaylee did too, and Maddie. That could be refer back to what she's saying when she asked her what she said to Adam, and I told Adam everything. Maybe there was something they came upon. They shouldn't have been. Brian did at the same time. So hey, what better way to get rid of everything at one time is we'll get rid of them and we'll blame it on him. End of story. They're all gone. Just saying. I know it's a little bit of a rabbit hole, but what else makes any sense anymore?
Who knows?
I think one of the answers to that. Sorry, Willie, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
One of the answers to that is the myths that they keep, or the weird facts that they keep perpetuating, such as he was an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't from here. He wasn't one of us. It doesn't make a difference. If he was from
the
middle of
incel.
Moscow, it doesn't make it okay.
No.
Don't they have a college full of outsiders as well? Aren't we talking about
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Half the freaking college is coming from out of state. So what do you mean he's an outsider? Everybody's an outsider.
How is that important, right?
And the dude didn't have enough time to be part of that area. He was only there for a matter of a few months, okay?
Yeah, thank you. So like it makes a total sense to me, at least, from being somebody who moved out west for actually 5-6 months, that he would go to a park at a certain time because maybe this, whatever, the scenery,
the meteor shower.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. Just to drive out there, it's different than hearing. You know what I mean? So all that just makes perfect sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Absolutely. And they announced that this meteor shower was going to happen at a certain time all throughout Wazoo where he worked at. Okay, so why, being that Brian probably didn't have a whole lot of friends in that area or much to do in that area, why would he not go check it out, since he did like to night drive and stuff like that? I would go check it out. I'll be honest with you. I've never seen anything like that before, so why the hell not?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, until they can give us some evidence, dude, I don't see how we're supposed to just change our minds overnight.
Another thing that picks in my brain hole is, okay, you have a paramedic that is turned away for an unconscious person, which you would think that they would immediately want to render aid. Yet in the 911 call, they are demanding that they get a defibrillator. So instead of sending trained medical professionals in, just send them away. Forget about them. If we can move past them.
They were never allowed to go inside the house because it was a crime scene that was stabilized or being secured, but I don't give a shit about. I've been on I don't know how many crime scenes to make the final call on a situation.
But how did they get there, though?
Unqualified medical professionals, it's very important that you send the defibrillator in. It's just it's a twist that doesn't it Jeff H's me.
But let me ask you this: if we hear a cop already with Dylan, right, on the 911 call, then why were the ambulance even dispatched if the guy's already in the house and sees that everybody's dead? Wouldn't he already call it on the radio?
The original call was supposed to be a passed out person. She claims, the 911 operator, that she has medical help and law enforcement en route. During that call, while they're standing outside or inside, I don't hear one siren in the background coming. Not one.
That's what I mean. We don't hear nothing.
And
We
the
don't hear the
mayor,
officer introduce himself. Nothing.
There's a reason for that, I think. I'll just say that they were shut down. They were shut down.
right? Yes, overall, and the mayor was, I think, one of the major reasons for the gag order. And if you watch that original interview when he said crime of passion, and one other thing that he said was, that's weird. They don't usually roll up with their lights and sirens on. So apparently they did roll up with their lights and sirens on, according to him. And it makes you wonder what the truth is. Now, another thing, I Doug brought up something earlier. I forgot what it was. Doug, I'm sorry, but
Yeah, but hold on. Staying on your defibrillator thing. So she went from not having a defibrillator to then 8 seconds she now has a defibrillator because there's a cop there.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
It didn't take him a
Didn't
minute
the
to
cops say
open
we
his
have
trunk
one?
and-
The response per PD was 27 or 28 seconds from the time that she stated they were rolling him.
Yeah, but I'm saying from the time that Dylan said that they didn't have a defibrillator, and then they did have a defibrillator, it was, I think, 8 seconds I counted.
Yeah.
But like, I don't hear at any time like her asking, I think I just don't hear a question being asked to the cop, which leads me to believe that this might have been on speakerphone.
No, she said, do you have a defibrillator? And I hear him in the background going, yeah, I got one. Like that.
Oh, okay. You can hear it?
Yeah,
I believe I heard that as well.
So she says no, and then
asked him. Yeah, she asked him.
There's a cop right next to her? That's wild.
Well, it sounded, when he answered, it sounded like he was probably, I don't know, some distance away from her at that point. But still, throughout that whole call, I counted 4 times during the call. As they're talking about stuff, I hear radio traffic coming through like it's right there next to the phone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the 911 operators they're detached from everything. They have their own little like cubicle with no distractions. Okay. So there's no way in hell that was coming.
Why are you still on the phone? So why are you still on the phone with dispatch if there's a cop there?
Well, that's when they hung up. She said, the police are here. She asked him that. And she goes,
No. I'm talking about the whole time of the police chatter. We're hearing police chatter.
I don't know what that is, Willie. That's the problem. It sounds to me, I said maybe it's a portable they had because a lot of people, it's a party house. Maybe they listen for, and here's the difference though. Maybe they were listening and having their own monitor, like scanner there. A lot of people do that to see if when the cops are coming, when they're partying, but there's a difference between a scanner and a portable radio. And you can clearly hear the portable radio.
Well, maybe when Whitcomb provides the recording, they just provide it all, right?
Yeah, it could be. And
all 3 parties.
They broke it down into separate tracks. I don't believe they would.
The weird thing about that call is since that call, dude, I've heard probably 10 or 15 other 911 calls, and every single one you hear from the time they dial to, and you hear all the like what's going on until the dispatcher picks up the phone, and then obviously you hear everything then, but you hear everything beforehand. And in this call, we don't hear any of that.
They only handed over that from where it started to that part. Yeah, they changed up because when Channel 4 dropped it, that's the one I showed first and foremost, as soon as I could. As soon as it was dropped, I showed it that moment. And then the next thing I know, Outcast, he went in and covered it and did his thing with it.
Mm-hmm.
And all that white noise was added to it from whoever gave it to Channel 4 so that we couldn't hear the background shit.
That's what I was going to say, is because you have these college kids that are pretty well-off college kids. They're not destitute. So you got to assume that they have some pretty modern smartphone devices.
Yeah.
And then also the 911 side has the latest technical gear and gadgets. So where does all this noise come from all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
They got a better phone than me. They got a better...
Outcast. Yeah, Outcast played probably 4 or 5 different calls. There's none of that sound in any of those calls. I went and listened to some of my own, including the one he put out with the band. That was great. But anyway, I listened to other ones outside of that, and then I'm thinking back to the calls that I was part of and that I listened to from, you know, working at the private ambulance company where I actually worked as a dispatcher slightly. There is none of that. It's all like everything is locked down. There's no distractionary noises, no nothing, because that operator has to hear clearly everything that's been going on so that they can react the right way. So somebody there had a portable radio in their hand. Period. There's no two ways about that. From what we can hear, you can hear it. There's a radio there. Why? Which means, is there a cop there already? Was there a cop there? And if there is, what the hell is this all about then?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I see your point. There's a cop there during the 911 call.
Bingo. Bingo.
Well, we all agree that the 911 call was staged. So
it absolutely sounds like it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, especially when you hear, is it Dylan or Bethany? Sorry, go ahead.
I was done. Just, yeah.
No, I was going to say, on the 911 call, is it Dylan or Bethany that say to each other, we have to go inside?
Dylan said that to Bethany.
Like, you're already in there.
We have to go check after we've already seen it.
Did that, right? Yeah, you're right, Jesse. But they had already done that when they went in with Hunter and he grabbed the knife. So why are you?
There's
playing
nothing to check. It's very obviously a performance.
But saying that's rehearsed, you know, people screaming at if you say it's rehearsed.
They've been phoning everybody in the house all night and not getting any answer. They know that there's supposed to be 4 people in that house that aren't responding. They have no explanation for any of that. And Jeff, for him to say, well, why would they go upstairs when they could call the neighbors? Well, I guess because it's in the same house, Jeff.
What the hell does that mean?
It doesn't.
Plug your neighbors on a Sunday morning?
It's a desperate attempt at clinging to the narrative. But the reality is, you're clearly not going to call for outside help when you have people in the house unless you think that the people in the house can't help you.
Especially when there's probably 20 to 50 other occasions that, you know, roommates have been drunk on the floor, and I'm sure they all help each other puke and do this and do that. But in this case, you know, this specific night, it was like, screw it.
Well, that whole situation all by itself, without anything else that we've talked about, looked at, anything. When Dylan says to her, well, and she's asked, is she passed out? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know, but I'll go check. Come on, Bethany, we have to go check. You were just in there 6 minutes before this and already know what's going on. Why did you do this? Right. Why was this done? So you're going to tell me that this was not some
and no mention of blood. Remember, they saw the blood already, and they didn't even mention the blood on the 911 call.
Right. And then you hear in the background during, was it Criminal Confident that came in here last night? She did another version of it too, and an amazing job. I clearly found where you can hear Hunter say, can you at least please go get the watch off of him?
Really?
Absolutely, bro. Listen to it.
Stop it.
Clear as day. Can you please at least go get the watch off of him? Why are you saying that?
That might be why. Yeah, exactly. Stop it. Was the watch stopped at the time of the?
I truly believe that Hunter and Emily are involved. Involved in. When I say involved, I don't mean involved in killing anybody. I just mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're participating in the 911 call. They're relaying false information. If that kid went and grabbed a knife, and then he gets on the call, you know what I mean? Like he's participating. He's involved in a cover up. Emily as well.
But just think about this, right? How little they have on Brian, yet you have an individual that was not summoned over because Emily was called, not him. So you have this dude in the house with his prints on a knife, DNA on one of the victims if you check their pulse, and footprints in the blood, I'm assuming. I mean,
they're taking jewelry off of one of the victims per se in the background a few minutes before.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what? Because are you sure that's what was said, dude?
It sounded. I played it back about 15 times, Willie, and I can't say it said anything else.
Because that would make sense then if Ethan was attacked when he was awake because he wouldn't have took his watch off yet, so he would have still been wearing his watch. Because you only take your watch off when you go to bed.
Maybe because those two were best friends. Maybe he wanted it because it was a gift or something like that. I don't know. But before that, maybe minutes before that, you hear him scream, "Shut the fuck up!" in the background. I mean, he says it loud.
Yeah, but like the last thing I'm worrying about when I see my best friend dead is taking a watch off his wrist.
Well, he says, "Can you at least go get that watch at least get the watch off of him, please. That's what he says.
So he's
Why?
ordering somebody else.
Right.
to
Who
get
was
the
that person that
people.
he has to do that? I wonder.
Yeah,
Is
because
that
they're
how
trying
they
to
could
claim in the
possibly
paperwork that
go?
Emma didn't go upstairs, right?
They all went upstairs for a matter of a few seconds, supposedly. They got a glimpse of Xana, and then they all took off back down. What'd you say, Jesse?
Maybe that's how they could determine it's simultaneous. If you got a health data on a watch and a phone at the same time,
Oh,
and
I
they
didn't
both
think
stop
about
moving
that.
at the same time,
That makes sense.
right?
Could be.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Criminal Confidential she did an audio just like Outcast did and Jeff did. And as I was listening to that audio last night, there's a lot of whispering in it. And I mean a lot. And I can hear it clear as day. I stopped it and I played it back for everybody. They heard it too. You hear him say, can you at least get the watch off of him, please?
That's nuts. You know what's another crazy thing? I lost my thought. Never mind. Go on.
It's okay.
I'm looking forward to the next victory dance we can do on the Guilters when more information comes out, like last night's or Friday night's video with Lana going over the WSU Kim video.
Oh man!
Did you see that, King?
Yes, sir.
And all the laughing and I mean, it really hit home for me because I argued with a lot of these people back then about defending Kim, saying, "Listen, you guys are sitting here berating this woman, but she's the only one that actually is making sense, you know?"
Yep.
And so it felt really good for me to watch that video.
I got some good advertisement out of it because I sat up on the screen there for a while there. So thank you, Lana. Very much appreciate that.
And I'm looking forward to more of that because you can clearly see that a lot of this stuff, you know, when the arguments get made that, oh, they couldn't hear it, oh, they didn't know nothing, oh, you know.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to come out. I mean, like I think Jeff said it himself, when the body cam footage comes out and you see the horrific scene, there's going to be no way that you thought she was passed out. Nobody's going to buy that.
No.
That's why they got. But okay, I remember what I was saying. Another queer thing about the whole thing was if you watch that Jen video with the Stephen and Christy interview, where he's got Hadron Collider disease or whatever on the side of his face that morning.
Right.
It strikes me as very peculiar timing once again.
Yeah, I saw that video this morning as well, and that was very well done with a bunch of cuts of previous statements from Steve and Christy. And at one point, Steve G says, I don't want to live in a country where we lock a guy up and we don't show all the evidence. If they have the evidence against him, they need to show it to us right now.
Well,
that's literally what's going on.
Well, if you go back to the beginning, some of the stuff that Steve said in those interviews, then I still question, like, you know, when he refers to how they cleared people so quickly, why you wouldn't share the alibi, things like what the hell are you talking about? And now going back and going, wait, what? You know what I mean? Things like that he's always stated. Are you letting things out that you're not supposed to be? Is this what this is? A little bits and pieces of stuff that we're supposed to put together at some point? Because in a sense, it kind of happens a lot. Okay. So I'm just saying, guys, there's a lot of stuff that I have ridiculous questions about. I'll just put it that way.
Well, I mean, the families should be furious about these recent doc drops and all the 911 call information. Right. And you know, I know that we've argued about it with different folks who are still in the chat, but Steve G and Christy came out and they told us a big long story about the 911 call and how it all unfolded. And obviously they had the wool pulled over their eyes because they were told a completely different story than what we now know. And they should be furious about that.
Yeah, and then they should be because, and if you remember, he was absolutely more than furious with law enforcement in the very beginning for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but now these are great people. I love these people. I like working with these people. Those were his exact words. What happened, Steve? Why don't you tell the rest of us what happened that made you think that way?
He's making excuses as well.
100%. Yes, he is.
He's creating fairy tales about what doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah, it was a huge shift. Big time.
And in that Bamfield explanation, when she asked him about the 911 call and the different stories and his explanation of Oh, bedroom door, front door. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, what are you saying? That you asked them to tell you about the 911 call, but you weren't really paying attention? You didn't care about the details enough to know whether it was the front door or the bedroom door? And if it was the front door, wrap your head around this. They're going to call Hunter to open the front door.
Right.
Are they not in the house? They're supposed to be in the house.
Exactly.
In order for them to need Hunter to open the front door, that would mean they were not in the house, which would be
Well, Bethany's room is
bombshell in
right
itself.
there. Yeah, the room they were in is literally 8 feet from the front door. So how'd that work out? And that goes in the same basket that Steve's, that where he claimed when they asked what he thought Brian's motive was. Well, it's because he's jealous of Maddie and Kaylee's relationship. He don't even know them, bro. So how could he be jealous about that? That is the dumbest motive I've ever heard in my life. No disrespect intended, but no. None of that stuff makes any sense. None of it.
I mean, we learn when we're stealing cookies out of the cookie jar as kids that when your story keeps changing, you're probably lying. And this story just keeps on changing.
100%.
So much, dude.
Yep. That's a great
Like every week we're told like, we got this wrong. Disregard this, disregard that. It's like, what the hell?
Well, just wait, guys.
More importantly, on that fact, sorry, one more thing. I think is that in a recent document, Hitler said that it's not necessary for the state to present its discovery in an organized manner, and they've not only allowed the lapse of discovery deadlines, they've allowed the change
crazy.
In all of the evidence.
Right.
So
and I feel
no matter what they do, there's no fault.
You know what, Kane, with you saying that too, and I know it doesn't work this way, but if it were the other way around, I feel like at this point the defense had to present prosecution. Hitler would have said, shame on you. Why did you not put name tags on everything and file that perfect? That's exactly how I feel that way. Sorry to say that.
Absolutely, dude. He's biased as hell.
That's how it looks to me. Just saying. So I think that's going to do it, folks. It's been almost 5 hours. I appreciate you guys all.
Hey, it's been an interesting panel.
Yeah, great show, Diego. Really, I enjoyed being on both sides.
I appreciate it. And I'll tell you right now, guys, we're probably going to do this again coming next week. Once this hearing is over, there's going to be more documents coming. There's going to be more questions to ask, as we always do. So,
yep.
Here we are. Once again, guys, thank you again. I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. Kane, Willie, Jeff, Jesse, I appreciate you guys very much. And Mama Bear, thank you so much for putting up with it for so long. You're appreciated more than anything. I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that.
On the chat.
Everybody in the chat, God bless. I appreciate you all much for being here. You guys are amazing as always. I appreciate
the who's who chat right there today. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I hope you guys all have a good rest of your Sunday. I'm not down.
You too, bro. Thanks,
man.
Really.
See you guys.
Thank you guys very soon.
Tomorrow.
Okay. All right. See you.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care. All right. Once again, it started off a little hairy. But I wanted to get somebody that has the absolute opposite feeling that a lot of us have. I wanted them to explain to me what they thought as to why they think they do the way they do. We didn't get it clear, but maybe because there was too many people, whatever it was. But one of these days we'll get that, and I appreciate that you, Jeff, for being able to come up there and talk about it. Whatever you did get to say, it's respected, absolutely. So it was an interesting show, guys. I appreciate you all being here. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you guys very soon. Have a great one. Thank you again, Mama Bear.
Bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine and always giving his all. Dangle's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every